Equestrian Live SA brings you the 2021 Dressage Championships at Kyalami Park Club. Proudly sponsored by iFarmer, Horsebox Equestrian, Kelleher Stud, The Western Shop, Capital Stud, Mark White. Very good morning to all of you out there on a pretty chilly morning here from Kyalami Equestrian Park. Welcome to the Peter Mini Arena. It's the second last day of the South African Dressage Championships, and today Equestrian Live will be featuring 4 classes during this live stream broadcast. There they are up on your screen: the South African Para Equestrian Freestyle Championships, the South African Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship, the South African Small Tour Freestyle Championship, followed by the last class of today, the SA Big Tour Freestyle Championship class. As I said, it's a pretty chilly morning here at Kyalami Equestrian Park, and warming up the judges box, which is where we are commentating from this morning. On my left-hand side, joining me is Georgina Roberts. Very good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Aidan. How are you?
I'm good. So, the show has been running for quite a few days. When did it start? Tuesday?
It started on Tuesday.
And how's it been going? You've been here the entire week. You've been riding. How have your classes gone?
It's been great. My classes have been very average, but such is the nature of dressage. So I'm well versed in the highs and lows of the sport. But it's been so wonderful to see outside competitors coming back in, I think, after a very long 2-year pandemic. So it's been wonderful to see out-of-province competitors back here. We're touching base with one another, getting to see everyone back in the arena, and we have some astonishingly big classes for our small tour and our big tour today.
For the dressage uninitiated like myself, just explain what is big tour, what is small tour, what are we going to be seeing today?
So in this arena, we're starting off with our FEI para classes. These are, we only have 2 competitors in those. From there, we're going to follow on to elementary medium. So the way that the ranking system works for dressage is we start with prelim, novice, we go up to elementary, elementary medium. Unfortunately, the medium and the advanced classes, which follow on, are in other arenas today. We then have prix St. George, which is then part of the small tour, as well as the Inter 1. We have Inter A and B. And then we have the big tour, which is the Inter 2 and the Grand Prix. So we're seeing some of the creme de la creme of South African riders here in the Peter Mini Arena today.
And tomorrow, of course, we're broadcasting as well. Tomorrow is the final day of the South African Dressage Championships for 2021. What's coming up tomorrow? Tomorrow
we are going to be seeing basically the final day of the show, which will be the championship classes. This is where our big classes go head-to-head. And we get to see who is going to be the South African Dressage champion for 2021.
And who are some of the big names? Who are the likely contenders for the title?
Well, we're looking at defending champion Cherie Burger, of course, hailing from Prix Stud. And like I said, we've got a lovely lineup of about 15 horses tomorrow. We also have Sonica Engelbrecht, who is a Northwest competitor. We have the exceptional Tamara Hasselberg, riding for Gauteng on Frequence. And Gertie Kussler, of course, Samantha Foley on the imported Lucas 911, as well as one of our sponsors' horses, iFarmer Zidane, ridden by Trudy Cumberland.
And on that note, as you can see on my left-hand side here, the title sponsor of the show is iFarmer. Big thank you to Natalie Hyam and Stuart Barker, always putting their hands in their pockets, big supporters of equestrian sports show jumpers as well. So nice to have them involved in the dressage. And as you can see from your pictures there on the screen, the first of the para competitors about to make their way into the arena. And Georgina is going to tell us a little bit more about this competitor.
This is Abby McElry. She is one of our young riders, as you can see, and she is riding the wonderful pony Galaxy. I'm sure that many people around the country will remember this pony as being a strong competitor on many of the Sinisa teams. He's been an eventing pony, he's been an equitation pony, he's worn many hats. He's currently still owned by Jessica Turner of Gauteng, and jogging there alongside Abby is her coach and very well-known and respected Igala practitioner in South Africa, Renee Erasmus.
Ah.
Yes.
I know her.
So they're having going around and introducing themselves now to the judges. They've just passed Claire Bales there at E. Of course, for the FEI classes, you have to have 5 judges. This ensures that you'll end up getting the most accurate, fair score for the competitor.
I don't envy the judges today, sitting a little bit exposed, some of them. The weather is very, very chilly. Abby's got a big smile on her face as she walks past these judges right in front of our commentary position. How old would Abby be? This class, is it open to junior, to adults, to
This is
all ages?
specifically the children's class, so
Okay.
she is 12.
Yeah.
And then obviously she would have to move up to juniors once she turns the age of 13. We don't have any junior competitors today, and then we just have one adult in the next class, who is Charmaine Watts. Charmaine being a respected judge and a South African warm blood inspector for the Breed Society. So,
And not so long ago, we saw the Tokyo Olympics, and following the Tokyo Olympics was the Paralympics, and did we have some South African? Was Philippa there?
we
How
absolutely did. We had Philippa in there. She had really, really wonderful scores. She did really well with this. Is the second horse that she's produced up to Olympic level, Philippa Johnson, hailing from Kailami herself in her youth. So she had a fantastic ride. We actually had a second competitor, I'll have to double check her name, who also competed on a lovely Andalusian. Was flying the SA flag high. Abby's preparing to go into her arena for her test. She's greeted all 5 of her judges, who today are Sylvia Bruckner at C, Claire Bales at E, Susan Human at M, Justin O'Reilly at H, and Carla Jacobs at B. So Abby is on her centre line.
Of course, we've just heard the music cued. Tell us about freestyle. How does it all work?
Well, I think if dressage is dancing with your best friend, then this will be the ballet in action. The freestyle is obviously a hot favorite with crowds and sponsors alike. Gives you a chance to explore many facets of your relationship with your horse. I think the lovely part about freestyle is, while you have to perform a set amount of movements, at the end you have artistic marks. So you get marked for how in time with your music you are, use of music, use of the arena, how creative you are with your own choreography.
Okay, so this is all you
This
and
is-
your coach and whoever your team is putting it all together. It's
Absolutely.
completely, you're allowed to do. There have to be certain movements
Yes.
that you need to perform. So there's almost like a checklist, I would imagine, that the
Exactly.
judges have to see if she's performed this movement,
So
that
I'm
movement.
looking at the checklist now, and I can show you she has to perform 15 movements all in all. That is not the test, but she has to perform
Do they
15
have to be in any
movements.
sort of order, or can you just
They
go?
can be in absolutely any order and to any music. There are no rules. And then you get a mark for technical execution, and then at the end you get collective marks for artistic interpretation of the test. So of course, dressage is a very subjective sport. It's a bit difficult. It's one of the, you either love it or you hate it. But you're looking for a musical choice that really suits your horse and yourself. And that's going to best
I
showcase
suppose a
you.
bit of your personality would be coming out in your choice of music
And
as
your
well.
horse's personality. I
I
think
think Abby is a little party animal, judging by the music we're hearing.
Galaxy definitely is.
How cute is this pony?
He is a wonderful pony. He is 22 years old.
Goodness.
And like I say, he has many championships under his belt. And it's wonderful to see generous. I think it's an essential part of the sport, is that we keep giving our young riders the opportunity to sit on schoolmasters. So a really wonderful thing for Jessica Turner to pass on this ride to a young rider and give her the opportunity to develop and learn from this great pony. Sure, we all had that one pony in our youth, Aidan, who made a big difference to us.
Absolutely. Mine wasn't laid back like this. I've got the scars to prove it.
Well, I think Galaxy's left a few scars in his youth. I think at the age of 22, most of the PTSD you've exerted on riders is over.
I got a friend request not too long ago from Abby. I think she's quite active on social media, and she asked me to join a group that she's put
Abby
together.
actually runs a business.
Oh,
I'm not sure what the name is, but I know that she bakes homemade horse snacks.
yes.
I have a special place in my heart for entrepreneurial kids. And she also runs a show shirt business, as far as I recall.
I think that could have been it.
Yep. So Abby is constantly looking for ways to earn her next rand to buy Galaxy bra bands, fly masks, numbners.
Oh,
It's
well,
very endearing.
if any viewers are interested, please go onto Facebook, find Abby, go and find her pages, and do support her. Keeping horses is not a cheap exercise, as you know. Competing horses adds to those costs. So, hats off to Abby.
Absolutely. I think any international competitors such as Nicole Smith, Philippa Johnson, they've all had their time overseas, and they all know the exceptional expense, effort, time that goes into the sport, which is also why it's so fantastic to have sponsors on board, like iFarmer and Western Shop, Callahoo, Horsebox. Absolutely essential to keep shows like this running.
Now, so far we've just seen a trot. Are there any canter movements that
There are no canter movements for Abby. Each para rider is graded according to their ability. They have to go through quite strenuous testing. It's quite in-depth. And there we have our final halt and salute
Well done,
on the
Abby.
music. So that was number 197, Galaxy with Abby McElrea, completing her FEI Para-Equestrian Freestyle Championship test.
Well done to Abby. I must say I'm a little bit emotional.
Look at that pony, isn't he divine? You can also see the para riders, depending on their grading, get to use different tacks, such as Abby stirrups.
And now we're looking at the top shot, and we see that the size of the arena is obviously different. What size are we competing in here? Is this 40?
This is a 20 by 40 meter arena. That is what children compete in, as well as your FEI competitors. So it'll stay the size for Charmaine. It's a smaller arena. It's easier, obviously, to maneuver the horse around that. And then for the big classes, they will make it larger, and we'll go back to a 20 by 60 meter arena.
Now tell me about the judging and how that works. You mentioned the judges at E and at B, and they all marking the same
Yes.
movements, and then
Yes.
those all get tallied up and put through an equation,
Yes.
and you come out with a percentage at the end of it.
Yes, so at the end of each test, you've got a total mark out of 200 or out of 220. Those marks are all added together and divided by the amount of judges you have. For some classes, you'll only have 3 judges, maybe 2, and you'll get an overall score. The competitors, of course, will be able to see which judges liked them and did not maybe like them so much on that particular day. But all the judges will be seeing something different. So your judge at E might see the squareness of a halt, where the judge at C will see the straightness. So you get the most objective viewpoint, I think, with the more judges you have.
And is it where they're sitting? Is that just their choice, or
No, they have to sit at specific markers. So as I said, it's C.
But I mean the allotment of who sits at what markers. Is
So
that
your most
choice,
senior
or?
judge will sit at C,
All right.
and from there on they will move. I think the next most senior judges are at E and B, and then at M and H.
So the senior judges are sitting in a little cubicle, so seniority buys you comfort, it seems, whereas the other judges are sitting out exposed in this cold weather on a Saturday morning. So sorry for them.
I'm sure it was more we didn't want to. So the horses are familiarized in the arena as it is. So you can see that there are judges' boxes, very nicely set up in the middle of the arena. Because the arena was shortened, obviously they couldn't move those judges' boxes because the senior horses have come in and
Well, maybe they
familiarized.
could have. You don't know. They're on wheels. Maybe these judges are just getting a little bit punished. Who knows?
Maybe those are our least favorite judges of
Yeah.
yesterday.
Right.
Valuable show jumping input.
Now, let's confirm the competitor in picture is a Charmaine.
Charmaine Watts, and she is riding the wonderful Sultan, who hails from Kaapstad.
Tell us about Charmaine. Now, this is, according to our schedule, the SA Para-Equestrian Freestyle Championship, but we've just seen a child going up against the adult, so...
No, they are in separate classes. So
Okay.
Abby was in her own class, which was grade 3.
Okay. So these two are
And
not competing
They're not
against each
competing
other.
against each other. Charmaine is in her own class. She is a grade 1 para rider.
Now, what is the difference, grade 3, grade 1?
So grade 3 has less severe physical handicap.
Yes.
Grade 1, which as far as I can recall, Charmaine her grade was adjusted recently in the last year. Grade 1 is, the tests are much easier, allowing for people of this particular standing to be able to still compete and enjoy their horses.
So grade 1 is easier, grade 2, and
Yes.
how far up the gradings does it go? What's the top?
Grade
of it?
4.
Grade 4. Okay, so Abby was grade 3. We're now
Yes.
seeing grade 1.
Yes.
So in terms of how difficult it gets, what are we talking? She gets to perform in a walk or the movements?
So Charmaine will be performing, I can show you the test here, she'll be performing all of her movements in the walk. I don't have the test here, sorry.
Okay.
And you'll see that she still has to perform some fairly complicated movements. She's going to have to do a walk pirouette, the horse has to obey her, he has to still perform accuracy.
And I see she's riding with 2 whips, why is that?
So depending on your grading, you're allowed to have extra tack to assist you. So because Charmaine is not able to use her legs as effectively, she's allowed to incorporate the use of sticks to support that. So riding is ideally all meant to be about the seat.
Mm-hmm.
You would hope that you use less and less leg, but obviously in the case of a compromised body, you want to have all the necessary facilities possible. This is
Now,
a great horse.
there's quite a famous para when you say less leg, and please, I don't mean for this to sound...
The Danish rider.
no legs?
No legs, no legs. Fantastic rider. I can't recall her name offhand, and even if I did have it on hand, pronouncing it would be a little bit tricky. But she's truly exceptional. She takes her buggy to go and collect her own horse from the paddock.
But she
packs him
doesn't
up.
ride in walk, she rides proper...
She rides full-on dressage. She's fantastic. It's really an inspiring tale. And Charmaine's tale is also very inspiring. Charmaine was a very high-level judge. She evented, she rode advanced dressage. As I said, she was an inspector on our South African warm blood panel. And she had a devastating accident a few years ago. I'm trying to think the exact years, perhaps 10 years ago now.
You talking car accident or...
It was a horse accident, actually. I'm not sure. She was in a paddock. They're not actually sure what happened exactly, but there was a head trauma. And her husband, Peter Watts, who is her most loyal fan and supporter, found her. And Charmaine was in a coma for 3 months. And Peter told me that he was sitting at her bedside and he said, God, if you give me back to her, I will give her anything that she wants. And he says, Georgina, can you believe it? She woke up and she said she wanted a horse. So he said he was obviously reluctant and very concerned for Charmaine. And he said Charmaine getting back in the saddle, obviously after a lengthy rehabilitation process, was really what gave her meaning again in her life and helped her to heal and really come back to him in every sense of the term.
And how long ago was this, you said?
I think Charmaine's accident was about 10 years ago. I stand under a little bit of correction there.
And I see she's got elastic bands on the back of her...
So she has safety stirrups, which mean
Okay.
her toe can't go
I
through
saw that on Abby as
it.
well.
And then the elastic bands just secure the foot in the stirrup so that she, if the heel creeps up, she won't lose the stirrup and she still has that extra support under the ball of her foot.
This is so inspiring.
It's really amazing, and I think it's a massive testament to the healing that horses do for so many of us.
Now, we haven't mentioned Sultan. What a good boy he is.
He's wonderful.
Just looking after her.
Very diligent boy. He comes from the wonderful Kaapse Horse Trails, owned and run by Leon Smith. They went there and saw Sultan, and it was love at first sight. And he's a mixture of the blood that they use on their trail horses, which has actually proven very successful with riders even like Patrick Brown, with his very well-known Wiles Yellowwood. It's a mixture of draft blood, so Clydesdale, Shire, there's often a bit of Boer Pats, which is obviously an endemic breed to South Africa. A little bit of thoroughbred here and there just to lighten them up, but Sultan with those lovely fluffy legs and his very handsome beard, looks like he's definitely leaning more towards the draft blood than anything else.
She's got to hit some dire straits with some Sultan of Swing next time she does it.
I think that's, I'll inform her.
Let her know, will you? So Aiden says, please. So
Really
that is
wonderful.
the end of that class. Now, in terms of the scoring, do we get the tests and the results and
Our wonderful team behind us in the office
Oh,
is
look at
working
them!
on
Look
it
at
as
them
we
working
speak,
diligently.
frantically gesticulating to
Behind
Aiden.
us, yes.
to
Oh, we're
encourage
on it. We're on
patience.
it. Don't worry. We'll get there.
So basically, out of these 15 marks for each of the freestyles, these are just the technical marks, Aiden. They then have another 5 marks, which are the artistic marks. They then need to add up, each of the judges will give them a mark out of 10 for that. Sometimes there is a coefficient,
and
such
what
as
goes into the artistic mark?
the artistic mark they're going to judge based on the rhythm, energy, and elasticity of the horse, the harmony between horse and rider, choreography, which is the use of the arena and the inventiveness of the figures. And as I said, you're allowed to do pretty much anything you would like there. The degree of difficulty and calculated risks. So you could go down your center line with one hand. You could do a very bold start off at a extended canter, which some people, I tried to brave that this morning. Not sure if it paid off yet. And then your last mark is music and interpretation of the music. Now, these artistic marks are actually very heavily weighted, and they have a coefficient of 4, which means that each mark out of 10 you get actually gets times by 4. This is massive, because what it means is that if you do take a calculated risk and you have fantastic music, it can really pay off for riders who perhaps aren't going to show the best extended canter. But if they've really used the arena well, and that's what people love about the freestyle. There was a fabulous horse a few years ago, and I would really encourage the viewers at home to go and look her up, called Blue Horse Matinee. And I think she kind of revolutionized freestyles as we all knew it at the time. Everyone was coming into beautiful classical music, and she came into some Robbie Williams, some Moulin Rouge, and the whole crowd at that World Equestrian Games was on their feet clapping. It was insane. And I really think that's the vibe of the musical freestyle. Is obviously you're always going to have your beautiful classical music, but to find something that expresses the horse, expresses the rider, to your point earlier, it's really, really a wonderful expression of dressage.
Well, I've got to say I was pretty moved by what I've seen this morning. We saw Abby. We didn't talk, I'm not sure if we're allowed to. Are we allowed to mention Abby's affliction?
Abby suffers from cerebral palsy.
Okay.
But I, without knowing more about it and her particular struggles with that, I wouldn't mention it. As I said, she works with Renee Erasmus and rides that lovely pony of Janine Turner's. And I just think, like I said, she's just an amazing girl. She's really entrepreneurial and quite passionate.
Well, coming up next is the South African Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship. I'm sure we will be getting some of the results and scores of the first 2 competitors. I'm going to love and leave you, Georgina. Georgina's now going to be
Aidan.
flying solo for the rest of the day. Do enjoy her commentary. She's going to be having various guests throughout the course of the day and the afternoon. And then, of course, tomorrow as well, we bring you the final day of the South African Dressage Championships. Lots more to come here. We're going to take a quick break and a change of commentary team. Don't go away.
When it comes to treating pain and fever, what medicine do you trust to bring relief? My first choice is Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller tablets. They contain aspirin, which has been voted as one of the top 100 inventions of all time. For over 100 years, aspirin has effectively expelled moderate pain and treated fever. It stood the test of time, and it stood its ground against pain. Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller tablets, your first choice in pain relief at pharmacies countrywide.
Thank you to iPharma for sponsoring the South African Dressage Championships, held here today at the Kyalami Park Club. They are also sponsoring this live streaming, which is a first for dressage in South Africa, which is really a fantastic thing. It allows competitors and enthusiasts from around South Africa to see what is going on, and especially valuable in this time of COVID, when we're not allowed spectators. We're being very, very diligent about that in equestrian sport, keeping everyone safe. And that is the lovely Callao Banero, one of the lots that will feature in the upcoming Callao Summer Edition online auction. Very convenient. That is taking place from the 12th to the 16th of October. Gives you a great opportunity to get your next champion. And don't forget to book tryouts until the 15th of October. Just a reminder there that you can book your tryouts by emailing training@callao.com and find your next South African champion. Wonderful supporter of warm bloods in South Africa, Callao Stud. And that wonderful video showcasing the exceptional Isabel Vat from Western Shop, one of their sponsored Veritas products. Thank you to the Western Shop for sponsoring here today at the South African Dressage Championships. They've sponsored throughout the show, many prizes as well as the live streaming. Don't forget to log on to their websites. They have a fantastic online shop, but you can also visit one of their many stores situated around the country. They certainly were a port of call for me before this show, stocking up with everything from tack to plaiting elastics. Really fantastic and long-time supporters of sport in South Africa.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African Show Jumping Fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissen will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. Come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White Nissen is located in the Fourways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitenissen.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us and we'd love to put a deal together for you.
Thank you to Mark White Nissen. Again, another fantastic supporter of South African Dressage Championships here this week at Kyalami Park. They too have sponsored this live streaming. You can log onto their website and find out all about their latest deals. You can also visit one of their dealerships. They have been fantastic sponsors of both show jumping and dressage over the years. That's Mark White Nissen. Thank you so much. None of this would be possible without our sponsors coming on board and supporting our sport. Thank you to Horsebox Equestrian. Another fantastic new sponsor coming on board for this week at the Dressage Championships. Also supporting our live streaming, horseboxequestrian.co.za is the website to visit. Again, sponsoring everything from fodder to tack, goodies for horse and rider, really fabulous. Find out more about this extensive range of leading local and also fantastic international brands for horse and rider by visiting that website or visiting their plugins on social media. Thank you very much. They are also the owners of Catbox, for those of you who dabble in pets in general of the four-legged variety. And thank you as well to Capital Stud. Capital Stud coming on board. Of course, they are very, very well known for their successes in the show jumping arena. But Capital Stud here also breaking out into dressage and sponsoring here today at the South African Dressage Championships. Very big thank you to them visiting us. They are having a hybrid auction, which will be a blend of digital online as well as physical auction from the 18th to the 20th of November. You can see their lots by visiting www.capitalstud.com. And there we can see our Canon cameras on the top of the scaffolding at the Peter Mini Arena. Thank you to Canon for sponsoring the video cameras used to bring you this live streaming coverage of the 2021 SA Dressage Championships this week at Kailami Park. We're going to be cutting away for a short break before we roll on ahead to the SA Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship, which will start here in the Peter Mini Arena at 9:30. In the meanwhile, I have a preliminary result for you. This is just a provisional result for Abby McElry with number 197, that great pony Galaxy we saw in here. The judge at E giving a score of 65.833%. The judge at H 70.5%. The judge at C 64.333%. The judge at M 66.033%. And the judge at B 67.00. That gives us a score overall of 66.740. That is for Abby McElry. We also have a provisional score for our individual Grade 1 Para Dressage Freestyle Championship. The competitor in that class was Charmaine Watts on the wonderful Sultan. They have their 5 scores from our judges around the arena. Our judge at E giving them 71.267. The judge at H, Sylvia Bruckner, 78.666. The judge at C, 71.333. Our judge at M, 71.367. And our judge at B, the final score rounding that off, with a 72.833. That gives us an overall score, provisionally for Charmaine Watts, of a fantastic 73.093. Well done to these competitors. Please don't go away. Please join us again at 9:30. Go get your coffee on this fresh Johannesburg morning, or alternatively, a glass of wine. It is the weekend after all. I know that that is certainly not water in my Volpre bottle. Perhaps we need to do something similar for the judges before we come back for the Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship. We have 7 competitors in that class, followed by our SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship. I am so excited to watch that. We have a fantastic class of 14 competitors. Really exciting to see that. And then followed on at 2:15 with the Big Tour Freestyle Championship of South Africa. We will see 11 partnerships dancing with their best friend to their own choices of music there. Really exciting to see what we're going to see there. In between, hopefully we're going to be having the who's who of South African dressage coming into this announcer's box to have a little chat to me. And I promise you, the dressage people are actually a lot more fun than you would think. They have to let go after all of that excessive control and harmony and focus in the dressage arena required to pull out those marks. We're looking forward to seeing you back here at 9:30 for our first horse in the Peter Mini Arena this lovely Saturday at SA Champs. and welcoming you back today to the SA Dressage Championships being held today at Kyalami Park. We're here above the Peter Mini Arena, and it's my great pleasure to welcome Ingeborg Sanne, who was our chef to keep for our South African Olympic equestrian team. Just to touch base with you, we had 2 dressage freestyles this morning already. First up was the grade 1. First up was actually the grade 3 para dressage freestyle championship. And in that class, we had Abby McElry with Galaxy, finishing on a total score of 66.7% for their freestyle. And second up, we had the individual grade 1 para dressage freestyle championship with Charmaine Watts and the lovely Sultan from Kaapsehoop. They finished on a total score of 73.09 from their 5 judges. So before we continue, we start off with our freestyles again at 9:30 with the South African Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship. We have 7 competitors in that class. But right now I'm taking you over to Ingeborg, who, as I said, was just over in Tokyo recently. Ingeborg, how was that experience? That must have been bucket list stuff. I know it's your second Olympic Games you've been to.
That's correct, yes. I've been to the Rio Olympics, and this is now my second time to Tokyo. Yeah, with the COVID regulations, it was a very tough one.
I'm sure. That must have been incredible.
Yeah, it was very tough, especially like 6 months before, because 6 months before it wasn't actually going to happen. And then all of a sudden we got the green light, and then we had to really buckle up and really get all the logistics going. And
when were you given the final green light for the team to go?
They never said no, so just with all the
waiting.
TVs and all the press, we thought it's never going to happen, you know. And then we decided, well, we better get going because we don't want to get caught.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And
how many competitors did you have?
So I had 1 dressage competitor, 1 eventer, and then 2 para riders.
And who were our para riders? We obviously have watched the paras this morning. So
yes, so we just had Philippa Johnson and Kayla van der Walt, who's a youngster she lives now in the States.
Oh, fantastic.
Very nice girl, lovely. She did a fantastic test, for the first time in the big, it's like really a big
atmosphere,
thing.
I'm sure.
Yeah. And then Philippa did a fantastic job. She qualified for the freestyles, and
That's
Dana had a
brilliant.
fantastic freestyle. I think
She landed with a really good mark, I think, at the end of
yeah,
the
she got
freestyle.
71. If I looked at her test, I think she should have gotten higher. So the judging, the one judge gave us 76, the other one 73, and then there were 3 in the 60s, the higher 60s.
Okay.
But she really did an amazing test.
We were talking and saying that this is obviously the issue with dressage is the subjectivity.
Yes.
It's really hard. And obviously each one of the 5 judges around the arena is going to be seeing something different.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
And what did you feel about the standard? Obviously, I think our South African competitor didn't land up competing at all. Unfortunately, Tanya Seymour's horse
Got
pulled up.
laminitis,
Yes.
yeah.
But Tanya did compete, of course, at the previous Olympic Games.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it was a tough one because the horse landed, and then within 3 days, it started developing unsoundness, and we first thought it was just like the horse stood on the stone. And then, unfortunately, it turned out to be laminitis.
That must be one of the pressures of travelling internationally and taking the risk of foreign foods and...
Correct. So the food was imported. So she was on the same concentrates.
Okay.
The only difference was the grass. So in they imported the grass from America, which is the Timothy hay, which got a high sugar content. And
That's interesting. Shame.
Yeah. So it was very... but the horse has had Timothy hay in Rio and in Doha. So... nobody actually expected that it reacted so badly to it.
Okay. And we would like to talk to you briefly about, you obviously are one of the lucky riders who rides a Callao horse. You have your Callao for sure in the next class.
Yes.
And how long have you had that horse for? I think you bought him on one of the first auctions.
So I didn't buy him from the first auction. I actually bought him from the people that a year later.
Okay.
And so I've had him now about 10 years.
Okay, great.
So it's been a long journey with us.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think that is really the trip of dressage, right? Is that it's a very long-term production of horses and...
Very long. And I mean, he hasn't been the easiest horse. He's got a bit of attention deficit disorder, I say. But I mean, he's a wonderful horse, and when he does get it together, he is really a superstar.
You have, but you are supporters of Callao, and obviously their next sale is coming up shortly.
Correct.
Will you be going there to do a little bit of horse shopping again? I see you.
I think my husband would run. If he hears this interview, he'll run away. So I've also got Callao Bendino that I bought in 2016. So he's doing the advanced now. And then we've got Callow for Jan, which has her little foal, the foal is now on the next auction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
oh, that's fantastic.
So that is very nice.
It's really interesting to see, like with Callagher, the horses, you're now seeing, a long-term production of young horses coming out of horses that were produced 10 years ago, when they were bought in the mare lines.
Yes.
So I can see we've got our next competitor in the arena, Inga. This is Dressage Hector. He is ridden by Marina Combrink, and it says that he's currently still owned by Gertie Kussler, who of course is one of our Grand Prix riders.
Okay.
Coming around. What have you been thinking about seeing at the standard of the dressage at the last Olympics compared to your last visits in Rio?
I mean, the standard is always amazing.
And do you see it changing and improving, or trends coming up?
Not really. I mean, from the last Olympics to this Olympics, I think the trends are basically the same in the different countries. And you see the Dutch riding like they do, the Germans riding.
And obviously we're going to have some people sitting at home who aren't familiar with the different styles. So if you could speak about that a little bit, that's really interesting. So the Dutch versus the Germans versus the British team, for example. I know, it's a big ask.
It's a big ask. I mean, they all ride fantastic and they all get the results, but it is a different riding style, whereas the Germans ride a bit more open, the Ganashen is a bit more open than the Dutch,
Yes.
And although if you look at Charlotte and Carl Hester and everybody, the two of them, they do ride a bit differently.
Yes,
Carl's also got a bit more open Ganashen than the
It
Charlotte.
also speaks to the breeding of the horses that a lot of them are sitting on. Although now as well, we're seeing more and more Dutch horses in teams throughout the world, which is quite interesting. So I think historically those Dutch horses were ridden a bit tight because of their hot temperaments.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, the quality of the Dutch horses are, all over in Europe, it's
superb.
Just superb.
It really is. What do you think is the biggest differentiator between Europe and South Africa when we're looking at horses and training?
So training-wise, I would definitely say the Europeans really ride their horses forward, They don't sit on the horse, they really, it's a really forward movement and then like really working from the behind. Whereas here, they sit a little bit on the horse, not working with the horse.
Yes.
That makes sense.
It's part of an ongoing, I think, developing nation in the dressage sphere.
Yeah, but there's been some fantastic riders. That I've seen around. And
I really do think
and really
that's
getting
changing
to the top there now, riding like the Europeans, some of them,
No, it's fantastic. And tell me, do you prefer the freestyles? I know a lot of people have strong feelings about whether they love the freestyles or...
it's fun if it all goes right, and you need to know your music, and you have to be quite confident, and actually, if something goes wrong, you actually have to think, okay, what am I going to improvise and not be stuck?
So I think, again, what's interesting for the people sitting at home who are watching this horse going around here, this is Marina Combrink on Dressage Hector, riding for Gauteng. In this elementary medium freestyle, is that because you have these set movements, obviously in the freestyle, it doesn't matter what order they come in, the judge doesn't know your choreography, you don't present it to them beforehand. If something does go wrong, you could improvise and move your way out of that.
Absolutely. So you always have to leave yourself a bit of room. So a lot of the movements you do, and then you have to have one movement where you can actually improvise if something did go wrong. For instance, your flying changes.
Yes.
Instead of doing two extended canters, for instance, you've always got one
spare in your pocket.
One spare in your pocket.
And I think that really is I remember someone saying, but why don't you just write your dressage test over and over and practice it till you get 100%? And I went, oh my God, please stop
You've
speaking.
got a horse.
Yeah, and I think that really is, the motto I think at Rio was two hearts, and speaking to the fact that we've got these two athletes, and you don't know what your horse is going to be feeling like on the day, and there's that massive variable.
Yeah, it was very hot in Tokyo. It was like...
Oh, really?
Yeah, the humidity of 80% of it, which actually brings up the temperature to over 40.
Oh, that's crazy.
So we always rode in the evenings, but even when it started a bit early, like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, those horses suffered.
Oh, I'm sure.
And there was a lot of vets around with thermometers and, the red thermo cameras and everything, and checking, and the facilities were really amazing because you had all the ice baths and
that's
fans
incredible.
and tents, and I mean everything was thought of for the horses.
There have been murmurs about the IOC actually not wanting equestrian sports to feature in the Olympic Games because purely based on the cost
Yes.
of what the equestrian teams cost
Yeah,
the
it's,
IOC.
It's phenomenal how the
Yes.
cost is just extraordinary.
And what is the difference between the World Equestrian Games, which is also an event held every 4 years, versus the Olympics?
So it's not actually called the World Equestrian Games anymore because they don't have all the FEI disciplines anymore.
Okay.
So they call it the World Championships now,
Okay.
and which is going to be held next year in August, and that would be vaulting, dressage, para-dressage, and show jumping. So
Oh.
obviously not the big fields that you need
Yes.
for eventing. They have got them,
Okay.
but for dressage and show jumping, it's going to be
Wow,
just the
okay.
four disciplines. And the big difference is that with the Olympics, SASCOC supports the riders.
Okay.
World Equestrian Games is your national federation.
Oh, that's interesting.
so
That would be the
there's
South
got no-
African Equestrian
Yeah,
Federation.
so you get your Protea colours for the World Equestrian Games. You don't get your Protea colours for the Olympics, you get your Olympic colours. So-
Oh, that's an interesting. I didn't know
Yeah,
that. That's
yeah.
an interesting differentiation.
Yeah, so you don't get your Protea colours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a different prestige attached to having Olympic colours over Protea colours, or?
Well, you qualify for the Olympics
More.
and then you get selected, and then you get your Olympic colours. And then for the
Okay.
World Equestrian Games, obviously you also have to qualify
Yes.
and be selected to be part of the, to be
Yes.
part of the team or.
That's interesting. That's
Yeah.
fantastic. So what's next on Tanya Seymour's list? Has she got another young Grand Prix prospect?
She's got a very nice stallion that she's
fantastic.
bringing up, and hopefully she can qualify on that horse.
And what's her time frame? Will she hope to qualify for the next Olympics with him?
I'm sure. I mean, that will only start, the qualification process will only start now in 2023. Yeah. So
The process of producing a Grand Prix horse, of course, is very long.
yes,
for
very,
those
very
who-
long.
Yes.
So the horse has competed in Grand Prix.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
but it's a young horse in Grand
Okay.
Prix. Yeah.
So you'll need time to be
So
established.
you will get, and she's
get
got
body
enough time
strength.
to do that.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And here, just in time, we have a beautiful square. And how straight is that halt for Dageraad Ektor and Marina Combrink, finishing up their SA Elementary Medium Freestyle here in the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Park. This championship sponsored by iFarmer. Very generous to have them climbing in here as well onto the live streaming. And here with me in the live streaming, I have Ingeborg Sanne, who was, of course, our chef to keep for the South African Equestrian Olympic team, held now in Tokyo recently. She actually just came back 6 weeks ago, I believe.
No, only 2 weeks ago.
Oh dear, that didn't give you a lot of time to prepare for your own SA champs at all.
No, not at all. No, 2 weeks ago.
Inga's riding a few Callahoo horses here. Next into the arena, we have number 91, which is Roxanne Massaro on her own Back on Track sponsored T.I. Fabergé. This is a 9-year-old first Romancia Sandreo horse, and Roxanne has owned him since he was 3 months old. Roxanne is one of our top cross-country riders, event riders actually, and she herself has jumped up to 1 meter 30 in the show jumping arena, leading to quite a holistic, rounded competitor. Something dressage horses don't often get a lot of is cross-training.
No.
Over
I experienced it yesterday in the team test.
Oh, did you have a racehorse on your hands?
Yes, I did. I wasn't a very, thank goodness for good team members.
Inga, of course, was on our Gauteng Open dressage team. We have 5 competitors, of course, in the team events who go in together, and thankfully our lowest score is dropped, but regretfully it was Ingeborg yesterday who was that score. And again, I think speaking to the variability of riding horses, it is an incredibly humbling sport. It's you really don't know what you're going to get on the day, and you can only hope that it is an accumulation of the hard work that you have done over the previous months and indeed years with any given horse. So Roxanne is trying to get into position. She's giving her horse an opportunity here, as you can see, to have a look at the judges' boxes, which can be a bit spooky for these horses. You see they've been gorgeously decorated with South African flags. But dressage horses can tend to be a little bit, as any horse can, a little bit spooky. Inga rolling her eyes there. Inga had her own spooky experience with her lovely horse yesterday. Inga is a Callao fanatic. Callao, one of our sponsors today for the live streaming at South African Champs. And they've also got, if you want to get your own lovely dressage prospect, they've got their online auction coming soon. Have you bought any horses online, or did you go in person, Inga?
So I went out in person.
Yes.
And yeah. So
Okay.
And then I bought one.
Is it nerve-wracking buying at the auction?
Yeah. The online is easier because you don't have the feeling
The
of
atmosphere.
the atmosphere, and then you also don't see your friend trying to bid on the same horse.
That must be a little bit awkward.
Yes.
Doesn't go down very well at
So the
all.
online is actually a bit easier.
That's much better. Then we have Roxanne putting her hand up. It's a sign that she wants her music to start from that particular marker. And where you start your freestyle makes a massive difference to where you land up in your freestyle, right, Inga? So you want
Correct,
to
absolutely.
You want to start in the correct. There she is entering.
Because it's all
Lovely.
on time. You've got your specific allocated time, and if it's from halt
Yes.
to halt.
Love this music. Some Greatest Showman coming out for this lovely T.I. Fabergé, who was bred by Ina Kruger, who has a few horses in the bigger classes. Her horses are actually ridden by Carl Burnzai, who's one of Callaho's sponsored riders.
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct.
So Callao making lots of appearances here. So here in this elementary medium freestyle, we obviously have a set amount of moves that the horses have to do. And that half pass to the shoulder in is one of the movements that Roxanne will be marked on. So there are 16 marks here for the technical marks, and then she will have her collective artistic marks at the end, which also feature. And Inga, how important are those artistic marks for the freestyles?
Oh, very important.
Okay.
It really brings up your marks if you do it nice and boldly and have nice music. So it does really
Okay,
very important.
that's fantastic. Rox giving a real focus there.
I think Roxanne won the championships on this horse,
Which championships?
the elementary medium championships.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I saw it on Facebook.
That's great. Seeing her represent here. So having won that, if she can pull out a good mark here for the freestyle, she's going to be right in line to be the Victor Ladorum for the show, which of course takes the overall marks that each horse has scored throughout the show, and the highest combination takes home the Victor Ladorum. So you can hear the changes in the music from the trot to the canter to the walk here, trying to mimic the beats of the horse's feet, which for the walk is a 4 beat, the trot is a 2 beat, and the canter can be a 3 beat or a multiple beat in Inga's case yesterday. Sorry, Inga.
Yeah, it wasn't. There
No.
was no beat.
I also did not have a very good day yesterday. The show here has had quite a lot of atmosphere, I think. So a few of us have been having slightly wild rides.
Yeah. Our Gauteng horses are definitely not used to the wind and everything.
And it's been very windy for a September in
Yeah.
Johannesburg. And Roxanne showing a simple change from true canter to counter canter. Lovely changes in the music here. And the judges will be going down that list and checking off that she has performed each one of the required movements. Of course, if you don't show movement, you get a 0. And Inga, let's talk a little bit about the marks from a competitor can score a potential mark out of 10 for each movement.
Yes.
So obviously at the Olympics, you're seeing lots of 8s, 9s, and 10s rolling out.
Yes.
How do you grade the marks from 1 to 10? Well, from 0 to 10.
So obviously 10 is excellent.
Yes.
9 is
Very
very,
good.
very, very good. And then 8 is also very good. 7 is
Fairly good.
fairly good. And then 6 is
Satisfactory.
satisfactory. 5 is, there is like a scale.
Insufficient. Yes, there is.
Or sufficient. It's sufficient, I
Yes.
think 5. And then we go down from there.
And I think do you see a difference in the judging styles from around the world? You've obviously been lucky enough to spend time seeing the judges from around the world.
Yeah, I mean, the judges overseas, especially the 5-star judges, I mean, they obviously look for a very specific thing, and they're not very compassionate towards the
Competitors.
or the developing riders.
Okay.
So they find it very difficult to judge.
Okay.
You know, that
Even if
level.
I think they're looking at such an exceptional standard as
so
well.
I think
that
each
it's-
judge has got its
And obviously,
moment.
the subjectivity does play a part of it. And not that people are consciously biased, but that they're looking towards something that they prefer. Whereas one judge might prefer a more solid horse, another judge might prefer expression. Similar.
absolutely
Oh, look at that lovely
lovely.
hold there with Roxanne and her lovely Tia Fabergé. Roxanne looks thrilled there, giving that horse lots of love on his way out, finishing that our second rider in the Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship here today at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Ingeborg, I don't want to make you run late. Ingeborg has to be back in the arena at 11:15 with her Callahoo horse for sure for the SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship. Ingeborg, thank you for being here today.
Thank you very
For
much.
speaking to us. That's
Yeah.
Ingeborg Sanne, who is actually married to our new South African Equestrian Federation president. Inge's not sure what they've gotten themselves in for there, but Ian Sanne is sitting in. He's the new chairman for us, hopefully taking equestrian sport forward in South Africa. And Inge, they are quite the dream team, was our chef de keep for the South African Olympic equestrian team recently in Tokyo. Thank you for being here today, Inge.
Thank you, Georgina.
I'll see you later in the arena. I look forward to watching you around. Bye.
As well. Thanks.
Next in the arena, we will be having our number 116, Kuda Insurance's Masandi Night Fever. There has been a substitution there. It's currently down as Megan Burning riding, but instead her sister, Catherine, will be riding this wonderful horse, Artmore sponsored Masandi Night Fever, coming round there.
Good morning.
Here we have Catherine going round, preparing for her entry. And this horse is owned by the Artmore stud. Obviously Artmore, Faye Burning owned, is the wonderful ceramic and design studio based in the KZN Midlands. But this particular horse is sponsored by Kuda Insurance. So for those of you who don't know, you'll see some of the horses have a stud prefix or suffix. In this case, it is Masandi Night Fever. Masandi, a fantastic stud owned by Vicky Mostert in KZN. And before that, Kuda Insurance sponsoring this partnership. Kuda also one of the kind prize sponsors for this show. So essential to keep our competitors, owners and grooms happy. We also have a score for you, a provisional score for our first horse in, who was Dacharat Ektor with Marina Combrink. We have our 5 judges from E, H, C, M and B giving their marks. And it was 66.3 from the judge at E, 69.75 from the judge at H, 69.1 from the judge at C, the judge at M coming in at 66.7, and the judge at B tallying that up with a 65.3 to give us a total score of 67.45 for Marina Combrink and the Dageraad bred Hector. Now in, we have Cuda Insurance's Miss Sandy Night Fever, usually ridden by Megan Burning, but today ridden by Sister Catherine. Megan working on some work issues at home for Artmore. Catherine describes this horse as a very sensitive and clever horse. She says he has loads of potential and talent, and they're hoping to take him actually to advance next year and begin his training for Prix St. George. Showing off the left half pass there. Some lovely Madonna giving us a little bit of a dancing vibe today at these Freestyle Championships. And for those of you who have just joined us, we are in the elementary medium class here at the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Park. This is our first live streaming event for Dressage South Africa, brought to you by Equestrian Live SA, as well as sponsors iFarmer, who have sponsored the show, Western Shop, Callahoo Stud, Capital Stud, and Horsebox Equestrian. Really fortunate to have these sponsors on board. There we have a wonderful medium trot. So here in the elementary medium freestyle, the horses are required to do 16 technical movements. And that would be one of them. Number 3 on the freestyle list is a medium walk for a minimum of 20 meters. And each movement being given a mark out of 10. And some of the movements, like this, the extended walk, gets a coefficient of 2, which means that this movement is valued twice as heavily in the overall score. So riders really incentivized there for things like the extended walk, the medium trot, and each of the simple changes from left to right and right to left, that they pull those off to get a potential double score. Mistakes being costly there if you had an error. And then after you've performed all of these movements, you will get a total out of 200 for your technical execution in the freestyle, as well as another 5 marks, which are artistic marks. And those boil down to rhythm, energy, and elasticity is one of the marks. So looking at how the horse really is moving his body with the music, the harmony between horse and rider. And dressage, of course, is meant to really be about that. And we've seen a big shift in international competition over the last few years, really leaning towards the happy athlete. And that harmony is really quite prominent. Signs of submission in horses will be relaxed eyes, relaxed tail carriage, noting that there's no resistance, such as kicking out, the more obvious ones, bucking, rearing, which would definitely make for a more exciting dressage show, but perhaps not for the rider. The Sandy Night Fever really showing that off. The other marks that you get for your technical marks being choreography, the use of arena and inventiveness. And as you can see, Catherine, a seasoned rider, is really making the most of this arena with really interesting shapes. Riding quarterline to quarterline, which will add to your degree of difficulty mark and calculated risks, really rewarding riders for bold riding. And then the final artistic mark being for music and interpretation of the music, so whether the music choice suited the horse and how the rider interpreted that between the 3 paces that we show in the dressage arena: walk, trot, and canter. So walk being 4-beat, trot being 2-beat, and of course the canter 3-beat movement, and really wanting that all to sync up beautifully to the movement. So actually, Miss Sandy Night Fever's nickname is Jack, and Catherine told me that this is because his groom says that he looks like Jackie Chang. And here we have him winding up to his Material Girl music, with Catherine riding down there with a stylish one-handed finish, adding to her degree of difficulty mark, hopefully. Catherine is one of our Grand Prix riders that we will be seeing over the rest of the show. And Catherine has trained, obviously been fortunate to train with many other trainers over her 32-year riding career so far, but she says currently she is training with the wonderful rider and coach Carsten Peters. Her sister Megan and her are very close. Megan also competes in dressage, and that really does make the Ardmore team quite a dream team, with Mum Fee Halstead leading up that group. Fee herself in her day has been a fantastic showing and dressage judge. And there we have, leaving the arena, the Masandi stud bred Night Fever, owned by Ardmore, usually ridden by Megan Burning, but today instead ridden by her sister Catherine. And we're waiting for the next horse. You can see there at the bottom that we are just having a bit check done. So there's limited tack that is allowed to be used in the dressage arena, as opposed to in show jumping where they're a lot more lenient. In dressage, the emphasis is really on the training and not what you're using to achieve that training. So our gate marshal there is checking that the bit in the horse's mouth is dressage legal. The noseband is not hurting the horse. Heavy emphasis has come onto horse welfare, and quite rightly so over the last few years. It's a wonderful, wonderful evolution to the sport, I believe. And we see next up, walking her way towards the arena, is Mariki Venter, who's a prominent doctor in Gauteng. She is, I think she might be a virologist who is having, I imagine, what is a torrid time in the last year. And she is riding the lovely imported Quinta 116. They are number 128 coming in for their elementary medium freestyle. Now, I'm just mad about this mare. She's a Holsteiner who was originally imported as a show jumping horse by one of our sport's big patrons, Rita Brink. Rita Brink, of course, has her wonderful, wonderful rider and horse in our Grand Prix freestyle, Tamara Hasselberg on Frequence. So they originally imported this horse to be a show jumper, and we see her here with her new owner in a new discipline, which really is the hallmark of a well-bred horse coming into the dressage arena. We have a second result in our elementary medium freestyle for Roxanne Mazzaro on her own back on track sponsored TI stud bred Fabergé. Roxanne, of course, is our elementary medium championship winner from yesterday, I believe. And here are her scores. She's got 5 marks. No, they are just making an adjustment to that. I'll bring back to that shortly. We're waiting here for Mariki and Quinta to go in for their freestyle. So Quinta being an X120 show jumper. And there we see Mariki's hand go up, signaling that she is ready to begin her freestyle. So you can see her going quite like wide there at A to give her a really nice straight entry, hopefully. And she's elected to do beautiful holds, straight and square there at the bottom. Quinta, and this is the nature of horses. Quinta stopping to have a potty break at the beginning of Mariki's dressage test. That is very unfortunate. It will count as a resistance. So this lovely Holsteiner is by Kidam de Reval, a renowned jumping stallion, and on the dam line she has Contendor, so she really is bred for show jumping royalty. And she was actually bred by Joseph Polster in Germany, if I recall correctly. Maruki herself has been riding for about 15 years, and she had a wonderful thoroughbred called Emma Sunshine. Thoroughbreds featured very prominently in the South African equestrian scene, especially while importing horses was both prohibitive and ridiculously expensive. Not to say that it's much more affordable now, but South Africa has an excellent quality of thoroughbred, so they featured heavily in our sport, especially as we were developing. And one of those fantastic thoroughbreds was Maruki's horse Emma's Sunshine, who competed up to advanced, and it says here that they actually won the highest graded thoroughbred in dressage for 2017. I think she did lose that mare last year. And we see Quinta showing us the right shoulder in, dancing to this beautiful music. So the trick of the musical obviously is that you want to really have that music pumping up, and you only need to take a quick look on YouTube. And one of my all-time favorite horses, as I mentioned earlier on, was the exceptional Blue Horse Matinee, performing a cur at the World Equestrian Games a few years ago to Moulin Rouge, and really she just looked like she was absolutely dancing to it. But we've had phenomenal ones at this last Olympic Games, the Spanish riders particularly giving it gears. So the interpretation of music is a massive thing, but you also don't want your horse to react too much to the music and blow, explode, levitate, any of those wonderful adjectives for the slightly hotter results of a sharp horse. And we see the Maruki taking up the reins, and again trying to keep the submission and the relaxation as they go from the extended walk to the medium walk. And you can hear a very different beat for the canter music. Lovely clear change. And this lovely mare going around. Maruki saying that Maruki actually lives in one of Gauteng's equestrian estates at Randkiesfontein. And cross-training is really, really invaluable to dressage horses to keep them, I think, both mentally fresh but also physically strong and well-conditioned. So lots and lots of lovely outrides there. Saw Quinta doing a flying change there, something that comes pretty naturally to many show jumpers, and is often a difficult movement for dressage riders to train. Obviously our requirements in dressage are slightly different to show jumpers. Not only do we want the horses to do a through flying change, which is when the legs change from a left or a right canter to the opposite canter fluidly in one motion in one sequence, but we want it to be on the aid. And when we talk about a horse being on the aid, we refer to the fact that they are ready, waiting, and able to take the rider's next request. Those aids given to the horse, ideally mostly through the seat, but through the legs and the hands as well. Quinta really seamless in those. I asked Maruki earlier on what she thinks is the hardest part of dressage, and she said the negative criticism. And indeed, this is a bit of a masochistic sport because we are constantly fault-finding with ourselves and with one another. But simultaneously, she said the best thing about dressage is getting to dance with such a beautiful mare and building a new partnership. And there we have Maruki and Quinta 116 drawing an end to their SA Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship test. Next up, we're going to have in the arena another Masandi bred horse, Masandi Rockstar, with Jane Kenyon, who is the owner of Change of Tack and is a saddle fitter extraordinaire. But before she comes in, I have another result for you, which I promised you earlier, for Roxanne Mazzaro and her back-on-track sponsored TI stud bred Fabergé. So we have our 5 judges in the freestyle arena today. We have Claire Bales, Justin O'Reilly, Sylvia Bruckner, Susan Human, and Carla Jacobs. They're all sitting at a different marker here, and they've given us each a mark for Roxanne. Our judge at E Here's Claire giving us 71,4. Our judge at H, Justin, is 66,87. Our judge at C, Sylvia Bruckner, giving her a 68. Our judge at M, Susan Human, giving her a 67.22. And the judge at B, Carla Jacobs, rounding that off with a 68,625. That puts Roxy in the lead so far for this class with a 68,43, just ahead of Marina Combrink on the Dageraad bred Ector, who finished her freestyle with 67.45%. Next up here, as I said, we are waiting for another Masandi stud bred horse called Rockstar. Lovely chestnut mare owned by Jane Kenyon, who is a Gauteng rider. Obviously, for the South African Championships, we rotate which province they are held in. This year being held in Gauteng at the wonderful location of Kyalami Park Club. Wonderful venue, great restaurants, super arenas, and this show being run by our auspicious and very strict lady to my right, Angie Meredith, who's giving me a hairy eyeball. Angie, of course, is the owner and brains behind the wonderful Eaton Farm, which is again a popular venue as well as a livery yard, so no one more capable to run a show of this caliber than Angie. Here we have Jane coming in. Jane says this horse is destined to be a freestyle dancer. She says admittedly she is slightly biased because she's gorgeous. And she is a Ramirez Fury who was previously ridden by Anton Mostert. Lovely music here for Jane Kenyon coming in on Masandi Rockstar. Some Mamma Mia to kick that off. Jane herself comes from an eventing background actually, but she did compete her previous event horse Glenfox Jason up to advanced, which I'm sure is what she is hoping to do with this horse, a relatively new ride for hers after 18 months. Performing one of her technical movements there required in the freestyle, shoulder in into a lovely right half pass. Judges looking for certain things there such as clear crossing, rhythm and balance. Into a medium trot, and the joy of a freestyle is that nobody knows what your next movement is going to be. Choreography is left entirely up to the riders, so they can design the test to exactly what specifics will suit their horse best. Oh, sorry, I misread this. This lovely mare is by Ramirez Fury, who was ridden by Anton Mostert, of course. Vicky Mostert's from the Masandi stud. And Vicky Mostert being the breeder. Mostert family, prominent dressage family in South Africa. And Ramirez Fury being a very influential sire. Lovely to still see some of that blood around. And an excited start there to her canter music. Trying to make the most of those artistic marks. Really show off her interpretation of the music as well as the timing of the music. Lovely, clear, simple change there. Again, one of the movements required for elementary medium level. Going into a counter canter, which for those of you who are not dressage fanatics, may look like cantering on the wrong leg, but ideally done on purpose is a suppling and balancing exercise. Jane just asking Rockstar to wait a second there. And obviously Jane, being a saddle fitter, is very involved with horses. And when asked what she likes about dressage, is that she said anyone can do it if they put the work in. And indeed, dressage should be a fundamental basic of any other discipline that we do, whether you call it good flat work, and whether you never want to do it in an arena with 5 judges watching you, let alone a whole bunch of spectators at home critiquing you. It really is a fundamental way of going that'll influence not only how your horse does his job, but I think how sound their body and mind can stay for that job. Rockstar a little tense there in that final halt. Jane's still giving her a great pat as they leave the arena. And I have one more mark for everyone. We have a result for Cuda Insurance's Miss Sandy Night Fever and Catherine Burning riding for her sister. And for those 5 marks, we have from the judge at E, a 69,175. Our judge at H, giving a 70% on the dots. Judge at C, a 66,275, the judge at M, a 63,85, and the judge at B finishing that off with a 71,125 to give Catherine Burning and Night Fever an overall score of 68,85. And I also have another mark for everyone, and that is Quinta 116 with Mariki Fenter. Their judges from E gave them a 68,65. The judge at H, a 64,50. The judge at C, also a 64. The judge at M, 65,60. The judge at B, 68,625. To give Mariki Fenter and Quinta 116 an overall mark of 66,355. So that is still leaving our elementary medium champion, Roxanne Mazzaro and T.I. Fabergé, in the lead with their score of 68,43. And next into the arena, we have Michelle Duplessis-Hay with Vinay Zalvadora T, number 103, coming in to do their elementary medium freestyle championship. This rider from Gauteng. How will she fare? This is also one of our, they're living just down the road at Reba Stables with Barbie Gattenbach, as far as I recall. And I'm quite tickled when I ask people about the breeding of their horse, and they say they think it's by Falco T, but the sire of Dam is not known. It's a 14-year-old Frisian cross, clearly judging that based on his distinctive black color, those fluffy feathers, and the very typical neck set. She says this is just a thoroughly nice person. He's friendly in the paddock and stable, and he has trained the entire yard to give him carrots on demand, which I think as a horse would be a very important skill, far more necessary than half passes and flying changes. Michelle, of course, having also ridden up to advanced before, I'm sure hoping to produce this lovely horse up to that level again. The bell from the judge has gone, and from the moment that the judge rings the bell, you have 60 seconds to enter your arena. So she's getting herself lined up in the appropriate position, and she'll put her hand up, which is the sign that the music can start. Or she will just go in. She's entering at the walk. You can enter at any of the paces you wish. Lovely, cheerful music. And for those of you who have just joined us, we're here today at the South African National Championships. And the Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship is well underway with our second last horse. Yanez Salvadora T and Michelle Duplessis Hay in the arena for Gauteng. Freestyle being judged on a collection of technical marks as well as artistic marks. And I think Michelle's one of our first competitors in the arena today in a double bridle, which is optional from elementary level. See that lovely clear change in the music as the horse moves up to canter, lending itself to extra marks for your artistic score, which is very heavily weighted in the freestyles. So your regular movements giving you a mark out of 10. Your artistic movements all have a coefficient of 4, which means that they are quadrupled and added to your final score. Frisians obviously they made quite an appearance in South African dressage over the last decade. Many noted studs, but most notably I would say would have been an Adelprach stud with Shuri Berger at the helm. Shuri also competing for South Africa at the World Equestrian Games on Arjen a while ago, doing us very proud. And they certainly have become a very popular ride with South African riders. So these tester riders are required to show both a simple change and a flying change on each rein. And I stand at a correction. I'm looking at the freestyle test now as we speak, and out of the technical marks they may do a simple change or a flying change, but they need to show one on each rein. as well as a counter canter on each side, shoulder in the trot, as well as a half pass in the trot each way. Horses also getting scored on the paces that they show, so scored for their collected trot, their medium trot, their medium walk, their extended walk, their collected canter and their medium canter. So riders are really encouraged to use most of the arena and the music to showcase their horse to the best of their ability. So where a grade like elementary medium is valuable for riders trying to climb the ranks of dressage, that gives you options, such as the option to do a simple change or a flying change, which enables more riders in a developing country and a developing sport to actually come up. Now you can see Michelle coming down that final center line for her halt and salute. And that draws an end to Michelle Duplessis-Hay and Janae's Salvadora T and their musical crew for the SA Elementary Medium Freestyle. Next up in the arena, we will be having Sabina Clay on Megan Fix Dante coming into the arena at 10:24, and that will be the last competitor in this class. Dante is, I think, registered with the South African Warm Blood Society as a breeding stallion. He is by Valdez and out of a Voltaire mare. So again, some popular bloodlines coming up there. Sabina herself actually has been a Frisian rider for many of the studs, and here she is competing for this client. This horse being imported as a 3-year-old from Peter Burker's Sport Horse Yard in the Netherlands. So our last competitor has left the arena, and we're waiting for our last riders to come in. We'll have some more scores for you shortly, but so far at this championship, in the lead we have Roxanne Mazzaro on the back on track sponsored T.I. Fabergé. She, of course, being our elementary medium championship winner from yesterday. So that lines her up to be the Victor Ladorum for this show. And lying just behind her is the wonderful Artmore owned Kuda Insurance's Miss Sandy Night Fever, ridden by Catherine Burning. Then we have Dacharat Ektor, owned by wonderful Grand Prix rider Gertie Kusler and the owner of Wait a Little Big 5 Safaris, with Marina Combrink in the saddle. And holding a 4th place so far is Mariki Fenta on the wonderful imported Holsteiner mare Quinta 116. Waiting for the next 2 results to come in ahead of our last rider competing today. Before we move on to the next class in the Peter Mini Arena, which will be the South African Small Tour Freestyle Championship. And we've got a fantastic 14 horses in that class for you today. Small Tour, significantly more difficult and technical than this class, so very exciting to see so many horses in that. And then our last class of the day, which will be beginning at 2:15, will be the Big Tour Freestyle Championship. And there are 11 horses in that class. In the meanwhile, I have the results for the Miss Sandy Studbred Rockstar, and Jane Kenyon. And there, 5 judges giving them the following marks. The judge at E, 62,35. The judge at 8, 61,75. The judge at C, 61,95. The judge at M, 61,675. And the judge at B, 64,5. So all very similar marks there to give her an overall score of 62,375. That is for Jane Kenyon. And now into the arena, we have the stallion Dante, ridden by Sabine Klehe and owned by Megan Fick. This is a 12-year-old KWPN warm blood, Dutch bred. And Megan and Dante won the Horse of the Year Potential Dressage Horse class when he was a 5-year-old in 2014. And I think he then went on and he had a show jumping career, and she jumped him a little bit up the grades, I think. Coming in now, the dramatic entrance with Sabina. So once you compete from elementary, you have to ride all of your classes in sitting trot. And it gives the rider seat a greater opportunity to influence the horse in the movements, but obviously particularly in the trot. And we're currently watching the Dutch bred stallion Dante in this arena for the elementary mediums. Sabina taking him into one of the required movements, which is a left half pass in the trot. And of course, as you move up the grades, your requirements will become greater and stricter. So from medium, you're required to show a half pass in the canter each way as well. So this is a bridging grade between elementary level and the medium level, which allows for the introduction of the half pass as well as flying changes, which can be quite a difficult movement to train correctly. So you don't just want to train a horse to change legs, you want to make sure that they're doing it fluidly, in the rhythm, and on the aid. Some very cool music coming out there. It's always fun when something a bit more vibey makes an appearance. But again, that's my personal opinion, and so much of dressage does boil down to that. Even when you have judges that are pretty much in sync and agree on what they're seeing, the marks can vary slightly and make a big difference to the outcome of class. So I think the best thing, and I say this as a competitor myself, is use dressage shows as an opportunity to grade where you are in your own training. And if you're happy where your horse has been after a show, regardless of the mark or the comments, that's always the ultimate win. Sabina skillfully taking Dante into his extended walk. This is quite a heavily valued movement. There's a coefficient of 2 for this, so they'll get a mark out of 10, and the marks go from a 0, which would mean the movement was not performed at all, right up to a 10 for a very excellent extended walk shown. Bit of a sticky start there into the counter canter. And it's really not a case of just practicing your test over and over until you get it better. Horses are obviously also their own person, and it's all about being a good rider and interpreting how your horse is feeling on the day and making those little tweaks and adjustments. Nice bold medium canter there on the diagonal. Nice Latin music making an appearance here. Giving Dante and Sabina some time to dance together. Dante, this is the highest grade that he has competed in, although Sabina has competed higher. And Megan has given the ride to Sabina with the hopes of producing the stallion a little further in his dressage career. Lovely change there. So again, as we discussed earlier in this grade, your flying changes are optional. You can elect to do a simple change. So it would really be about doing whichever one shows off your horse the best and is most likely to garner him the best mark. Sabina coming down her final center line with Dante. For their halt and salute. And that draws an end to our elementary medium freestyle class. We're waiting for a few more marks to come in to see where our final scores are lying. And here we have Inez Salvadora T and Michelle Duplessis Hay. Their marks are in from the judges. The judge at E giving them a 54,05. The judge at H, 58,875. The judge at C, 56,875. The judge at M, 59,125. The judge at B, 61,25, to give Michelle and Salvadora an overall mark of 58,035. That still leaves our elementary medium champion in the lead for the freestyle, that being Roxanne Mazzaro, and back on track T.I. Fabergé. But will the final mark put them out of that place? We've just seen our last rider go. That was Sabina and Dante. Let's see how those marks are going to change.
When it comes to treating pain and fever, what medicine do you trust to bring relief? My first choice is Dr. Dutoy's Pain Expeller tablets. They contain aspirin, which has been voted as one of the top 100 inventions of all time. For over 100 years, aspirin has effectively expelled moderate pain and treated fever. It stood the test of time, and it stood its ground against pain. Dr. Dutoy's Pain Expeller tablets, your first choice in pain relief at pharmacies countrywide.
And if there's anyone who can truly appreciate the value of a pain expeller, it would be a horse owner, but especially dressage riders. Difficult sport, which makes us so grateful to have iPharma coming on board as the sponsor for not only the SA Dressage Championships, but also the live streaming being held here this lovely, gorgeous week at Kyalami Park Club. Bit of a chilly day today, all the better to ride in, I think, especially in our tailcoats. Coming up next, we're going to have the SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship. Does that lovely Callao Layla take your fancy? Well, you can book a tryout and go and have a sit for yourself until the 15th of October. That, of course, is ahead of the Callao Summer Edition online auction, which will be happening on their website from the 12th to the 16th of October. That wonderful Lissabon mare will be available for you to sit on at those tryouts, available until the 15th of October, of course. Lissabon breeding featuring quite prominently at the show over the weekend, as well as many Callao horses. Could this be the chance for you to get your next champion? Have a look at the Callao website, and don't forget to book your sit with Annette Rousseau via training@callao.com. But of course, visit that website and see what else strikes your fancy. Callao, one of our fantastic generous sponsors here at the show, as well as a breeder of many warm blood sport horses in South Africa. And there we see Western Shop promoting some Prestige goodies. Prestige, one of the very popular international brands with dressage riders, stocked by your purveyor of all things dressage and excellent, Western Shop. Thank you to Western Shop, who is sponsoring us at the South African Dressage Championships, as well as sponsoring the live streaming. Don't forget to log on to their website. Or, if you're like me, it's probably better than visiting their physical shop, because those shops are just fantastic, and I always land up leaving there having spent way more money than I should have. Especially the one up here in Gauteng also has a little coffee bar, which is a really fantastic treat in between horses. So don't forget to have a look for your next Prestige goodie there at westernshop.com, or pop in to one of their physical stores. We really appreciate the support from that team.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African show jumping fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissan will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. Come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White Nissan is located in the Fourways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitenissan.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us, and we would love to put a deal together for you.
And just as Mark White Nissan is driving equestrian sport in South Africa, so can they drive your horse box to your next event. Having a wonderful car is a hallmark of every horse rider, as well as a car that can hold all of your equipment. Visit markwhitenissan.co.za for your next buy. They are fantastic sponsors of the SA South African Dressage Championships, as well as the live streaming. You can visit their website, or Mark himself, find out all about their latest deals, or you can visit one of their dealerships. Pay it forward in South African sports, keep our sponsors coming, and keep your horses on the road, coming to their shows in style. Thank you to markwhitenissan.co.za. Thank you as well to Horsebox Equestrian for supporting this dressage championship. Horsebox Equestrian is a local brand, but they are great stockists of everything from fodder to food, as well as wonderful local and international brands. Horsebox Equestrian are direct importers of a number of esteemed and world-renowned brands, and their range is constantly updated with latest trends. They're also part of the Catbox Pet Hypergroup, and this is a family business with years of experience as one of the leading pet food and supply chain stores in South Africa. They say that adding the Horsebox Equestrian to the group was a natural decision for the Meyer family, as they've always had a great love for horses and the equestrian sport as a whole. And you can find these branches throughout South Africa at Hillcrest, Bloemfontein, as well as the flagship store in Muldersdrift, Johannesburg. Thank you to horseboxequestrian.co.za. Make sure to visit them. Have a look what they have to offer both you and your four-legged companion. And here we also have capitalstud.com. Another fantastic breeder of warm-blood sport horses in South Africa. Capital Stud is running their hybrid auction coming up soon, where you will be able to see and try out your next future dressage or jumping superstar from the 18th to the 20th November. You can see what they have in store for you. Bloodlines-wise, it is truly an exceptional offering at www.capitalstud.com. Home of warm blood champions, and now available to riders around South Africa. Rise of Digital has truly made this so much easier. What an absolute pleasure to be sponsored by such leading studs. We have a final result for you in the individual adult elementary medium freestyle championship. We have a result for Sabina Clarehe on Megan Fix Stallion Dante, our last competitor in the class. They have the marks from their 5 judges. At E from Claire Bales, a 68,85. At H from Justin O'Reilly, 66,125. The judge at C, Sylvia Bruckner, giving them a 66,1. The judge at M, Susan Human, a 65,55%. And finally, our judge at B, Carla Jacobs, giving Sabina and Dante 70,75% to give them an overall score of 67,475. Not quite good enough to pip our leader off of her throne this week, the wonderful Roxanne Mazzaro, and the elementary medium champion of yesterday. Back on tracks T.I. Fabergé, winning that class on an overall score of 68,33%. And the runner-up, riding Sister Megan Burning's horse, we have Catherine Burning on the Artmore-owned Cuda Insurance's Missandi Night Fever, with a score so close to Roxanne, but not good enough, 68,8085, giving them a second place in that elementary medium freestyle championship. Well done to Roxanne and Catherine, 2 very experienced riders. Roxanne, of course, also one of our top event riders and a very accomplished show jumper. Kath being one of our Grand Prix riders, as well as she has had international experience for sure. Never mind 30 years in the saddle. But past that, we're looking ahead now to our next class in the Peter Mini Arena here today at Kailami Park. which will be kicking off at 11:15, and that's the South African Small Tour Freestyle Championship. We have 14 horses in that arena. Really exciting to see. We have Callao for sure, one of our sponsors for this show, of course, Callao Stud, and Ingeborg Sanne, who was in here earlier on for an interview, our South African chef to keep for the Olympic equestrian team. Next up will be iFarmer Uber Alles. iFarmer, of course, also the headline sponsor of this championship show. Their horse, ridden by Trudy Cumberland in second. Third, hailing from KwaZulu-Natal, Prudence Rogers, riding Gert van Smitsvlei. Fourth in will be Marissa Setnich on the imported Burberry. Fifth, Genevieve McNeil, travelling all the way from KwaZulu-Natal with her Arco 360 sponsored horse Pirata de Suseta. I'm just going to have to confirm the pronunciation of that horse's name. Then seventh in, we'll have another Callao horse, Socrates, with Andrea Harrison. Eighth, Kenzo, owned by Tourouge Equestrian Centre and ridden by Annika Steinerbrunner. Then Karen Bomer on Nostradamus, followed by a third Callao horse in this class, Callao Gabriella, ridden by Eleni Konstas. Then Brandenburg, another big stud, historically in South Africa, Brandenburg Lancelot and Alexandra Butcher. The imported Zinfandel JN, coming from KwaZulu-Natal with rider Natasha Brown. Callao Ronaldo, travelling all the way from Western Cape with Unlay Hartley. And finally in that class, San Rouge and Natasha Rothman from KwaZulu-Natal. That class kicking off at 11:15, the Small Tour Freestyle Championship.
results so far for the day in class 12D SA Grade 3 Para Equestrian Freestyle Championship. In first place we had bridle number 197, Galaxy and Artillery. In class 10D SA Grade 1 Para Equestrian Freestyle Championship. In first place we had bridle number 42, Sultan Owner, driven by Charlie Watts. Results for our class number 6D SA Elementary Medium Freestyle Championship. In first place on a score of 68.33, we had bridle number 91, Back on Track T.I. Fabergé, owned and ridden by Roxanne Massaro. And in second place we had bridle number 116 with a score of 68.085. It was Huda Insurance's Masandi Night Fever, ridden by Catherine Burning, owned by Ardmore. Well done to those competitors.
And here we have the results for you for the individual adult elementary medium freestyle championships here at the South African Dressage Championships at Kyalami Park Club. Our official result in first place, our elementary medium champion from yesterday, Roxanne Mazzaro, and Back on Track's T.I. Fabergé with a wonderful 68.43%. Hot on her heels, but just not close enough today, KZN rider Catherine Burning, riding Ardmore's Kuda Insurance's Masandi Night Fever, getting a great 68.08%. Next up, Marina Combrink on Gertie Kusler's Dacharat Ektor, 67.50. Sabina Klehe on the lovely KWPN Stallion Dante, 67.47%. Mariki Fenter, hailing from Reinkiesfontein on the imported mare Quinta 116, getting a 66.35. And Jane Kenyon, change of tack, super saddle fitter on the Masandi Studs Rockstar. Finally, with a 62.37% in this elementary medium freestyle, our first class of the day. We now have a short break before we move on to our freestyle championship, and in that break, I'm going to be speaking to Britt Madgett from Capital Stud, who's travelled up from KZN to come and speak to us here today. Hi, Britt, how are you?
Hi,
it's nice
Georgie,
to see you
and
again. Good, thanks.
In a long time.
Sorry, Britt's a little concerned about being here on the live streaming. Thank you for coming to join us. Are you here watching your horse compete?
Yes, we've got two horses
Okay.
at the show. We've joined forces with the Burning Girls.
Lovely.
So Catherine's been riding Fitch for me, my stallion.
Your stallion.
I should be riding myself, but I just don't like doing tests. So I thought it would be better for her
anyone
to do
better
it.
in the saddle than one of the Burning Girls?
Yes, exactly. So
And how is Fitch bred?
So he's uphill Don Premier. He was bought on a foal auction in Holland many years ago.
Fantastic.
And yeah, so we've bred a few foals from him, but
Great.
it's mainly just a riding horse now.
Oh, that's
'Cause
lovely.
It's better to use frozen semen. You
Well,
know,
I think you've got so
imported,
many.
if we can
You've
get
got
it.
so many options nowadays with the frozen semen. It's really opened up the breeding in South Africa, right?
Well, not really, because we have a huge problem getting it in here because
true.
of our government. So that's a huge obstacle.
Okay.
But yeah, we try as best as we can.
So I believe that now Capital Stud, which obviously is a massive show jumping stud, is going to be looking towards breeding, thanks to your influence, more dressage horses in the future.
Yes, so it's quite exciting because I've always done it on small scale, and now we're going to be able to have a few more foals every year. Like this year we had 7 foals.
Fantastic.
And we now got 13 mares. So the last 2 years we've imported about 6-7 mares now.
That's fantastic. Really
to try
exciting.
to try and improve the blood, and also to, bring in pregnant mares because we can't get the semen here.
Yes.
So It's quite exciting.
And your stud, I believe, has moved down to KZN now.
Yes, we moved down to Summerhill Stud a year
That's
and a half
fantastic.
ago.
Wonderful.
So no more horse sickness for
Okay.
us. So
Yeah.
that's like amazing.
Massive win, especially with breeding.
Yeah, no, it's tragic. when
So if
you lose-
anyone wants to come visit you, they can visit you at Hertford House.
Absolutely. We've had lots and lots of people already, and we can never go anywhere because Henning says, no, someone's coming, can't go anywhere. So yeah, no, it's great. It's good fun.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So yeah, it can get a bit lonely down there, so it's quite nice to have the hotel and have
I'm
lots
sure.
of visitors. 'cause
So has
it
the
is-
whole of Capital Stud moved down there?
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
fantastic.
except from all the working horses that are on the
Okay.
auction are still up in Skierpoort.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, so the plan is that this year we don't have any dressage horses on, but from next year we will have about...
And is this on your
between-
auction?
On the auction.
Yes,
There
okay.
should be, we're working towards having about 5-6 horses on every year.
That's wonderful.
So, yeah, let's hope people come buy them.
Fantastic.
That's the
So
whole
if
point.
people want to look at the offerings from Capital Stud, they can visit your website at www.capitalstud.com. And when is your hybrid auction?
So it's the third weekend in November,
So that's the
18th
18th.
to the 20th of November.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So people can come in person and bid online? or-
Yes, at the moment it's supposed to be both on.
Okay.
We don't know yet
Okay.
what will be allowed, but we wanted to have a full-on live auction.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and join it with the online.
And how many lots do you have on that auction? Out of interest.
I
No.
think it's about 40, but I'm not
That's
quite sure.
fantastic.
I don't think the numbers are finalized.
And
just yet.
and you said you'll start introducing dressage bred horses from next year.
Yes, we
Okay.
will. So we've got some new exciting bloodlines, like the mare we've got here, had here this week, First Lady. She won both the qualifiers
Yes,
in the novice
with Carstens.
with Carsten Peters, who've only sat on her once. He arrived here on Saturday.
Good
Because
grief.
Megan couldn't make it. She had problems at home
Oh,
in
wow.
the business, and so Carsten took over and did very well on her.
That's wonderful.
So-
Speaks also to great temperament in the horse.
Yeah, look, she's a little bit sensitive, so he did very well to
That's
win
wonderful.
those qualifiers. So it didn't go so well in the champs yesterday, but that's
Such
life.
as horses.
Yeah,
It's a bit of
first
a
time in her
difficult one.
novice. She's never done novice before.
Okay.
So she's just moved up from
That's
prelim.
wonderful.
So she's by a blue horse first choice, and we bought her as a foal on the Danish Elite auction.
Oh, that's
Danish
wonderful.
Warm Blood Elite auction 5 years ago. And so we've had one foal from her, so we flush her. She comes home
Okay.
in December
Oh,
and
fantastic.
gets flushed, and then she goes back.
So that
to the
allows you,
burnings.
obviously, for people who aren't super familiar with breeding, to keep your horse in work while
Yes.
you implant that embryo into a surrogate mare.
Yes, so that's the
That's
plan,
fantastic.
that the burning girls are going to try and compete them for us and bring them
That's
out there in
wonderful.
the ring. And, they can maybe alternate a little bit.
And Britt, I know you are super passionate about good quality mares, which is a massive thing, whereas historically you used to focus a lot on stallions.
Yeah, I always say the mare is 70%. So you can't just be...
Are you saying that because you're also a mother? Is that...
No, it's because my parents were breeders in Denmark, and I've been brought up with breeding both dogs and horses and humans and everything else. And so the outline I always feel is the mare. You can't have a very average mare and put a top stallion on. You're not going to get a copy of the top stallion. You're going to get
Exactly.
70% of the mother. So you have to have good stock.
That's Britt Matchett from Capital Stud leading us into this, our first rider for the Small Tour Freestyle Championship, Ingeborg Sanne on Callahove for sure. Ingeborg, of course, our chef to keep for the South African Olympic team. She was in here earlier on to chat with us. Our first rider in this Small Tour Freestyle Championship. And they have 15 technical marks that they have to produce. A super bold start there, going straight into the tempi changes with For Sure. And Britt, what is your hope for Fitch from a dressage perspective?
Well, I've had 2 children in the last 6 years, so hasn't been doing the work he's been supposed to be doing, and he's 10 now. So, Catherine says she's going to take him to Grand Prix, so we'll see.
Lovely, I look forward to seeing that.
We'll
lovely
give it a
stallion.
go. Yeah.
This horse For Sure by the imported stallion For Joy. Ingeborg was speaking about him earlier on and discussing that she actually did not buy him from the auction herself, but from another owner. And producing a horse and rider to this level is obviously incredibly intense and depends on a lot of factors. Soundness, temperament, ability, and of course it is an expensive pastime, right, Britt?
Oh, terribly. I get frightened when I look in the camp and see how many horses are in one camp. I was like, oh God, what does this cost every month? Don't even try and add it up because you'll be depressed. So yeah, but once you're in it, it's like,
What do
it's a
you
little
like?
bit of a disease, hey?
What do you like about dressage? What is your...
I don't know. I think I just grew up with it, and it's kind of in your bones. It's in your soul. So if you're without it for a while, it's like there's a piece missing. I don't know. I can't describe it. It's a passion that normally all of us start as show jumpers as kids. I think
It is more fun.
it's more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can see if you get over the pole or not.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
not somebody else's opinion. So
I was saying the subjectivity in dressage is hard, but I think the biggest thing is using the shows more as an indicator of your own personal progression and not hanging too much on the marks, really. And
yes, yeah, we were just discussing that last night. We're always panicking when we go into the championships, where we should just ride as we always do at home, and things would have actually been better.
Yes.
Try and change something the last minute to try and improve on something ain't gonna work. So
I really think that is the training should be the show should be a continuation of your training.
yes, and you should just enjoy it and relax and
Produce a happy athlete.
It's more easier said than done.
Oh, it's lovely to be a sideline rider,
Yes,
right?
that's why I'd rather have Catherine. Put Catherine on my horse. I'll sit and watch.
It's mine. Bring me my wine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this horse has actually competed at medium tour, but as Ingeborg was telling us earlier on in her interview, she only returned from the Tokyo Olympics 2 weeks ago. She had quite a few athletes there. Besides Tanya Seymour in the dressage, she had Victoria Scott for the eventing, as well as 2 Paralympians. So she decided to back off the pressure, as we were just talking about, for this show, and put him back down to small tour. Inga herself said that she thinks the hardest thing about dressage is that it's very technical and intense, and understanding also as you're an athlete as well as your horse, which I think is, there really are very few sports where there are 2 athletes so interconnected.
Yeah.
But yes, the best thing is when it all comes together.
That's it, those few seconds where it just feels like amazing.
Real masochists.
You want those
Yeah.
moments back
Yeah.
all the time, and that's what drives us.
Yeah, years of torture for a few seconds of glory.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of tears
Yeah.
and sweat
And millions of
dust.
rands. It's magical. What a great exchange.
We're supposed to advertise the sport.
No, it really is worth it. That's the horrifying thing.
I know.
Is in those few seconds when everything is fantastic, it really is worth it.
Yeah.
And anyone who's had it knows that.
Yes.
Those non-horsey people who are tuning in today, we've already had 600 logins, which is great for dressage, especially as this is our first live streaming event. It's all very easy to look at dressage and think that the riders aren't doing anything. That tells you 2 things. One, that they're doing a lot, but B, that they're doing a great job of doing it, that you think it looks effortless. Here we have Ingeborg, Sanna, and Callagher Fusher wrapping up their small tour freestyle. I have to resist the urge to clap. I get very into
Yes.
the freestyles. It's very moving. That was lovely. And Inga riding for Gauteng. Inga says this horse is very sensitive and quirky. She said she thinks he might have ADD, but I think she is also describing vast majority of dressage horses. We obviously want a lot of that expression in dressage horses, and you do want that positive tension, that they really are elastic, but the trick is to reproduce that in the arena without the explosion, hopefully.
Yeah, and that is a tricky one. We were just talking about temperaments on all these new young horses that are coming from Europe that riders here are not really prepared for. You know, it's difficult to ride those professional rides like horses that are by Jazz. A lot of those Dutch horses are very hot and tense, and our riders here are not used to that. So that's one thing we've got to think of when we're breeding as well. The temperament is half of it. You've got to really, you know, try and make sure you don't match a hot stallion with a hot mare. That's just going to send it through the roof. So
I stand, and there we have Inga having her bits checked by our arena steward, as we discussed earlier on. There are quite stringent rules around what is allowed for dressage. The emphasis really being on the well-being of the horse, but more on the training, that you aren't using artificial aids to exact the means that you to exact the outcome from your horse. That it all comes down to good training, which brings me back to your point, Britt, where I think the temperament is so important. And I think historically in German breeding, for sure, there was a heavy emphasis on temperament over Dutch horses. We were discussing the significant differences where Dutch breeders historically were looking for more movement and sometimes sacrificing the temperament, which leads breeders such as yourself to have to make a very difficult decision about what you put where.
yeah, well, it's a very difficult thing because you don't want them too lazy, because if you want a horse to go to Grand Prix, you've got to be able to press that button and get that expression, you know, and not have to sit and kick and whip and, you know, to get something out of your horse. You want a self-going horse, but that you can control, and it's a very fine line.
Having a horse, a partner that enjoys its work, but maybe not as a racehorse.
Yes.
Behaves itself, stays in the arena.
Yeah.
Inga and I were sympathizing earlier on and saying that can be slightly tricky from time to time. Next up in the arena, we are waiting for one of our headline sponsors' horses to come in. iFarmer has their horse Über Alles, ridden by Trudy Cumberland, coming in. That will be at 11:25. And what bloodlines are you, for our more fanatical watchers, what bloodlines are you looking towards over the next few years? Obviously, breeding is a long-term project, so no sooner do we fall in love with a bloodline than something new has arrived.
Yes, that's true. But I've always wanted to get some Donoghue blood in, because we didn't have a lot of that in the past in South Africa. So.
And why specifically Donoghue, if you can?
Well, because we're just basically copying what goes on in Europe, you know. But I do believe they've got very good temperaments. But it's not direct Donoghue. It'll be, we've got a mare by Don Schufro, De Niro, Sir Donoghue. They all go back a couple of generations back to Donoghue. So we've kind of secured that. We've got a Fürstenbull mare, one by Sessoan, huge big black thing, which I'm going to put Catherine on when we get home next week. It's just been backed. It's a complete loony bin, it's a nickname.
I'm sure Catherine's looking forward to that.
No, she is, because she's going to have a hell of a lot of expression there. Yeah, and we've imported a few. What's exciting for me was that we've got 3 little fillies by a stallion called Jovian that Jovian just won the 7-year-old championship in Verden. And
so you must have
there was one Jovian filly 2 weeks ago. It was a Danish warmblood elite foal auction. The top price on that auction, there was one Jovian filly, was sold for 72,000 euros. I mean, this is a foal at foot.
That is fantastic.
5 months old. So I thought, we've got 3 of those out
Wonderful.
there. So let's hope they're going to be as good. So that, we should have in a few years' time. You shouldn't need to go to Europe to buy your horses anymore. They will be here. So
absolutely, that really is.
We need to bring them out into the ring so that you can see them. So that's why we got teamed up with the Burning Girls. So let's hope it works.
That really is exciting.
Yeah.
I think obviously having the horsepower underneath us is definitely an essential element. And then also we're seeing exciting developments in training in South Africa, and I think we really are bringing more international trainers out, also uplifting the state of coaching in South Africa, so that hopefully from the base level we start to develop grassroots riders right up to the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
But now we have our next horse into the Small Tour Freestyle Championship, and this is Trudy Marsland on the iFarmer sponsored Über Alles, owned by iFarmer's Wiz, which is Natalie Heim, riding for Gauteng. Do you like Freestyle's Brit?
No, I think that's absolutely the cream of the
It is.
the dressage. The lower classes can sometimes
That
be
helps.
a little bit boring for spectators to come and watch. So I think the curs are great to try and
Have you had a
advertise our
favorite
sport
cur
a
that
bit.
you watched at the Olympics?
No, I didn't watch much this year. I don't know. I just didn't get round to it. There was too
Also-
much to do.
Well,
It's
besides
like-
breeding children
then
and
I couldn't-
horses, it's,
I can't figure out the technical part of it. Like, where do I watch? What channel? Oh no, you have to be a member of something in Europe. I said, no, I can't cope with that.
I'm sure you'll
Yeah,
you'll
so
find
I-
plenty of it on Facebook over the next few months.
Yeah,
Keeps coming out.
yeah. So no, but getting back to the stallions, we've also got a few Revolutions and Secret. I love that big horse, Secret.
Lovely.
It's just this one, a German horse.
Lovely.
Yeah, he's really producing.
And what
some
do you
nice
really look
babies.
for in your stallions that you're choosing?
So I think you've got to differentiate between a stallion and a competition horse.
Very well said.
Because to me, as a breeding stallion has to be big. Like, I mean, you look at my horse Fitch, I'm just using him as an example. He's very big, probably too big in many people's eyes, but he has more to give away from. A big horse like that has more to give away from to improve on the foals as opposed to, because you're never going to just get a copy of themselves. You need to have a bigger shoulder, a bigger movement, to improve on the mares,
Yes.
So I
Absolutely.
would never use a 16-hand stallion on my 16-hand mare.
Yeah.
You need to go big. That's my opinion, my personal opinion. And Secret is like that.
Lovely.
Revolution is like that. Big frames, big
Lovely.
paces. That will improve on your mares.
Especially, I think, with what we've currently got.
Yes,
For the
absolutely.
from
Yeah.
a mare perspective.
Yeah.
You can see Trudy going into her next movement. As we discussed earlier on, these horses obviously have a set amount of technical movements which they need to produce in this test. And in this small tour test, we see that there are a couple of very heavily weighted movements. There's the extended walk, which gets doubled up. Whatever mark you get for that is a ×2, as well as the half pass right in trot, the half pass left in trot, as well as the single canter pirouette right and the single canter pirouette left. Pirouettes, of course, really displaying the horse's ability to sit, which is imperative for them to progress from here up to the grades, collection being at the top of the training scale for dressage horses.
I just watched her walk there now. The sad thing, a lot of once they get to the top levels, they often lose their walk. And it was, I don't know what this horse's walk was from the beginning, but it's the difficult part. It might think it's a walking break but it's actually a difficult move
It's a difficult
in these higher
movement.
classes, because the horses, when they get to that level, they're so muscled and so tight, because we keep collecting them. So to now ask them to free, open walk is not an easy task, to keep the walk in your all the years of your training program.
You can see there Trudy doing her 2-time tempi changes. So the judges will be watching that there are exactly 2 strides between each flying change there, and that she produces a set amount. Here it is, required flying changes every second stride, minimum of 5 times consecutively. So of course, training at home very different, where you can always put the emphasis on quality, and it shows you have to produce the quality, but obviously at a set time, immediately through the progression of your test. Lovely on the music there, as we discussed earlier on, adding to the artistic marks. Yeah, Trudy going into 3-time tempi changes.
Oops.
Not an easy movement to do on a loop. Obviously, she's thrown that in there to add to the difficulty of execution for that movement. Really is lovely to see a lot of horses in the small tour class, though, and to see that we've got so many competitors in the big tour.
I mean, if you compare now what goes on here now today to 10 years ago, it's
Astonishing.
so
No, we would have had one Grand Prix horse.
Yeah,
really.
it's so amazing to watch. So
Really is thanks to sponsors that have come on board, such as yourself. and that are helping to develop the sport not only with the bloodline, but actually with... Oh dear, Trudy ran out of a bit of arena there.
She always
Having a
takes
laugh.
it in a good stride, this lady.
And there we have Trudy Cumberland and the iFarmer Uber Alice. This is a 13-year-old South African warm blood and really typical of South African warm blood breeding. He's by Uber Carber out of a Land Earl mare. Trudy says she's been riding this horse for 3 years, and she does say that one of the things she likes most about him is his sense of humor. She says he will happily pop her off if he's feeling playful. And he's owned, obviously, by Natalie Heim. And she says his nickname is Valley or Valley Pop because he was actually born on Valentine's Day, which is a nice little bit of trivia from this Grand Prix rider. And I have a result for our first rider, which was Ingeborg Sanne on the Callahoo stud bred for sure. And we have marks from 5 judges. We have 5 judges here, of course, at E, B, H, M, and C. Our judge at E, Claire Bales, giving her a 63,75. Our judge at H, Sylvia Bruckner, giving her a 63,875. Very close there. Our judge at C, Sue Horn, giving her a 66,325. Our judge at M, Susan Human, giving her a 68,15. And our judge at B, Carla Jacobs, giving her a 68%. That gives Ingeborg and Callahoo for sure an overall score of 66,020. Our first horse today in the individual adult small tour freestyle championship. We've just seen the second horse go, which was number 239, iFarmer Uber Alice. And we are now waiting for the very handsome Gert van Smitsvlei. He is a Frisian stallion ridden by Prudence Rogers from KZN. And they will be coming into the arena for 11:42. It's quite a thing for riders warming up. And we can see we're a little bit ahead of time now. But if riders have time, they warm up. They seldom want to come into the arena any earlier than scheduled because they want to make the most of that warm-up time. But on the odd occasion, you might find that he's feeling good and fresh, and she wants to take advantage of that and present him in the scap. Are you a Frisian fan, Britt?
Do you know, I've never written one.
Oh, really?
So I shouldn't actually comment. but I was actually thinking yesterday, as a judge, it must be very, I'm not a judge, but I'm saying it must be very difficult to judge them because they're so different in their build, in their shape, compared to the warm bloods. So I actually don't know how these poor judges judge these two
must be
horses
difficult.
because the horse functions differently over the back. I always feel like they look like they're not connected back to front, through the back, like bow and arrow type thing. So I don't know, but they seem very popular and they're doing very well. But I've never ridden one, so I can't tell you the difference. Have you?
I have ridden the odd Frisian, but I must say, I suppose there's also, just like there are warm bloods and warm bloods, there are Frisians and Frisians.
Yeah.
And obviously, if we see someone like Sheree Berger with her wonderful Arjen, who represented South Africa at WEG quite a few years ago now, you know, the whole biomechanics and whatever of a horse like that is, while typically Frisian, was definitely leaning towards, more warm blood production.
No,
So-
I saw an amazing looking horse yesterday, and apparently I asked the owner, I said, what is this? And he says, no, they bought it in Holland, and it was half Frisian, half warm blood.
Oh.
So I said, sure, that had so much expression. So
Adelbruch-
very interesting.
has,
That's
I
something
think,
new for me.
Also moved away from the pure Frisian blood, and they are doing quite a lot of those crosses.
Okay.
So they're doing quite a lot of Boerpad, obviously, which is endemic to South Africa. Boerpad Frisian crosses, as well as Frisian warm bloods. So it'll be interesting to see kind of
Yeah.
what that produces. If it
Yes.
gives us the rideability and the hotness perhaps of the Frisian, along with the biomechanic magic of the warm bloods.
Because they were originally bred as carriage horses, so they come out with a lot of expression, and obviously the black colour is beautiful. So, yeah.
And
there
here
we
we
go.
have Prudence and Gert van Smitsvlei. Prudence used to be a Gauteng-based rider, and she's now moved to KZN. And I believe she actually represented the KZN Open team with this horse this year. KZN team finishing second to Gauteng. I'm sorry, Brits, I know that you have now defected to KZN, so
No,
you're
you're
no
not.
longer you're no longer on the Gauteng winning team, unfortunately. But it's
Sorry
okay.
about
It's
that.
okay. We forgive you. I think you'll always be Joburg Gull at heart.
Yeah, I think so. When I drive towards Joburg, I said, yay, civilization.
So Prue says that this horse is registered with the FPS in Holland and with the FPSSA, which is obviously the Frisian stud book in South Africa. And I would love to try and produce this this breeding for the Frisian enthusiasts around us. His sire is stud book stallion Reinhout van Homa Sport, and his dam line is Dorian van Smitsvlei. He's an 11-year-old stallion, has been backed and trained by Freestyle Frisian Stud since 2015, and he is now owned by Robert Fryer. Prue has been working with this horse since January this year, and she says he has a phenomenal temperament and is a true gentleman to work with. Quite a dramatic entrance there. And to your point, I think the subjectivity of dressage becomes harder if you're judging a breed that you love or are not familiar with. It becomes a lot harder to...
Yes, I mean, I would hate to be put in that position because I think it's got to be very
I think even
difficult.
more reason why owners and riders need to take all results with a pinch of salt. If you're happy with your horse on the day, that is obviously the ultimate win.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Very lovely dramatic music. Prue, of course, is classically trained. She rode at the South African Lipizzaners, which were based here at Kyalami Park for many, many years. They've moved down pretty recently to Mystico Equestrian Centre in the Paarl Winelands in Western Cape, which was a strategic move from a tourism perspective, I believe, because they thought they would get more tourists down there visiting that iconic part of South African heritage. Gert van Smitsvlei producing two of his heavily weighted technical movements there, the half pass left and the half pass right, each for a mark of 20. So half pass in the higher levels becomes a very, very predominant movement with the zigzags and the trot, showing real expression and balance in horses. You should see Prue using her experience to show a lovely change there from the collected walk to the extended walk. You can see a real change in the horse's frame, and again suited to the music, so really making sure the music suits both the horse as well as his actual paces. He actually rode that really beautifully. Hard for us to say as we're sitting here, not at the judge's eye level.
No, but it looked relaxed and it was striding out, I think, is best
Very
as
nice.
it could. So
Moving into the canter pirouette, another double mark in this freestyle. Prue has actually represented KwaZulu-Natal over the last few years. She represented them in 2018 for novice, 2019 in elementary, and now in 2021 for the open team, all on different horses. But I believe she's currently actually competing at Lipizzana as well as this Frisian. And lovely, boldly ridden canter there into her pirouette. It's quite a hard movement to reproduce. from an
as
extended
good as the
canter
first
into
one.
the pirouette. So moving from really pushing there in the extended canter to the collection of the pirouette. So again, she's obviously trying to really embrace that level of difficulty mark, which is heavily weighted. They get a mark out of 40 for that. And as we were discussing, the zigzag being a flagship movement of Big Tour, Prue showing off a bit of it there, and here into her tempi changes. It's a very hard movement to reproduce with some errors there, and then on the technical score, obviously every time that there is an error, the judges will have to deduct marks from her score out of 10 for those flying changes. Lovely medium trot. I really do like her interpretation of music. I think she's been quite spot on with her markers.
Yeah.
And Ingeborg discussed earlier on, you really need to know your music quite well so that you don't land up with either a movement in hand or running out of music. I ran out of music once. I think I had my butt to the judge at C and the music just stopped. And I had to, in a medium test. It was quite memorable. You see her Prue winding that up with a lovely zigzag and a fantastic salute in front of her judge at C.
Oh, she
With
looks very
the
pleased.
Very handsome Gert van Smitsvlei, hailing from KZN today in the Small Tour Freestyle Championship. I have another result for everyone. Our previous rider, the iFarmer sponsored Uber Alles, a locally bred warm blood, with Grand Prix rider Trudy Marsland in the saddle. Our judge at E, giving them a 63.2%. Our judge at H, 62.250. Judge at C, 63.425. Judge at M, 64.950. And our judge at B, 65.125, leaving Trudy and iFarmer Uber Alles on an overall score of 63.790. Of course, it's always interesting to see the breakdown of the technical versus the artistic marks in the freestyles. We see Prue going now again for the tack check with our arena steward before she's allowed to leave. And then we will be waiting to see our next horse in the arena, the lovely, wonderful imported Burberry with young Marissa Setonich in the saddle. They will be in the arena at 11:51 to be our fourth rider in this class. Later. I'm just going to thank you. Britt? He wants to punt. Sitting here with me in the announcer's box today, doing the live streaming for this, the SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship, we have Britt Matchett from Capital Stud. Britt, thank you so much for coming and spending some time with us today. We believe you're getting ready for your Capital Stud auction at the end of November.
Yes, there's all this hoo-ha going on, videos and riders getting into shape, and and it's very exciting because Henning says that it's the best lot I think so far being offered.
Oh, that's fantastic.
He says the amount, the quality on a wider. He says there's about 15 or 20 of them that are absolutely tops.
Oh, that's so exciting
so the
to hear.
cream is thicker.
Yeah, that's
this
lovely.
year,
Well, I
apparently.
really look forward to seeing that.
Well,
Can we
it's-
see all of your lots on your Studs website?
Yes, I'm not sure if it's up yet, but
Okay.
otherwise it will be very soon. They're working full time on it.
Fantastic. Thank you
Getting
so
ready.
much for coming to speak to us today and keeping me company through this. It's invaluable to have your input and your eyes here. And
Thank
I
you
look
for
forward to
having me.
seeing your horses in the arena.
Me too.
Thank you so much, Britt.
Georgie.
Thanks. Bye. That's Britt Matchett leaving us here today after visiting us ahead of Capital Stud's auction. Capital Stud, kind sponsors of the live streaming and the South African Dressage Championships here at Kailami Park. Next in the arena, Marissa Setnich and the wonderful imported Burberry beginning their freestyle here. Isn't that gorgeous? Some Elvis to kick things off. This is a 10-year-old gelding who is by Bordeaux out of a Floristan 1 mare. Love me a bit of Elvis. Great starts. Marissa's had this horse for, I think, about 4.5 years. She said they bought him as a 5.5-year-old novice horse, fresh off the farm in Germany. She, of course, trains with renowned South African dressage fundi, Natalie Hobday. Moving into one of her technical movements there. Half pass, and again producing it as a bit of a zigzag, looking towards those medium tour tests. Marissa says his nickname used to be Hippo, but he's no longer a hippo, so he is now called Mr. B or Burbs. Marissa herself obviously has been riding for many, many years, probably about 20 years, even though she doesn't look old enough to have been doing that. She's also quite an accomplished scholar, as far as I can recall. Here producing the goods on this wonderful Prix St. George horse, having produced him herself, which is no mean feat, and she says her definite aspiration is to continue producing him all the way up to Grand Prix. Wonderful half pass into a change, and I'm sure another one coming up ahead of us here. A little bit of tension there. And this really is the trick, is producing expression without losing the harmony that you've worked so hard to create with your horse. Lovely changes there, the tempies on the court, on the diagonal. So you can hear that clear change between the music styles for the different paces. I asked Marissa what the hardest thing was about dressage, and she said it's striving to perfect every movement, and I really think it is such a tough sport, because anytime that you're not getting 100%, which is never, there's always that room for improvement, which is great at creating humility, whether you want it or not, and that really is the name of the game. Moving from her left shoulder into her right shoulder in on the center line, going towards her judge at C. You can see Marissa obviously knows her music really well and exactly where it's meant to be in the arena. Producing her canter pirouette, heavily weighted in this class for a double coefficient. And getting a poor mark for one of those could really dramatically alter the outcome of an entire class. Oh, lovely bold extended canter there. Some more tempies there, her two-time tempies. having to produce a minimum of 5 here. Beautifully done. Judge at sea obviously just wanting to see a horse on 2 tracks, so basically. What a good boy. That's Burbs, Mr. B, and Marissa Setnich in the saddle. And Marissa says the best thing about dressage is dancing with your best friend. I have another result for you from our previous rider. The KwaZulu-Natal Open team member, Prue Rogers, on the gorgeous Frisian stallion Gert van Smitsvlei. Their mark from the judge at E, Claire Bales, 72,375. Fantastic. The judge at H, Sylvia Bruckner, giving them 66,75. The judge at C, Sue Horn, 70,40. The judge at M, Susan Human, 70,25. And finally, our judge at B, Carla Jacobs, 66,625, giving Prue and Gert a score of 69,28, and that is enough to put them into the lead so far of this individual adult small tour freestyle championship. We see Marissa Setnich there, having her tack checked at the gate, while we wait for our next rider in the arena. Next up, Genevieve McNeil from KwaZulu-Natal, riding the Arco 360, sponsored Pirata de Susata. Sorry, can I order some food now?
When it comes to treating pain and fever, what medicine do you trust to bring relief? My first choice is Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller tablets. They contain aspirin, which has been voted as one of the top 100 inventions of all time. For over 100 years, aspirin has effectively expelled moderate pain and treated fever. It stood the test of time, and it stood its ground against pain. Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller tablets, your first choice in pain relief at pharmacies countrywide.
And a big thank you again to our headline sponsor of this show. That's iPharma. They've been tremendous in coming on board. Big thank you to iPharma. They've been fantastic coming on board, sponsoring this South African Dressage Championships. Thank you to them and their pain expeller, because if anyone knows the value of expelling pain, it must surely be horse riders, especially horse owners, and especially dressage riders. Maybe we should have those waiting at the wailing wall where everyone is getting their results. Get your 60% and a Disprin to take away the pain. Thank you to iPharma. You can visit their website at www.ipharma.co.za. And there we see another great offering from our local purveyors of traders of fine saddlery and equestrian supplies, Western Shop, stocking luxury high-end brands like the Veritas boots. Thank you to Western Shop for sponsoring this show and our first attempt at live streaming for Dressage in South Africa. How exciting. That's Western Shop at www.westernshop.com. But you can also go and visit any one of their fantastic stores around South Africa, have a coffee, shop for yourself, shop for your horse. No, that's certainly dangerous for me to go in there with my credit card. Never a good thing. There are just too many great things to see. And of course, so many new offerings, constantly working on expanding their catalog.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African show jumping fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissan will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. Come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White Nissan is located in the Fourways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitenissan.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us and we'd love to put a deal together for you.
Thank you to Mark White Nissan. They, of course, have been named the best Nissan large dealer of the year multiple times and have built a reputation as a dealership that provides personal service to all of its customers. So if you're looking for your next tow vehicle, your next family vehicle, we've got the contact for you. That is www.markwhitenissan.co.za. Leading us into our next competitor in the arena. Here we have KwaZulu-Natal rider Jen McNeil on Arco 360 Pirata de Susata. Genevieve McNeil, riding in KZN. She imported this 9-year-old from Spain as a 3-year-old, I believe. Bold start from Jen McNeil. She has been previously a Grand Prix rider. I'm loving the brown going on there. You see the brown hat, jacket and boots. Riders are, as I said earlier on, limited by what they are allowed. But Jen, well within the range of the permitted colours there. I just think it makes a difference. Doesn't make any technical difference. Only an aesthetic one. This horse is actually by an ex-Olympic horse called Evento, and Jen is hoping to produce him to Grand Prix level. The breeder of this horse has actually been breeding dressage horses in Madrid for over 20 years at a stud called Pirata de Susata. And his name, Pirata, means pirate, which I think does add to the overall adorableness of this horse. I am quite a fan of his. So I am loving, of course, the Spanish flair that is added to this freestyle. Jen says the hardest part of dressage is pretty much what Britt and I were discussing earlier on. That is the ability to ride with energy and yet still keep the rhythm, balance and relaxation. Having those on demand. Some music just suiting this horse down to a T. Lovely transition from the collected to extended walk there. Extended walk, one of the heavily weighted marks here for a coefficient of 2. You can see a lovely relaxation there, soft tail. Now the trick again is to take him up and recreate the energy without him getting tense or making a mistake. A little bit ahead of the music there, but obviously she knows how much space she needs in the arena to come. Jane trains in KZN with Carlotta Force, who's one of our wonderful KwaZulu-Natal local judges. Very, very skilled rider and producer of horses. And internationally with Jenny Veenstra, who's a Dutch trainer, if I'm not mistaken. And Jen says this horse is just a very lovable, good person, and I think that really is key to having a partner to produce all the way up the grades. Producing her tempi changes there on the diagonal. Going from her canter half pass down the center line into the canter pirouette. Again, a heavily weighted movement. Small loss of balance, perhaps some tension leading to a small mistake there. Quickly recovered. Into her 2-time tempi changes. So I think that was some clever riding from Jen there, but of course the joy of freestyles is that we don't know. It could have been part of her test. Choreography totally designed by the riders to suit their horses and themselves. And there we have it. Genevieve McNeil wrapping up some Spanish flair with the Spanish Arco 360 Pirata de Susata, finishing their SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship test here in the Peter Mini Arena. We have another result in this class for our previous rider, which was Marissa Setinich on Burberry. From our judge at E, we had fantastic 73,325. From our judge at H, a 67,625. Our judge at C giving a 71,75. Our judge at M, 69,55. And our judge at B winding all of that up with a lovely score of 71,625%. That leaves Marissa Setinich and Burberry in the lead with a 70,775%, just pipping Prue Rogers and Gert van Smitsvlei on 69,280. Ingeborg Sanne and Callagher for sure on 66,020. And iFarmer Uber Alles with Trudy Cumberland in the saddle at 63,790. Next in the arena, the winner of many awards last night is Gauteng renowned dressage rider, trainer, and producer of horses, Andrea Harrison. Andrea has her own yard in Glenfinesse in Kyalami. Seasoned Grand Prix rider, also with lots of international experience. Andrea will certainly be bringing her best game here on the Callahoo stud-bred Socrates, one of the many dressage horses bred and produced under the Callahoo stud umbrella. This is a South African warm blood. He was born in 2006. And he's actually jumping bred. He's by Staccato. And out of a thoroughbred American dam line, if I'm not mistaken. This horse is owned by Christine Richardson, stabled with Andrea. And Andrea says his nickname is Socks, which is great. And she says not only is he an all-round nice person, but he is an absolute professional in his work and always rises to the occasion, which really is invaluable in such a pressurized sport. Hand up there. Some modern music giving an instrumental flair there. Oh, nice bold start, and that's the benefit also of experience. Andrea confidently riding into a movement like that. So as discussed earlier, just a recap for those of you joining us for the first time today. Freestyles are performed by producing a set amount of technical movements, which are then judged, as well as a set of artistic marks, where the combinations are judged on their interpretation of the music, the harmony that they produce in the arena, the degree of difficulty, because obviously as you're allowed to construct your own choreography here, you could go safe or you can go for something slightly harder and play big, risk big, win big. Looking slightly ahead of the music there. But again, Andrea knowing exactly where she needs to start her next movement from, even if she's slightly ahead of the music, in order to pull it off. Doing her canter pirouette there, right in front of the judge at C. Into her 3-time tempies. Horses have to do a flying change straight on the diagonal every 3 strides, while keeping the harmony, balance, and the relaxation. love this piece of music. Very moving, beautiful. And again, you can see Andrea moving from an extended canter into the canter pirouette, so going from pure pushing power, having to really collect the horses back and ask them for sitting. Massive degree of difficulty. And immediately into what should be her 2-time 10 piece now. A little bit of a sticky start, but a seasoned rider like Andrea smoothly correcting and riding out of those. You can see there, spot on her music. And one hand down the center line. Without a single change in her horse, adding to that degree of difficulty, pulling out all the stops for this Prix St. George Small Tour, beg your pardon, Championship Freestyle. What a wonderful ending there. From Andrea Harrison and Callahoo Socrates, better known as Socks. Here's another example of wonderful Callahoo warm blood breeding. Andrea says that he used to be a show jumper, but he much prefers dancing in the dressage arena. And he loves any food he can find. Socks, I feel you, my spirit animal. She says not only is he really handsome, but he is also supremely talented. And good looks don't really count in the dressage arena, but they never hurt, let's be honest, ladies. Next up in the arena, we're going to have Annika Steinerbrunner in the arena, riding Tarouge Equestrian Centre's Kenzo, and their riding time at 12:18. And that was Callahoo Bayenne. Do you fancy sitting on a horse bred by one of the top stallions in the world? Come try her out at Callahoo Stud until the 15th of October, ahead of their summer edition online auction, which will be taking place from the 12th to the 16th of October. Callahoo Bayenne, of course, by Benicio, who Jaco Fourie, one of our preeminent dressage trainers in South Africa, called a phenomenon before he was exported to the world stage, where he has really just performed exceptionally well, superseding his father on multiple platforms. Benicio's father, of course, being Bellissimo M. Really, really wonderful stallion. You can see him on the Callahoo website if you visit callahoo.com/stallions. and see what you could get if you bid on lot 13, Callao buy-in, at the next Callao auction, coming up 12th to 16th of October. Thanks again to the wonderful Horsebox Equestrian, direct importers of a number of esteemed world-renowned brands. Constantly updating their range with the latest trends, they take pride in knowing that their extensive store range meets nothing but elegance, supreme quality, and superior service. Horsebox Equestrian kindly sponsoring the South African Dressage Championships here at Kyalami Park, as well as the live streaming, a first for dressage in South Africa. Hopefully the first of many. Very exciting to be bringing this to everyone on a digital front. Made possible by partners such as Horsebox Equestrian. Offer an extensive range of leading local and international brands. And of course, none of this would be possible without our video cameras. Look at them there, taking their lives into their hands with an umbrella in windy weather in Johannesburg. Thank you to Canon for sponsoring these cameras, bringing us live streaming from multiple angles in this Peter Mini Arena here today. You can visit a variety of excellent photographic equipment at the Canon website, which is www.canon.co.za. We're waiting next for Kenzo. Kenzo, of course, was a horse produced by the wonderful owner and trainer at Tarouge Equestrian Centre, Jessie Beyers van Eck. And Jessie has now given this horse to Annika to ride. Really important thing in obviously South African riding is not only that we have a great quality of horse to produce, but that the people producing these horses have the knowledge necessary to do this incredibly hard task. And this is also only made possible by putting our younger riders on seasoned schoolmasters, experienced horses that can pass on this wealth of knowledge to grassroots riders and indeed hopefully the Grand Prix riders of tomorrow. So it is really wonderful to see, such as with our para rider who was first up today, Abby McElray with Galaxy, that horses and ponies get to have a second life and a second success story with a new rider later on in their life where they can pass on these lessons. It's really, really valuable. And I myself was only able to really advance my career due to the generosity of such owners. We have another result for you. Our Spanish Flair, Pirata de Susata, sponsored by Arco 360, ridden and owned by KwaZulu-Natal rider Genevieve McNeil. Their results from the judge at E, Claire Bales, a 67,50. The judge at H, Justin O'Reilly, giving them a 63,125. Sylvia Bruckner at C, a 69,625, while Susan Human at M gave them a 68,70. Finally, Carla Jacobs at B, awarding them 68.50 for their effort, leaving them on a total score of 67.49%. It's good enough to put them into a third place at the moment, behind our first place, Marissa Setnich and Burberry, on 70,775. Prudence Rogers on Gert van Smitsvlei at 69,280. We then have Jen McNeil and Arco 360 Pirata de Susata on 67,49%. Callao for Sure and Ingeborg Sanna on 66,020. And our iFarmer sponsored Uber Alles with the Grand Prix rider Trudy Marsland in the saddle and a 63,790. Here we have Annika Steinebrunner and Kenzo. Number 1, 2, 3, preparing to go in for their small tour freestyle test. So as I was saying, it's such a wonderful opportunity to have a schoolmaster. And Annika, 18, must be one of the only riders at this show who can say that her horse really is a schoolmaster in many ways, because he is 22. There her hand goes up. Oh, what a great start. I cry relentlessly during freestyles usually. Whoa. Small mistake. Well, small mistake or a daring move. All lies in interpretation. And again, invaluable experience for such a young rider to be able to come into this big arena on a big time horse and even make a mistake, because we learn from every single mistake that we make. I think if she at the age of 18 is managing to ride in small tour, I think I managed to ride in small tour at the age of 32. So that really, she's on a good track. I look forward to more and more young riders daring to be brave and come in here. Jesse, of course, has owned this horse since he was a 6-year-old. He's, again, I take great delight in telling you this after we've had purple pedigrees here, that Jesse's not entirely sure how this horse is bred. She suspects he's a Frisian cross thoroughbred. And Frisians also are not dull horses as much as they were carriage horses. They are definitely a little sharp, and that thoroughbred blood also would have added that. And I think the music also is giving Kenzo a little flashback to his racing blood in those veins. He was originally bought as a carriage horse, but it turns out that he was too loud to sensitive sounds behind him, which Jesse says is obviously a problem, not only if you're pulling a carriage, but if you're cantering away from a loudspeaker for Annika today, who's doing a marvelous job of holding on. So he's actually been in the riding school, and Jesse says at the age of 17, she taught him flying changes and took him up to Inter 1. And he was called Kenzo because at the time, Kenzo was Jesse's favorite perfume. Many horse riders can agree that the best smell in the world most certainly is your horse. Annika regretfully putting her hand up there. That's a sign that she's retiring. Very disappointing. And when I did ask her what the hardest part was of dressage, she said disappointment when the horse gets his own ideas. And it happens. Tough day for Annika today in the freestyle. Ultimately making a decision best for herself and her horse. Horse always being our number one concern. Regretful retirement for Annika Steinebrunner. And the 22-year-old, maybe in body but not in brain, Kenzo, owned by Tarouge Equestrian Centre out in Pretoria. Wonderful show venue, livery yard and riding school. Next up into the arena, we will be looking for Nostradamus with veterinary wunderkind, Karen Bomer in the saddle. She is a Gauteng-based rider. She will be in at 12:27. In the meanwhile, I have a result for the superstar of our events yesterday, Andrea Harrison and Callagho Socrates. What do you think? Did they pip Marissa? Let's have a look at these marks. Andrea, from the judge at E, got a 66.5%. From the judge at H, a 67. Judge at C, a 67.275. Judge at M, 66.45. And finally, the judge at B, Loving Socks, giving them a 68.875. Rounding off their score to a very respectable but not good enough for first today, 67.22%, putting them just behind Genevieve McNeil and the Espanol Arco 360 Pirata de Susata, still in the lead in this class, Burberry and Marissa Setnich. Welcome back to the Peter Mini Arena here at Kyalami Park. Clouds are breaking and we're getting a little bit of sunshine here. This beautiful day. And currently in the arena, we have the individual adult small tour freestyle championship underway. We're halfway through the class and our next rider in is number 109, Karen Bomer, on a horse she owns herself, Nostradamus. This is a South African warm blood, locally bred. He is by Dacharat and out of a thoroughbred mare. Old South African warm blood breeding as well as thoroughbred lines still predominant in our competition horses today. Judge's bell is gone, and Karen has her hand up there to signal her music can start. Very bold start, doing her 2-time changes to begin with, up the center line, going towards the judge, made more difficult by what looked like it might have been an unscheduled toilet break from her horse. Joy of horses. I think horses accurately prepared me for having a 3-year-old child, now 4-year-old. Karen is a vet based in Kailami in Gauteng. She says that is one of the great challenges of trying to get time to compete and train, is having to do it with minimal sleep and a very erratic schedule. Vets forming an essential backbone of the equestrian fraternity, of course. Going into one of those heavily weighted technical marks, the left half pass. Karen has produced this horse completely herself, and this is currently the highest level that she has ever ridden at, as well as Nostradamus's or Nozzy's highest level. Karen was one of the performance riders at the South African Lipizana Centre, which of course recently relocated down to Mystico in the Western Cape, for those of you looking for a fun outing. So for those of you at home who are wondering what the fuss of the freestyle is about, if you think it's easy, I can personally source a horse and some music for you this weekend, and you can come and have a go at it, but I get to film it. It's really exceptional skill that goes into making something look seamless and easy. Of course, from the moment that you move into advanced, for those of you who are watching from the beginning, our riders in the elementary medium were in short jackets. Here you can see our riders are in tailcoats, which are mandatory from advanced, but it is quite a point of privilege and honor to earn your tailcoats and be able to ride in these. Lovely clear change into the canter music, and right into the 3-time changes, performing those on a loop, which is a very difficult movement because you'll end up having to do changes in a counter canter, which obviously makes it much more difficult. Horse really does have to be quite tuned into your aid. Very balanced, very supple, very attentive. Moving there into a canter pirouette, which again, the canter pirouettes in this test are heavily weighted. Instead of getting a mark out of 10 for them, which is every other movement, your mark here has a double coefficient, times 2, which means that essentially each canter pirouette counts for a mark out of 20. So in dressage, certain things are weighted to indicate the direction we want our training to be going in. So on the training scale of dressage, collection is at the top tier, which is obviously what all of these horse and rider combinations are striving towards. So the canter pirouettes get that heavy weighting, but also you see it in the extended walk, which is a great indicator of relaxation, suppleness and harmony, which is ultimately something we want to see throughout the levels in dressage, right from preliminary up to Grand Prix. Another line of tempi changes. Corin herself has been a rider for 40 years. A lovely bold salute on her dancing partner for today. The Dacharat Thoroughbred Gelding Nostradamus. Next into the arena, we will be looking for another wonderful Callagher horse, Gabriella. I really love this mare, by one of the previous very well-known stud stallions, ridden by the exceptional Jaco Fourie, called Granulette. Here's Eleni Constance in the saddle, coming in for Gauteng for the small tour freestyle. You see Corin's horse leaving really relaxed, wonderful loose walk there. Here's forward, very pleased with himself. Eleni going around the outside of the arena and introducing herself to the judges, and also giving her horse an opportunity to check out the arena. Yes. So this lovely mare is 15 years old, and Eleni has produced her mostly herself. She's had her for about 8.5 years, she says, and she is Granulette out of Landal. Landal making his appearance several times in some of our horses' pedigrees here today. He was, of course, from the renowned Brandenburg stud, also from the KZN Midlands, which has since closed. Very influential, one of the first warm blood sires in South Africa. Really did bring a lot more substance and movement to our breeding programs all those years ago, and we can still find him as a dam sire in many horses. Judge's bell is gone, so Eleni has 60 seconds to get into the arena. So she's looking to get into position for where she wants her music to start from. This mare was originally bought for show jumping and eventing, which was Eleni's first choice. But she says they both decided that they liked dressage more, and indeed, once you do get that magical feeling of throughness and harmony, there is nothing quite like it. Lovely princess music for Gabby, also nicknamed the Queen, because she likes to rule roost at home. And she's a red-headed woman, why wouldn't she? I'm very good friends with a red-headed woman, and I can confirm she is a nightmare. Eleni herself has been riding for 20 years or so. She gives great value to producing a horse, but I don't think anything really prepares you for the pressure of riding at this level. I see interesting use of the arena there, where she goes to the inside track, but not quite the track or the quarter line. She's beginning her canter work with the canter pirouette, as we discussed earlier on, showcasing the horse's ability to really collect and sit there. And immediately into the two-time changes. One small error there. And we can see some of the horses wearing their ear bonnets. Not only does it help with the flies, but also on some of your more noise-sensitive horses, like Kenzo and Annika early on, hopefully helps to dull that sensitivity out a bit. Lovely half pass to the right. So of course the riders in these tests getting the option of how they want to construct their own choreography. There's no rules for how you have to do it. And again, going from a forward canter into her pirouette. Lovely music. Feels like dancing music for such an elegant mare. And I asked Eleni what she loves most about dressage. She said, the connection built with the horse and the trust that enables us to do what we do together in the ring. And this certainly is a prime example of it. These horses do give so much to us, and it is really quite incredible that they allow us to work with them. Moving there smoothly into her left half pass. Again, this movement has a double coefficient. And immediately into right shoulder, and what a lovely piece of choreography there. Just lovely artistic score could be coming in there with the movement to the music. As I said, those artistic marks counting heavily towards the overall mark at the end. Elenini says that her big hope with this horse is that she will be able to produce her to Big Tour. She says they've come such a very long way together despite all the odds, and it really would be very special. And indeed, I think the first horse that you managed to crack such a monumental career high with is such a special one. Not to discount all of the very special horses that for all of us have helped us along the way. Even when they can be inclined to buck you off occasionally, which Eleni assures me Gabby can do. This combination trained by Lillian Moller, who won the novice championships yesterday. Lillian herself was also a long-time trainer at the South African Lipizana Centre and is also a vet and wears many hats and does them all very well. This is evident in her pupil here, Eleni Constas, wrapping up her small tour freestyle test on the Callao stud Gabriella. Seeing some great young riders here in this arena today. It's really wonderful to see so many horses in these classes. As Britt Matchett of Capital Stud said earlier, it wasn't so long ago that we had only a very small handful of competitors in these larger, higher level classes rather. And next up, we have an out-of-town rider, Alexandra Butcher from Mpumalanga, visiting here with stud that I mentioned not too long ago, Brandenburg Lancelot. So this horse is a direct Landau out of Calendar. Landau being a very multi-talented sire. And in addition to doing small tour dressage, I believe this horse also jumps in the 120s, which is no mean feat. It's really quite impressive. There was an FEI white paper a few years ago which said that event horses were some of the soundest equine athletes in the FEI, and they put it down to working on multiple surfaces and cross-training. I think with any obsessive sport, which I think, to be fair, is all of them, it becomes very easy to have tunnel vision and leave those elements of cross-training out of your work routine. So really fantastic to see a horse like this that does a bit of everything. Not many horses performing in Prix St. George. And the 1 meter 20s. Lovely halt from that angle. Hard to know what the judges are seeing from their positions though. So in addition to riders having their favourite movements, horses also have their favourite movements. And you could see there as she asked him to go into his extended trot, he was very keen. So you can imagine if someone asked you to do your favourite thing and asked you just to stop doing it randomly, you might not do it so willingly. So it really is amazing when you can take horses into a movement that they love, bring them back out of it easily and into another movement, but also obviously to persuade them to go into a movement that they find really hard and still willingly perform it for you. It's a great quote that said, "Dog might be man's best friend, but horses wrote our history with us." Alexandra Butcher also has a very lovely younger imported horse called Django in the advanced classes. Unfortunately not in this arena today, but running next door in the main arena if anyone in Johannesburg wants to pop in, I was going to say, but unfortunately we actually are still not allowed spectators with COVID regulations. Hopefully that will be opening up soon in time for Gauteng Champs at the end of November. Another lovely bold extended trot there. Lovely transition in the music and the pace there into his canter work. Immediately into those 2-time tempies. Small error of counting there. And trust me, you don't know how hard it is to count to 2 until you're trying to learn those. Every rider has their own trick for staying on track, because not only do you have to make sure they do it every 2 strides, but you have to do a set amount of tempi changes. In this case, in this test, it is a minimum of 5. Alex looks like she's setting her horse up for a pirouette. Want to keep lovely putting out of there. And from where I was sitting, those were some pretty spotless 2-time sequence changes on the diagonal in the canter. Of course, not only are we looking for error-free tempi changes, but they're also looking for quality of canter, rhythm, balance, harmony. Back into a left canter pirouette. Judges are looking for clear rhythm, equal steps. Bearing in mind, of course, that the horses don't have any idea what the next movement is. They rely entirely on the rider for direction, preparation. Oh, lovely swell in the music there for a bold finish. Her extended canter. A lovely workman-like horse, using her half circles there to set him up for these very valuable trot half passes. Right one come off, now the left. You can see Alex's support team standing there right behind her at A. What a great picture, because it really does take a team to produce a horse like this. And there we get that final halt. Oh, perhaps more dressage horses need to go and jump in the 120s. Alex Butcher showing everyone how it's done with the wonderful locally bred Brandenburg Lancelot in the SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship today. Very dramatic music finishing that off. In the meanwhile, while we wait for our next rider in the arena, the KwaZulu-Natal rider Natasha Brown, I have a result for Karen Boma and Nostradamus. From their judge at E, a 59.05%. From the judge at H, 61.25. Judge at C, 59.775. Judge at M, 58.325. And the judge at B finishing on a high note with a 61.875, giving Karen Boma and Nostradamus a total of 60.055. This means that our leader, as of this moment in the Small Tour Freestyle, is still Marissa Setnich and Burberry, sitting on a hard-to-reach score of 70.425. Hot on her heels, Prue Rogers and Gert van Smitsvlei on 69.28. And currently in third place, Jen McNeil from KZN with Arco 360's Parata de Susata. We've just watched Brandenburg Lancelot and Alex Butcher, trained by South African doyen of dressage Natalie Hobday. And next up, looking for Natasha Brown and Zinfandel J.N. Yeah. Here we have Natasha Brown and Zinfandel. I do love this horse with his distinctive white markings and a little splash on his belly. Natasha Brown giving her horse an opportunity there just to go around the judge's box. Judge's bell has just gone. Very polished appearance from this KZN pair. As I said earlier, turnout not making a difference, but certainly does create an aesthetic pleasure for everyone watching. I think my horses go better when they look better. I certainly know that I do. Oof, look at that lovely square halt. As I said, from here, hard to know what the judges are seeing from the side or from the front. Lovely expression there. This is a very solid, strong kind of horse. Natasha using her trot half passes as a zigzag, which is a movement you have to produce in the actual Prix St. George test. So generally people are very divided on the topic of white markings on dressage horses. I was discussing it with a friend of mine recently. Some people concerned, and obviously with the rise of paint or coloured horses in the competition arena, it's always the concern that uneven markings can make the eye think that the horse moves slightly irregularly, certainly not the case here. And that if you have a crooked stripe, people could think that the horse is tilting its head. It remains a hotly contested issue. People like myself still love some splashy colour on horses. But certainly at international auctions, we are seeing a trend going towards more solid colours, even when it comes just to socks and blazers. Lovely relaxation there, really big open walk. Trick now is, can she get him back without the tension? Really wonderful bit of riding there. It's not easy, and as I said earlier on, if it looks easy, rest assured that the rider is doing a lot to keep it looking that way. Lovely dramatic music for this very dramatic looking horse going into his 3-time 10 Ps. As I said, a minimum of 5 have to be shown. A couple of mistakes there will cost what has been a lovely steady test so far. They're wrapping up her 2s. And again, using her half passes to produce a zigzag, one of my very favorite movements from the Grand Prix. Really looking forward to seeing that later on and tomorrow in the championship classes. And some clever riding there, doing a canter pirouette close to the edge can help your horse to sit up a little bit and not run out of that pirouette, as would be much easier to do than to really have to sit so much. I have so much respect for these KwaZulu-Natal riders, or all the riders travelling out of province to come to this show. It really does create a wonderful SA Champs, but it is very hard to recreate what you have at home in a foreign environment at a different altitude, which makes a massive difference, and without the support of your friends and family. Gorgeous turnout on a gorgeous horse and rider here. Wonderful Zinfandel, JN and KZN rider Natasha Brown wrapping up a wonderful cur there. You can see she's thrilled. And we are looking for next in the arena will be another Callahoo horse, the wonderful Callahoo Ronaldo, ridden and owned by Unlay Hartley of Western Cape. While we wait for them, I have a result for you from Eleni Constas and the wonderful, gorgeous Callahoo Gabriella. Did her red-headed womanness cost her some marks today? Perhaps it did. From our judge at E, Claire Bales, we have a 64,05. From our judge at H, Justin O'Reilly, giving them a 64,5%. Judge at C, Sylvia Bruckner, seeing them good for a 66,725. From M, Susan Human, awarding a 65,20. And finally, Carla Jacobs at B, giving Eleni Constas and Callahoo Gabriella a 63%. Good enough for a 64,695. Mr. B remains on his throne, 70,425% in a small tour cur. It's going to be a hard mark to beat. But here we have a picture of elegance coming in. Beautiful big black horse Callahoo Ronaldo. It's produced by Dawn Newman, if I'm correct. Let me check my notes quick. Originally, getting ready to come into the arena. This horse is by Rotspon. Really fantastic blood right there. And the dam size simply. A 14-year-old horse. So great to see him competing here at this level. Judge's bell has gone. And I'm sure getting ready to put her hand up. And again, lovely turnout from another out-of-province rider. Oh, fantastic starts. Wonderful arc back. Pink Floyd kicking this off, and indeed painted black on this wonderful horse. Look at that halt. Oh. And that is it exactly. I'm just loving this music, but it would appear that Dodo, as he is affectionately known, is also enjoying the music. It's very hard to know what to do in that situation when you have a clear idea of what your horse should do and they have a small disagreement with you. No matter, no one better than this wonderful rider to deal with it. Indeed, Anlay says that the hardest thing about dressage is adapting to the horse that you have underneath you, because what works for one horse will not necessarily work for another. requires the rider to constantly develop their own tools. That famous reappearance of humility, as we discussed earlier on. Well, this certainly is a fantastic picture. Anle Hartley herself, as far as I know, is the owner of a Knapstrupper stud. Talking about unusual color with our previous horse, that certainly is very unusual. I recommend you have a look for her on Facebook. Bringing a little bit of a modern twist with some My Chemical Romance, one of my favorite bands. The walk music, oh, what great music. And of course, you know, this makes you feel like you're sitting in WEG and everyone's going to be stomping in the grandstands. Can your horse keep it together? Into that expensive canter pirouette. So Anna's owned this horse only for 2.5 years. She's hoping to take him all the way up to Grand Prix, of course. She herself has been riding since the age of 9. She said she came over to the dark side of dressage 16 years ago and has 0 regrets. She has competed Dodo up to Inter 1. So that is the top of small tour. And the next step would be medium tour, which is intermediate A and B. Some tension there in her tempies today. It's hard to make sure that the atmosphere and the music doesn't create a problem of excitement in the horses. I had a fridge magnet that said, when horses buck, it means that they feel well, and we should be happy for them. But it's sometimes difficult when you're in the middle of your cur in another province. Anle managing it super well, and you can see lovely relaxation there in the extended walk. Oh, just love that piece of music, isn't it great? Again, personal preference. I'm sure if you're a Tchaikovsky fan, this would not be to your liking. In which case, you would not want me to be your judge, I suppose. Really, that right canter, left canter pirouette was significantly better. And getting ready for an extended canter. So I said the great thing is because it's not a set test, unlike tomorrow's tests. We don't know what's coming next. We just know what the riders will have to produce before that final salute. Like some 3-time tempi changes. Ronaldo channeling his inner Dodo to give her a little bit of a discussion about those. But one absolutely gorgeously presented horse and rider, and a combination to watch for the future, no doubt. And for my personal taste, great music. It's really hard to be a judge. I don't envy them. Because while quality must prevail, so should relaxation and harmony. And drawing an end to that test from Anle Hartley and Callagher Ronaldo. We're waiting on the last horse in this class. Another KZN rider, the lovely Natasha Rothman on San Rouge. They will be in this arena at 13:12, so 4 minutes to go. There we have Natasha Rothman coming into the arena. 23-year-old rider from KwaZulu-Natal. She stables with one of our Grand Prix competitors, Beryl Johnston. San Rouge, also known as Santa because he was born on Christmas Day. Little fun fact about this 12-year-old KwaZulu-Natal horse. Natasha giving him some sympathetic pats there just to give him some confidence going around here. It's a big arena to come into. There's lots of things to see along the outside there. And as we were discussing earlier on, you want your horse a bit fired up to really give you that energy, that impulsion that is so necessary to pull off these big movements, but not to necessarily use that energy poorly. As Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility, and you do hope that that power doesn't land you outside of the arena, on the ground, or on your butt. So Natasha giving him some time to settle, but also trying to tune him up and get him ready to come in and nail this, the Adult Small Tour Freestyle Championship, being held today in the Peter Mini Arena of Kyalami Equestrian Park in the heart of Kyalami, Johannesburg, one of the highest densities of horses in the world, in this small, weird little suburb that we call home. So a pivotal part of competition, of course, is that you cannot recreate in the arena what you can't get on the outside of it or in the training. And there we have the judge's bell. Natasha getting into place. So some people have a long intro for their music and they'll need to start from the outside of the arena at B. And we've seen some competitors starting right outside A. Oh, adorable music. This horse is by Sandreo out of a Vallon Rouge mare. Vallon Rouge again, a very pivotal sire in South African warm blood breeding, more for the show jumpers, although we do see him frequently on dressage dam sire sides. And you see there a classic example of risk big and either win big or lose it all. Small canter step there in the extended trot. Love this adorable little Mario Brothers soundtrack for this horse. Natasha tells me Santa is a real clown, and not only can he do a lot of tricks, but he can really do a lot of tricks if there are treats involved. I think most of us are like that, to be fair. From obviously where I'm sitting, I can see some really lovely expression sideways in that half pass. Oh, isn't this cute? And doesn't this just suit him? I love it. Who else wants to take Santa home? Oh my god, show of hands. If Natasha goes missing, someone better check my boot for this horse. This is the highest level that Natasha has ridden at, and she says her future aspirations do include reaching Grand Prix with him. But she says the hardest thing about dressage for her, which is such a great valid observation, is that people forget that dressage involves a horse and that they aren't machines. As such, dressage and equestrianism should always be carried out with empathy and grace. Evident in some sympathetic riding from her going around the outside there before they started. Her favorite thing about dressage, the relationship and bond you form with your horse. And you can see Santa finding the left to right flying change is a lot easier than the right to left. It's very common, just as people are left or right-handed, so are horses, and obviously we tend to do a lot with our horses from the left-hand side, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that most humans are predominantly right-handed. So if you're going to hang on to a horse that is trying to airlift you, you're going to use your strongest arm. But that does sometimes result in us developing one-sided athletes further down the line. Going into her next line of tempies. So most riders choosing to start with the threes and moving on to the two-time changes. Sometimes you find it hard after they've done the quicker changes to settle them for the slower ones. Santa getting ready for his pirouette there. Natasha says that her trainer is Jonathan Wisdom, and after having not heard that name a whole lot before this week, I have now heard it a lot of times this week. Trains her and Beryl. Says Beryl feels to Natasha like her mentor, whether Beryl likes it or not. It's so essential for so many of us, and especially for young riders, to have the support of someone like that in our careers. If you don't have one, you can always be one. Wrapping up there, the wonderful San Rouge with Natasha Rothman from KZN in the saddle, finishing their test. In the interim, I have a result for Brandenburg Lancelot and Alexandra Butcher. Our judge at E, giving them a 65,875, 62,250 from the judge at H. Judge at C, giving them a 65,850. Judge at M, 64,675. And the judge at B, 66,750. That leaves Alex Butcher and Brandenburg Lancelot at a very respectable 65,080 for their small tour freestyle championship class today at the South African National Dressage Championships. This last rider, Natasha Rothman on San Rouge, drawing an end to this class here in the Peter Mini Arena. On next class will be on at 2:15 here in the Peter Mini, and that is the South African Big Tour Freestyle Championship, and I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to say that we have 11 horses in that class. It really is fantastic. Not all of the horses competing tomorrow in the Grand Prix Championship are choosing to do a freestyle today. Some of them might be choosing to rather school today and save the big guns for tomorrow's championship class. And again, to one of our riders' points earlier on, I can't remember who said it, it's the ability to choose what is right for each individual horse.
When it comes to treating pain and fever, what medicine do you trust to bring relief? My first choice is Dr. Dutoit's Pain Expeller tablets. They contain aspirin, which has been voted as one of the top 100 inventions of all time. For over 100 years, aspirin has effectively expelled moderate pain and treated fever. It stood the test of time and it stood its ground against pain. Dr. Dutoit's Pain Expeller tablets, your first choice in pain relief at pharmacies countrywide.
Thank you to iPharma. They have been fantastic in coming on and sponsoring this, the South African National Dressage Championships here, being held this week from Tuesday at Kyalami Park Club. They're also sponsoring what is a first for equestrian, for dressage in South Africa, which is the live streaming, which is enabling all of you COVID-compliant spectators to sit at home and judge loftily from your armchairs, still being able to get to see all of these fantastic horses and riders go around, all from the comfort of your home, which I think is really wonderful. We have had today well over 1,000 viewers so far. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your children, make your children. We'll be back tomorrow again, and tomorrow we'll be having wonderful championship classes in this arena. And that was lot 20, Callahoo Lebabon, and I think that horse is going to be drawing out fierce competition in the bidding between dressage riders and show jumpers alike. That's Callahoo Lebanon. You can go and try him out for yourself until the 15th of October at Callahoo. All you need to do is contact Annette Rousseau, book your sit at training@callahoo.com, and try out Lebanon for yourself. He has it all: movement, a jump, and good looks. What more could you want? Featuring on that upcoming Callahoo Summer Edition online auction that's taking place from the 12th to the 16th of October this year. What a fantastic opportunity to get yourself one of your own Callahoo superstars, the likes of which we've seen throughout the arena today. And once again, a massive thank you to one of the cornerstones of the equestrian community in South Africa. They've been supplying the needs of the evolving Southern African horse lovers since 1975. That is Western Shop, catering for multiple equestrian types, disciplines, needs, and budgets. They offer multi-layered business from 6 retail stores, including saddle fitting specialists, online stores, and a broad wholesale network throughout South Africa. They have a broad market as well as niche market offerings, which include international imported brands as well as local brands and products. Really is fantastic to have them here on board, sponsoring not only the South African National Dressage Championships, but also the live streaming. As I've said, a first for dressage in South Africa, hopefully the first of many. Really wonderful opportunity for me to be presenting this to you today from www.westernshop.com.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African Show Jumping Fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissan will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. Come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White Nissan is located in the Fourways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitenissan.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us and we'd love to put a deal together for you.
Are you looking for your next family vehicle, your next tow vehicle, or maybe your next any go-where vehicle? Look at markwhitenissan.co.za. They say their family will never be big enough, so come and join part of this ever-growing dynamic. They have an ongoing commitment to service, and that has seen them being named the best Nissan large dealer of the year multiple times, and has established quite a reputation as a dealership that provides personal service to all of its customers. That could include you. Visit www.markwhitenissan.co.za today and find your next vehicle. Just as they are driving equestrian sport, so could you be driving your next vehicle to the horse show. Thank you to them for coming on board. Truly essential to have sponsors of this caliber supporting us. Next up, we have another sponsor who is fantastically supporting horse sport in South Africa, and that is horseboxequestrian.co.za. This is part of the Cat Box Pet Hyper Group, which is a family business with years of experience, being one of the leading pet food and supply chain stores in South Africa. They say that adding Horsebox Equestrian to this group was a natural decision, as the Meyer family has always had a great love for horses, as well as the equestrian sport as a whole. They have branches in Hillcrest, Bloemfontein, and their flagship store right here in Muldersdrift, Johannesburg. We're so grateful for them to coming on board. They have an extensive range of leading local and international brands for both horses and riders. But that's not all. They also stock feed, fodder, supplements, everything you need to fulfill your horsey needs. Thank you to horseboxequestrian.co.za coming on board, and we hope to have a long relationship, seeing them continue their commitment to South African dressage as well as equestrian sport. Coming up soon, we have another great warm blood stud auction from Capital Stud. Recently relocated much of their stud down to the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands. We had Britt Matchett on here early on speaking about how they are diversifying their breeding program to include many more dressage bloodlines. You can pop online to www.capitalstud.com to see what they're offering at their hybrid auction, which is coming up from the 18th to the 20th of November. That, of course, is taking place on the landscape of Summerhill Stud of KZN. Capital Stud committed to warm blood champions, predominant in the jumping arena and soon to be the dressage arena. The input of Britt Matchett and her fantastic dressage eye. They already have several foals on the ground. They're looking forward to producing for your dressage pleasure. Thank you to Canon Cameras. What would you all be watching on Saturday if it wasn't for live streaming here at the South African National Dressage Championships? Canon.co.za sponsoring these video cameras. You can see them there on opposite ends of the Peter Mini Arena here on their scaffolding, braving the elements to bring you the best in South African dressage this weekend here at Kyalami Park. Thank you to Canon, purveyors of all things photographical and videographical, supporting our sport. We really do appreciate it. And we love to see the footage of this, not only today, but in the weeks to come, of these wonderful horses going around. Thank you for coming on board. We really appreciate that. Sorry? Nicole Smith first. Okay. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with some interviews while our team here gets the final results out. I have Di Smith, who is the president of Dressage South Africa, as well as her daughter Nicole Smith. Nicole Smith herself, international rider. She's been based with the wonderful Huberta Schmidt overseas for almost 10 years now, I think, and she has recently relocated back to South Africa. We'll be speaking to them shortly. We're first just going to take that quick break, and then we'll have those results for you too. Stay tuned.
results for our Class 3 SA Small Tour Freestyle Championship. The results are as follows. In first place with a score of 70.425, Marisa Sedevich, and she rides Burberry. In second place, with a score of 69.280.
Here we are at the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park, where we have just wrapped up the individual adult small tour freestyle championship. And we have a wonderful result for you here. In a full class, was really fantastic. We had 14 horses. Our winner was Marisa Sedevich on Burberry with an overall score of 70.42. Next up, we had in second place Prudence Rogers, a KwaZulu-Natal rider, on the lovely Frisian Gert van Smitsvlei with 69.28. Third, another KZN rider, Genevieve McNeil with Arco 360's Pirata de Susata, 67.49%. Back to the local queen of dressage, Andrea Harrison, Callahoo Socrates, pulling in a very close 67.22%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal rider Natasha Brown on the gorgeous imported Zinfandel JN on 66.53%. And finally, our local Ingeborg Sanna on Callahoo for sure in sixth place on 66.02%. That concludes our South African Small Tour Freestyle Championship. But it is my pleasure to introduce you to our DSA Dressage South Africa President, Diane Smith, who's joining me here in the studio at our show today. Di, thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's really been a wonderful show so far, and we were just discussing before we cut to the camera how wonderful it is to see such big classes at a show like this.
Yes, I think it's absolutely wonderful. Seeing it, the pyramid is correct. There are masses of novice horses, prelim horses, going up to a very, very healthy big tour level with, I think, 14 or 15
yes, I mean,
Grand
it's
Prix
really
horses.
spectacular. I mean, I don't think we've ever had that.
No. And I'm so grateful to everybody for traveling from all around the country, and the standard from around the country is excellent because the Gauteng riders have been given quite a smack.
Yes, quite a run for their money. It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
I suppose as a president of a national federation of a discipline, it's great to see that it's a balanced production. You know,
I think our mandate from the Sport and Rec and everybody is to make sure that we have our that we have riders in every province.
Yes.
You know, it's healthy and it's to be encouraged. So I'm absolutely thrilled.
So obviously you've been involved with dressage for many years. Your
Yes.
daughter, Nicole Smith, who I will be speaking to shortly, is herself a very experienced dressage rider. What kind of development have you seen in the sport now over the last 2 decades, but I'd say more recently over the last couple of years?
Well, I think from not having any riders competing, except for Natalie Hobday,
Yes.
dressage riders competing, we started to see more riders. We were able to send a team to WEG in 2014. We've had somebody qualify for the Olympics twice. On a local front, we have really good numbers in the advanced classes and in the big tour, which hopefully will. I don't know whether we'll ever be able to send horses overseas that qualify here, but I mean that is an aim. We have great horses, we have great riders. And so that is one of the things that you see in the change. You know, we used to go up to Prix St. George or small tour level.
Absolutely.
And now we've got a very healthy big tour level. So I think it's
And
just
what do you think has
expanded.
contributed to that exceptional development?
I think
What are
just
some
people's
factors?
passion, mainly
That's
passion
wonderful.
for dressage. I don't think it's not money, it's not anything. I think just mainly absolute passion for the sport. And I think that seeing horses in Europe like Totalis and Vallegro and those, you know, different top riders, dressage has been made glamorous in Europe.
Yes.
Thanks to Edward Gull, to Charlotte, to
Yes.
Ankie van Grunsven. And I
Yes.
think that it's encouraged people everywhere to want to be there and to try and do
Yes,
it. I
absolutely.
think that's,
I think also with the globalization of the world, it makes it a bit more accessible for people.
very
It's,
accessible.
you know,
I mean, you can watch Clip My Horse, you can watch a show anywhere online as it's happening live, and
really is fantastic. And Looking towards the future of dressage in South Africa, what are you hoping to see? What are some programs that you'd like to run out?
Okay, so we have a very, very good coaching program at the moment. So it's coaching the coaches, and we're hoping that that carries on and that we have wonderful results and the standard of the riders go up. We have a judges program where we're trying at the moment, they have endless ongoing judges education. So hopefully that will improve things. Promote judges. We need to get more people interested in judging, because I think it's not a lot of people want to do it. They'd rather be on a horse.
Exactly.
I desperately would like to have our youth more involved. We did have a program, but lockdown.
It was a very well-received program, from what I remember, the lead program.
Yeah.
And that was sponsored by FEI.
Yes, that was sponsored by FEI, and it was basically going to Sanisa, taking not the top kids, but kids who were sort of struggling with dressage a little bit, and offering them boot camps around the country to try and get an enthusiasm for dressage and for them to understand things a bit more, so that if they did compete and got bad marks, they'd say, okay, I know why. Whereas it's a bit of a mystery.
Yes, so more education is needed.
Yes.
You also touched on something which we were discussing earlier on. We've been lucky enough to see some young riders on schoolmasters.
Yes.
And I think you said, the fact that we need more access to those schoolmastery type horses.
We do. I mean, I was speaking to somebody. I obviously sat a lot in Germany and made a lot of friends with people when I was helping Nicole or over there visiting. And they were saying that there's a very healthy market for horses of 20 years, or, around 20 years old and plus, because a lot of people will go out and buy their children a schoolmaster like that. And even if they don't compete, it's not about the competition, it's about learning from the horse.
The training.
Yes. So
it's absolutely essential.
Yes, I mean, that would be a wonderful thing to be able to have.
Yeah, well, hopefully something that we can look towards in the future in dressage. It would be great to run a program like that if there are interested people. And we're certainly grateful for people such as yourself who have made passion into productivity. I think it's really fantastic, just like our fantastic sponsors that we've had at the show. Everyone's come on board and
without the sponsors, we would never have, I mean, the show would have gone on, but we've been so fortunate and had the most absolutely wonderful people come forward. So to every person who sponsored, I just like to say thank you so much. I just appreciate what they've done.
I think you speak for all the riders here. Yeah. It really has been a fantastic
turnout. It's made
turnout.
it really special.
Yes,
and in that breath, thank you to the club and to Angie for taking over. And it's been, I think, hopefully.
Especially in the bizarre year of 2021 where none of us were sure what was going to happen from one week to the next. It really has been a fantastic show.
It has. It's been wonderful. So, yes.
Di, thank you so much for coming in today.
It's
I really appreciate
pleasure.
You coming to visit us. It's lovely to see our president. And I look forward to speaking to your daughter shortly.
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Di. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with Nicole Smith, international rider and dressage trainer deluxe, coming to speak to us here at Kyalami Park at the SA Dressage Championships 2021. Welcome back to Kyalami Equestrian Park, where I'm sitting now with the very startled Nicole Smith. Nicole shows me that she is better at dressage than she is at being interviewed, but you're going to have to get used to that. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us today. I'm very keen to A, meet you, and B, to chat to you about your experience over in Europe. You were over there for quite a while, weren't you?
Yeah, I was there for 10 years. So the first year I was based in Holland with someone called Marsha Rice, and then I had lessons with Imke Bartels.
Wow.
That's who I got Victoria from.
Wonderful.
Yeah, my
So,
best
and
horse.
Victoria was your World Equestrian Games
yes,
horse? Okay.
yes. So yeah, I went really. She took me everywhere, to Aachen twice and to
That's
World
phenomenal.
Cup qualifiers. Yeah, I still can't believe it.
Does it feel a bit surreal being home, back at Kyalami Park, kind of where it all started, and
Well, yeah, a
thinking
little
about
bit.
the life? Well, I mean, it's just incredible. It's, you know, for so many riders here, I think you've been living the dream, which I'm
Yeah,
sure
I mean it's
is very
incredible
different.
for me. Anyway,
sure.
like I still can't believe that I've been to all these places and met all these top riders. Like it's just a surreal feeling to think that I've competed against Vallegro and Tortolas and Belarus and all of these horses.
Well,
that
that's
still
that's wonderful. We're so
It's
glad.
insane.
So you've moved back now to South Africa permanently.
yes, yeah.
And are you planning on training and coaching from here?
Yes,
Well, that's
yeah.
fantastic that we have access to, just as your mum was saying, you know, to improve the coaching in South Africa. It's fantastic that we've got access to a rider and trainer such as yourself now to bring back this wealth of knowledge and, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I was based at Hubertus Schmidt for 9 years and riding with him
Incredible.
every single day and riding his horses. I mean, after a couple of years, we really trusted each other a lot. And I mean, he gave me his top horses to ride when he was away, or
That's
to help
just
keep them
really
fit.
incredible.
And yeah, I mean, it's
And what was the hardest part about being overseas? Because I'm sure everyone
Being
wants to talk about the
alone.
highlights. Oh, really?
yeah, like, okay, I mean, I wasn't alone the whole time, but it's very, very different. I mean, if you go there, you have to be prepared to work hard. I mean, I suppose 85% of the shows I went to completely alone. I drove the truck, looked after the horse, did everything. Okay, a lot of the time I had my trainer there, so he helped me with that. But I mean,
No,
everything
it's
else,
very
I mean, I
different.
would drive 8 or 9 hours to a show and then still have to unpack the whole truck, take care of the horse, ride the horse
Yes,
even
yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, even ride the horse. Who knew?
And like
Who knew?
hope that I got enough sleep
The night before,
the night before to do a decent job in the test. So, yeah, no,
That's fantastic.
I mean, it's incredible, but it's a lot of work.
And how many horses did you have of your own while you were overseas?
I had 3 horses over there. So I had Victoria, she was, the most successful. And she really taught me everything. I was just, very, very fortunate to have a horse like that. I mean, she was very difficult and very
Oh, really?
moody and hot. And I mean,
Seems to be quite a thing with mares, to be
yeah,
fair.
and unfortunately, I seem to like mares,
Like
which
mares.
is not good.
What does it say about you?
I don't know. I'd rather not think about it.
And you said you've brought one of your horses back with you.
Yes, so I'm bringing Chilaru back, and I was competing with her for the last 3 years in Grand Prix, or no, she was in Grand Prix for 4 years now.
Okay. Oh, fantastic.
But in 2018, she had a colic surgery, so
course.
she was off for like 6 months.
And how she recovered from that? Is it hard to bring her back from that?
It took time, but like she just was getting better and better all the time, and just her character's not always the easiest. But I mean, I had her since she was 6. I had her like nearly 8 years now, which is also crazy to think about.
How quickly the time goes.
Yeah. And I mean, she was I maybe didn't choose the best horse for myself. I mean, she's quite big and quite
But you
hot
love her.
and
and
temperamental. Yeah, it's like my child. I mean,
We don't always choose our horses. Sometimes they choose us.
yeah, I mean, the last
Look,
3
the benefits
years
of having a horse over a child, and I say this from experience, is that you can sell her.
No, I can't. I
you-
literally can't.
No, but I mean, legally you could. Legally, I don't
but-
think it would be. And also, you can just lock her in the stable for the night. Again, with
Well,
human
yes.
children, it's a small problem.
I
So
suppose that is somewhat frowned upon.
somewhat. So is Chicks is what do you call her, Chi-Chi?
Chichi, yes.
Is she in quarantine at the moment?
Yes,
she said.
she's in
Okay,
quarantine
fantastic.
and she's coming out this week, and
Oh,
then I can
fantastic.
start breaking her in again.
Oh, of
and
course, yes, because you would have to do that.
After
Yeah.
2 months off.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and when she meets the alpacas, it should be very interesting.
Alpacas?
Yes, we have 2 alpacas at home.
Why would you have 2 alpacas at home?
My sister wants
Just
to
before.
have
Okay, well
she
that's
likes
fair.
them, so.
I think she might have made a better life choice if she has alpacas and you have horses.
Well, she had
You know, I
horses
think-
as well, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And I think I recall that you had a wonderful horse who won the Dressage Derby here a few years ago. Sam. Is Sam still around?
Yeah, Sam is still
Oh,
with us.
fantastic.
All of our horses stay with us.
So Sam
forever.
got dusted off, I think, in Dressage Derby 2018. When was it?
No,
Longer
it was
ago.
2014.
Never that
Yeah,
long
it
ago.
was that long ago. It was
Wow.
like I think I came back from WEG and then it was like a couple of
And
months
you came here
later.
and rode him
Yeah.
a couple of times, took him into
Well,
Dressage
I think I was
Derby.
there for at least a month, but yeah.
No, I think you're being humble. I think that was fantastic. It was a great highlight to see you
No,
on South
but I'm-
African soil.
Yeah. No, but I mean with Sam, I mean also I knew him so well, like
Yeah.
to ride him because we had him since he was 3 and I'd competed on him so many times.
Oh, that's
then
amazing.
I mean you just come back and I mean it was like with Victoria before SA Champs in 2017. Like sure I hadn't ridden her that much that year, but I mean after 5 years
That's
with
easy.
her, 3 weeks
knew
of
her
work
so well.
and then it was like
That's fair. I think it speaks a lot to the relationship that is required for a successful
Yeah.
dressage partnership. You know, it's you
Yeah.
often see that other show jumpers or you know other competitive horses can get sold on and have a successful career with other people, but it sometimes just doesn't quite translate for dressage horses.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of horses sold for really insane amounts of money, and you really see that it's not the, money that
The magic
gets
isn't
the
necessarily
applause.
recreated.
Yeah.
Totalis obviously being like a massive case in
Yeah.
point. Shame. Devastating.
Yeah.
And what are your plans for being back in South Africa, Nicole?
Well, I have to finish studying next year.
Oh, that's
and,
awful. Sorry. What are you studying?
Financial accounting. It's
Okay.
very exciting.
I think
as
the
you can
first rule might be to
imagine.
not own horses, but you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
But anyway, that's
That was the deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no. It was more like, well, I have to make sure that I have something other than
Absolutely.
horses, just in case. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, but the horses
I
are
think it's
always.
always the problem with making your passion your paycheck is that,
Yeah.
you know, it can become quite all-consuming. And I read a great thing about being a balanced athlete and the essential fact that horse riders must take care of their mental health. I believe it was quite a mental health crisis that was brought to light by Euro Dressage a few years ago.
Yes.
And they were saying that because it is this all-consuming sport, it can tend to become very,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
introverted for the riders.
Can
So
be very, very difficult. I mean, I've had a couple of shows, especially with Chichi, that we have such good preparation. And I mean, she's a very, very good horse, but she is just that difficult. But like being at the show on my own, and then with COVID, of course, like my family couldn't come to help me or couldn't be there with me. And then we just go in and the test would just be this complete disaster because she just freaked out and she didn't do anything bad, but just we got
Tension.
and got a terrible score. And then, I mean, you just feel so awful
I'm sure,
afterwards,
I'm
and
sure.
just the down,
I'm
like
sure.
after the test. is
Before
just
we go
terrible.
to a break, we can't possibly end on a down like that. So tell me, what was your ultimate high while you were overseas? And I know with horses, sometimes it's not winning anything. Sometimes it's a coach saying "well done," or you know.
Well, I think there are a couple. I mean, I obviously WEG, because that was
Must
the
have been
best ride of my
incredible.
life. And I mean, I had to really keep myself
And it's so
focused
seldom that
before
your horse brings
yeah.
everything together perfectly at the biggest show of your life.
Yeah, and
That's
I mean,
really
the
sensational.
shows before that had not gone very well because of some personal reasons, and like my head was not really there at those shows. And then it all it just worked on the day. And just
Is your WEG
finishing-
round available on YouTube? Could people still go
I
and
think
find
so,
it?
but I haven't been able to find it again. There's someone filmed it, but it's
We'll
a
have
very
to-
bad
we'll have to
video.
have a look for that.
Yeah, it was really a
And
pity.
then give us one, and I know this is an absolutely impossible ask, give us one piece of training advice for everyone listening in today.
Go forward.
Love that. I think that's really something that's quite typical, is that we tend to want to bring things back, fix it, and then carry on. And you've got to fix it with the horse.
Yeah, because a lot of the time you get stuck into thinking, yes, you have to make the horse round, and then you get stronger and stronger. But a lot of the times, especially with like often a lazier horse or a very strong horse, if you just let go and just push it, so obviously not let go all the way, but
Bye.
but just give it a bit more space and push a little bit more, so not like
And let them
trying
find the
to
balance
squeeze the
forward.
life out of it,
Yeah.
but just letting them be a bit more free and go a little bit more by themselves. Then like heavier horses often get lighter and they sort of enjoy their work
That's
a bit
lovely.
more.
Absolutely, I think, and that's
Yeah.
key. Keeping, as much as the rider has to be a happy athlete, so must the horse be a happy
of
athlete.
course. I think I find with like often the lazier horses, you have to like reassure them and pat them
Yes.
so much to just sort of
Lot
say,
of it's
okay, you're
anxiety,
doing the right
yes.
thing, and then they sort of start
Well,
to
none of us
enjoy
want
it, and it
none of
gets
us want to do a
easier.
job if we think we're not good at it. So
Yeah, exactly.
Nicole, thank you so much for coming to speak to us
thank you for
today.
having me. It's
I'm thrilled
nice to
that
meet
you've
you,
moved back.
finally.
Yes, finally. We've known each other for a while since Facebook.
Yes.
Nicole says Facebook makes everything a bit weird and creepy, but it's been great to have you here. And I'm looking forward. I hope you're going to be hosting some clinics in the new year. It would be lovely
definitely.
to have that invaluable input from you. And thank you for joining us here today. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back at 2:15 for the South African Grand Prix Big Tour Freestyle Championship here in the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park. You're watching Equestrian Live SA, and this is the live streaming for the South African National Dressage Championships being held here at Kyalami Park this gorgeous day today. Here we have, coming into the arena, here at the Peter Mini Arena for the freestyle day of the South African National Dressage Championships here at Kyalami Park. Number 1 in for the big tour, Tamara Hasselberg and Frequence, owned by Rita Brink and riding for Gauteng. This Grand Prix Freestyle has 17 technical marks that the riders need to perform. And that is in addition to their 5 artistic marks, which all weigh in at a coefficient of 4 each. Now, I know Frequence is a fan of his passage, according to owner Rita. So, beginning their test with that. And you can see the smile on Tamara's face, moving from the passage into the piaffe. Lovely expression there. And this is a 15-year-old gelding who is by French Kiss out of a Sunny Boy stallion. Unusual breeding and wonderful to have here in South Africa. So of the technical marks in this Grand Prix Freestyle, they have to perform a collected trot with a half pass left and right, canter half pass left and right, extended canter, extended trot, canter pirouettes right and left, passage, piaffe, as well as flying changes every second stride, as well as flying changes every stride. The trick is to try and squeeze all of these movements in 6 minutes, which is the maximum time allowed, after which you will get penalized. Lovely relaxed transition there. Sometimes horses can look like their piaffe button got stuck, and it can take a rider a while to get them out of that movement, but that was seamless. This accomplished horse and rider combination, obviously hot favorites for the Big Tour Championship class tomorrow, which will also be live streamed. Beautiful transition. Oh, 2 time tempi changes on a circle, massive degree of difficulty there. As we discussed earlier on, there is 1 mark out of 200 for technical execution and a separate mark out of 200 for artistic impression. And included in that is a mark for degree of difficulty. So, Team Frequence really leaning into that. Well, canter zigzag, one of my absolute favorite movements of the Big Tour, being shown beautifully here. The balance that is required and the attention to the rider's aid from the horse, especially here at a big show venue. into pirouette, back into 2-time tempi changes. Again, embracing that degree of difficulty with an extended canter into the pirouette, showing the horse's ability to push and show power, but then to obediently and harmoniously sit for the collection. Small error in the ones there, a little bit of tension there, understandable with this wonderful music. How wonderful is this horse? He really seems to love his job. Tamara's goal with this wonderful frequency, whose stable name is Freak, is to win the Grand Prix at the next CDI. I have literal goosebumps up here. What a wonderful expression. Isn't he wonderful? Isn't she wonderful? And this is one of those moments that just makes all of the training and all of the hours worth it. Wonderful conclusion to the Grand Prix Big Tour Freestyle with our first combination, Tamara Hasselberg and Rita Brink's Frequence. And look at his little ears there forward, leaving the arena on a long rein. And we're waiting for our next combination to come into the arena. That will be KwaZulu-Natal rider Beryl Johnston with Rivervale's Ultimo. Then we can see Tamara going for her tack check. Ground staff at a show are something that tend to be overlooked, but we need arena marshals, stewards, and officials who not only know the rules, but are confident enough to employ them when needed. See Beryl entering there under the Kyalami Park Club banner on this wonderful 18-year-old who's nicknamed Ulti. Special story. This horse was owned, I think, from the late and very special to many of us, Anita Ardendorf. She was one of the wonderful judges in South Africa. She personally coached me on a Coach the Coaches clinic a few years ago. She had a true passion for the sport, so it is wonderful to see the horses so long after special people leave us and the connections that they bring with them. So, as we saw with the tack check there with Tamara Hasselberg, if you are caught contravening any of the tack rules, you are disqualified immediately. So riders are very heavily motivated to know what the rules are. The FEI recently released a whole new updated set of tack rules, which have been the source of much contentious discussion in the dressage community. Don't think we have enough hours or enough wine to discuss that today. but riders have had to make some tack changes over the last few months. They also are checking the riders' spurs. Spurs are required at the Grand Prix level under the philosophy that your driving aids, such as your seat and your leg, should always outweigh your stopping aids, to put it bluntly, such as the double bridle. The idea, as Nicole Smith said, is always that the riding should be forward, that you're not driving with the handbrake on. Cape helmets certainly seem to be the flavor of this show. Seeing lots of sparkles going past, and many of them are that. So Beryl has been competing this wonderful horse in Big Tour for the last 3.5 years. Beryl says that she only started riding at the age of 39, which was a lifelong dream for her. So I think the very interesting thing about horse sport is that it consistently, the dressage at least, have the oldest competitors at the Olympics, which means that it's a sport that relies more on technique and cool-headedness than sheer athletic prowess, in the rider at least. And the horse, of course, needs all of that and athletic prowess. Lovely. I'm a fan of a good tango. Nothing could be better than tangoing with wonderful River Vale's horse. Of course, River Vale stud owned by the Pote family. This horse has been the SA Big Tour Musical Cur champion before in 2018. Into his two-tone changes. Also done on a loop, which alters the degree of difficulty. Again, a canter zigzag with the changes on the quarter line. The idea is to do that with no loss of rhythm or fluency. Should be a seamless thing. Should be so easy that even your spouse, who knows nothing about horses, can confidently sit back and say that horse riding is easy. Wonderful horse showing some lovely elevation there. I believe this horse is actually got some jumping blood in him. His sire was Ulio van het Westdezenhof. Jumping line. Beryl says that she thinks dressage is a bit like ballroom dancing, and that you and your partner have to work as one in order for it to flow beautifully and look effortlessly. And as I was speaking about cross-training earlier on, she said she does cavaletti with Ulti at least once a week. And he enjoys regular outrides in the sugarcane of KZN. Lovely long half-pass right across the arena there. There's a lot of suppleness there through the horse. Look at that little toe flick. They really are just, look at Beryl's smile there. They really are just the most wonderful animals, aren't they? Lovely transition there from an extended trot immediately down into a lovely relaxed extended walk. The showing queen in me is loving the little shark's teeth on the hindquarters there. Lovely finishing touch from a caring groom, I think. Beryl also trains with Jonathan Wisdom, has been with him for the last 8 years. She wasn't on the KZN team with this horse, she said. She didn't want to push him unnecessarily. Of course, the team event being on Thursday, I think, at the show, which would have meant an extra day of work for this horse. How was that? And again, the smile from Beryl, showing the absolute delight that I can feel from up here, pulling off a seamless string of one-time tempi changes on the loop there. Lovely, fun bit of music there. Tequila certainly is something that could make dressage more exciting for the show jumpers who have joined us. Another line of ones. This horse certainly makes them look effortless. But if you had ever tried to do them yourself, you would have a newfound respect for them. Beryl having a heartwarming smile and a pat there again for her best friend. Lovely choice of music for this horse as he goes into his left half pass right across the arena. Wasn't that wonderful? Beryl's smile says it all as she winds up the test with Ulti, Rivervale's Ultimo, travelling all the way from KwaZulu-Natal, 2019's Big Tour SA Freestyle champion, exiting the arena. Will they take their title back? It'll be interesting to see. But Tamara Hasselberg and Frequence have set a high bar here. My word, how exciting to be able to give you these scores in the individual freestyle Big Tour Championship. For Tamara Hasselberg, the judges gave Frequence at E, Claire Bales, 73,650. At H, Sylvia Bruckner, 75%. At C, Sue Horn, 76,850. Judge at M, Susan Human, 77,475. And our judge at B, Carla Jacobs, 72,788%, giving Frequence an exceptional 75,153%. One judge even giving them a 9 for their music and interpretation of music in the artistic section, which I don't need to tell you is going to be a coefficient of 4, which obviously gave them an exceptional edge in those marks. Coming in next, we're going to have, coming all the way from Wait a Little Big 5 Horse Safaris, but riding for Gauteng, Gertie Kussler and the lovely imported Caballero. Here we have Gertie giving this horse a go around on the outside, and of course a recent change to the Grand Prix rules and tack, when I say recent, in the last few years, has been the evolution towards allowing Grand Prix horses to compete in a plain snaffle as opposed to a double bridle. In tune with the entire philosophy of the happy athlete, I really do think this has been a wonderful move. Surely if you can produce the work in a simple bit, you should be allowed the option of doing that. And Gertie embracing that with this very sensitive horse here today. The bell has gone for Gertie. She is getting into position before she asks for her music to go up. If you've noticed, some horses have started on the left rein, others on the right. And as we discussed earlier on, that is just to do with the horse's preference and the rider making allowances for that to give them the best possible entry into the arena. Caballero is a 17-year-old Hanoverian who is bicompetent. And Gertie has had him since he was 9. Seems to be a small technical error with Gertie's music.
Just getting the speaker working again.
I can tell you as a rider, it can be very frustrating when you're all ready to go in and there's a glitch. Gertie's signaling there for the music to go louder. We saw Trudy Cumberland doing the same earlier on. Adds to the drama and the theatre of dressage. That's right. Drama is not just for the riders, it's actually for the tests. Caballero starting with a line of one-time tempies coming down the centre line, first movement, leaning into that difficulty mark. Also because the judge at sea obviously can see exactly how straight your horse is. You have to know that you can confidently reproduce that. Two-time changes. Small mistake there. Gertie riding strongly forward out of that. We were just talking to South African international rider Nicole Smith about using forwardness as the cure to fix so many things. Wonderful collection there in the pirouette. Highest point of the training scale there. Back to the one-time tempies before Caballero showed a little bit of his tendency to be spooky and tense, as Gertie says. Gertie, of course, also trained by the renowned Natalie Hobday. Beautiful canter half passes. You can see Gertie is towing that really fine line before showing this wonderful forward and electric horse without letting the tension get the better of him. Never mind that, it's also a question of not letting the tension affect the rider.
This nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream
Wonderful transition there into the passage music. You can see some horses really land up getting into it. When they hear their music coming, they also start dancing to it. Some lovely steps of piaffe there. In this test, the riders also get a mark out of 10 for the transitions in and out of the piaffe and passage. So judges will be looking there for how smoothly they can transition from one to the other.
I have a dream that one day on the radio,
And again, can't necessarily see it from this angle, but Cabby coming slightly off of the track there. A little bit of resistance. Interesting to see what everyone will see from their different angles for a movement like that. Look at the lovely release of tension there as he goes into his extended walk. Really tactfully designed and ridden. Obviously on this feisty little horse, you don't want to leave the walk open as an opportunity for him to jog. Gertie kept him on that circle, brought him back really beautifully. Again, that lovely music transition to the passage. Gertie says even though this horse can be tense, oh, look at that half pass. She says he is the most fantastic horse on outrides. She says he is super with the wild animals on their way to Little Big 5 horse safari. And trust me, if you haven't been there, try and take advantage of that before the international tourist market opens. It truly is a bucket list experience. Wonderful big smile from Gertie. Total delight with her lovely 17-year-old warm blood Hanoverian Caballero here in the Grand Prix Freestyle here today at Kyalami Park. Next in the arena, we will have Samantha Foley from Gauteng riding the wonderful imported Lucas 911. In the meanwhile, I have a result as well for Beryl Johnson and River Vale's Ultimo. And I can tell you now, looking at that test briefly, the judges gave her an incredible 80% for her artistic score. Really, really wonderful, and I think we all really enjoyed watching that test. But what will the individual marks look like from the judges? Let's have a look. Judge at E, 74,475. That's higher at this point than Tamara Hasselberg's mark, which from the judge at E was 73,650. Judge at H, however, giving Beryl and Rivervale's Ultimo 69,5%, over 5% lower than Frequence. Judge at C, 70,675%. The judge at M, 74,175%. And the judge at B, 68,250%, giving them an overall score here in the Grand Prix Freestyle Championship of 71,415%. That 80% artistic mark definitely contributing to it, but not quite enough to beat Tamara Hasselberg and Rita Brink's Frequence, who are still lying in first place with 75.17%. Now in the arena, Sam Foley and Lucas 911. This horse is by Lagiator, and his dam was a mare called Venya. Sam has owned this horse for 2 years. She based him over in Germany and Holland with FEI judge and coach Joyce Hoytink. He was originally in the under-25 German team with his previous owner, who was Franziska Steigelmeier. And Sam says that this freestyle was sponsored by Nathan Price from the UK and the National Production of Dressage Music. She says it was produced specifically for Lucas, who she she fondly refers to as Luki or Lucasisi, to add a little African twist. She obviously brought this horse back here. Obviously with international lockdowns, it was not an easy decision, but ultimately deciding to bring her horse back here so that she could enjoy him in South Africa. Sam hoping to one day represent South Africa at the Olympic Games. That lovely halt. This is a really exceptional 16-year-old horse dancing in the arena here with owner and rider Sam Foley. Wonderful extended trot there. Bearing in mind that it's always a balance of impulsion, energy, suppleness, and balance in the horse. Wonderful expression in this horse. Really is a typical example of the modern warm blood. Leggy, light and athletic. You can see there Sam having to juggle the freedom of the extended walk without losing relaxation. Sam also in a glitzy cap helmet there, and if you like that, you should check it out on Western Shop's website. Canterbury, very strenuous movement for horses. And going into the two-time changes, small mistake. Sam also going for an extended canter into the canter pro weight. And into her one-time tempies. You can see some of the more experienced horses find those one-time changes a lot easier once they hit the rhythm than the two-time changes. Moving from his piaffe into his passage, or what I think is his final centre line. And a salute from this gorgeous horse. Lucas 911, ridden and owned by Samantha Foley, based here in Gauteng.
Completing her test there, Samantha Foley riding Lucas 911.
Our next rider has unfortunately scratched. That was Vindukath and Catherine Burning. We will be waiting for the imported Umberto and lovely young rider Sonica Engelbrach, heading from northwest, to come in for their cur at 3:05. In the meantime, I would like to say thank you to Claire Dicey and Equino Stables, who have kindly sponsored a wonderful voucher which will be raffled off tonight to the Franschhoek Village House. This voucher is to the value of almost 12,000 Rand and entitles the winner to a 3-night weeknight stay for 6 people on any available date at the Franschhoek Village House. Really is a gorgeous piece of the world, Franschhoek. If you're not familiar with it, I advise that you go and have a look at www.franschhoekvillagehouse.co.za. And thank you as well to Equino Stables, who have sponsored this wonderful prize. It's really wonderful to have something of value to show to our competitors. And everyone who owns horses desperately needs a holiday away from them once in a while. It's like having children. As much as you love them, all need a break. It keeps everyone healthy and sane.
When it comes to treating pain and fever, what medicine do you trust to bring relief? My first choice is Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller tablets. They contain aspirin, which has been voted as one of the top 100 inventions of all time. For over 100 years, aspirin has effectively expelled moderate pain and treated fever. It stood the test of time and it stood its ground against pain. Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller tablets, your first choice in pain relief at pharmacies countrywide.
And a thank you again to our sponsors for this wonderful week of dressage here at Kyalami Park Club in Gauteng for the South African Dressage Championships. That's iPharma, who have sponsored this as well as the live streaming. You can visit their website at www.ipharma.co.za. They are also the purveyors of the wonderful Pain Expeller. Anyone who's familiar with the aches and pains of ownership, it is horse riders. We seem to run on a cocktail of caffeine, wine, and painkillers. So, pat back to our wonderful sponsors today. and change that over to a pain expeller. We're going to take you through now to see a little insert from our grooms on Thursday night. We had a lovely grooms evening, as is tradition for anyone who has attended an SA Champs. It's an opportunity for the grooms to get together and connect, and if you're at the show, you'll see that a lot of the grooms from around the country know each other, as well as the riders, really, really well. And these grooms got together on Thursday night to have a wonderful event, which was really well organized by the show holding committee here. And they enjoyed a night of festive drumming, which we're going to cut to and show you shortly. And that was the wonderful drumming spectacular from our grooms, courtesy of Drum Cafe on Thursday night. Always a fun opportunity for the grooms who work so hard at the sport, and really, if you think you spend 1 hour a day with your horse, they're there for 24. They really deserve all of the praise and appreciation that they get. Really wonderful to see them having a good time, much needed respite from their duties, I'm sure. And thank you to Drum Cafe and the show holding body for ensuring that. Really lovely. And what more could you want in a horse than Benicio and De Niro blood? Another horse that I'm sure is going to be hotly contested for in the online auction coming up with Callao from the 12th to the 16th of October is Callao Beniro. Make sure that you book your tryout on him. You can do those until the 15th of October by contacting Annette Rousseau at training@callao.com. Go try out Beniro. Maybe we'll see you in this arena in a few years' time, dancing your way to the South African Big Tour Freestyle Championship. Next up, going around the outside of the arena, the wonderful 21-year-old Sonica Engelbrecht with Umberto coming in for their freestyle. So Umberto is a 20-year-old Dutch harness horse by Droomwals. Sonica has had him since 2015, and she says that this might be his last ever show. So they are just enjoying it. She says no one ever really thought that he would compete in those big tour classes, so it's really big for them. If you know Umi, as he is affectionately known, has been quite a startling mover and shaker in the dressage arena. Look at those gorgeous white markings. As I said, that's a lot of personal preference. I think he looks smashing and dashing. Sonica having won a freestyle earlier on, I think, on her other young stallion in the elementary class. Will she make it 2 for 2? Wonderful timing countdown there. Wow, if you want to start your test with a bang, that's certainly one way to do it. It's really wonderful to see such a beautiful young rider to be riding in Grand Prix at the age of 21 in the developing country is a really fantastic example of the development going on in dressage. And as I said, not only are the judges looking for movements that you've performed, but how well you have performed them. Do you show rhythm, balance, harmony, fluency, rideability? Sonica going from a right half pass to straightening out on the quarter line before she does her canter pirouette. In the more technical difficulties of dressage is that you cannot go straight from a half pass into a canter pirouette, as that mark will be rejected, as it's considered a way to set up a horse for a better pirouette immediately into her one-time changes. Hence why Sonica had to straighten out of the half pass. Dominique Tardine learned that lesson expensively as the favourite to win occur a few years back, if I recall. Again, that beautiful canter zigzag. See, she's riding this movement carefully. making sure that he can relax before the next movement. And again, if you're watching with your non-horsey partner who says that this looks easy, please feel free to pass them on to me next weekend. We can make them regret that they ever had such a thought. 5 minutes on any of these horses, and you'll confidently agree that any rider making it look effortless is working very hard at doing that. Using a little bit of rhythm there in the piaffe. As I said, that's a separate mark in this freestyle, is the transition from passage to piaffe and back. Again, tension, just getting a little bit of a sharp horse in one of those forward movements. But that is the chance you take, and as Nicole Smith said, you ride forward and you take the gamble, especially when you have a first place of 75% to beat. Sonica says the hardest thing about dressage is most probably the best thing as well, and that is that it's never perfect. There's always room for improvement. I suppose it's all about how you see it. You can either be depressed by that, or you can be inspired by it, as this young lady clearly is. Sonica now going for the 2-time changes. A couple of small errors there, understandable in such an electric horse. Repeating those 2-time changes up the centre line, coming towards the judge. What a wonderful horse this is. The Northwest Umberto, with the young rider Sonica Engelbrecht completing their adult Big Tour Freestyle Championship here in the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Park Club. You're watching the South African National Dressage Championships here today, brought to you live streaming courtesy of Equestrian Live SA and our wonderful sponsors who have all come together to make this happen. First for dressage in this country. Hopefully the first of many. In the meanwhile, I have some results for you. Has anyone managed to topple Tamara and Frequence off of their throne? Previous 2019 champion, Beryl Johnston, looked like she was going to, but currently she's lying in second place. How did Gertie Kussler and Caballero fare? From the judge at E, Claire Bales, they got a 68.375%. From the judge at H, Sylvia Bruckner, a 68.875%. Sue Horn at C, giving them a 65.125. Susan Human, awarding them 69.375. And finally, Carla Jacobs at B, seeing Caballero and Gertie Kussler with a mark of 70.125%, meaning that they end on a final score of 68.375%. We have a mark as well for Samantha Foley and Lucas 911. From the judge at E, 66.9%. Judge at H, 65.25%. Judge at C, 61.65. M, giving them 67.55. And finally, the judge at B, awarding them 66.75%, which gives them a total of 65.62%, and putting them behind Gertie Kussler and Caballero. Next in the arena, at 3:15, we have the Arco 360 sponsored Cinderella, wonderful mare from KwaZulu-Natal, with owner and rider Leanne Cutting in the saddle. Please remember, we have now had almost 1,800 viewers on this live streaming today, but tomorrow is actually the big day. While the freestyles are lots of fun, tomorrow the who's who of South African dressage will be fighting it out in this arena to take home the South African National Dressage Championship title for 2021. And you can join us here at 8:25 tomorrow morning to see the action live with Equestrian Live SA and our wonderful sponsors who have made this all possible.
Coming into the arena now, we have bridle number 84. It's Arco 360 Cinderella and Leanne Cutting.
And we have our next competitor here in the SA Big Tour Freestyle Championship here in the arena. And that is this wonderful mare, Cinderella. I'm absolutely mad about her. Sponsored by Arco 360, owned and ridden by Leanne Cutting of KZN. Little known fact about this wonderful horse is that she was a successful 2-star eventer and show jumped in the 1m20 classes before becoming an exclusively dressage diva. Of course, we saw this similarly earlier on with Alexandra Butcher's wonderful Brandenburg Lancelot. So Lancelot has a little further to go. But both of these horses showing the wonderful versatility of the South African warm blood. And the value, perhaps, of cross-training. To be decided, because I think most dressage riders are perhaps resorting to dressage because they don't want to gallop in a big field over substantial logs. Leanne's hand is up. She's ready for her entry. Look at that. Halt. So this mare is actually Dutch bred. Her sire is Gribaldi. Those of you who are bloodline obsessed will know that that is the same sire as the famous or infamous Totalas, depending on how much you loved him. He remains a hotly debated horse in the dressage arena. But this horse, not so much. She has really earned her place here. Wonderful. You see a really elegant light movement from her. And if you tuned in earlier on or rewatched the streaming with Capital Stud's Britt Matchett, you heard her speaking passionately about the value of a great mare, especially to a developing breeding program. And this horse certainly is an example of what a good mare should be. Isn't she beautiful? Where I'm sitting, the expression in that shoulder in the half pass is just so lovely. Well, you can see she is certainly an electric hot mare. They certainly are making it look easy. Keeping the lids on in all the right places. Leanne says that she herself has been riding for 51 years. Leanne, don't look old enough to have been riding for 51 years unless you were doing it in utero. And this one for me is 14 years old. Leanne says she was called Cinderella because when she was born, she had those typical false slippers on her feet. If you want to learn a fun fact, you can go Google that. Beautiful canter zigzag, seamless changes, set to wonderful music. What better way to spend a Saturday? Very hard movement, that canter pirouette. Small error into the two-ton changes. Really is fantastic to see so many riders making these difficult movements look so easy. Lining up for her second canter pirouette, and these really are considered ultimate in collection, straight into her one-time tempi changes. Small rhythm fault there. Wonderful passage there. Passage being a mark out of 20 in this big tour freestyle. And then for the Piaffe requirement, they need at least 7 steps. And they're allowed to move forward 1 meter. As I said, the mark from that Piaffe to passage is a separate mark. Wonderful Cinderella. Finishing off her Big Tour Freestyle Championship there. Owner and rider in the saddle, Leanne Cutting, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you for traveling here and letting us see your wonderful horse dance. Next, there's going to be Patricia Robertson, classical trainer all the way from the Western Cape, riding her horse Zorro. They will be on at 3:25. In the meanwhile, I have some more results for you. Sonica Engelbrecht and Umberto. Sonica won the elementary freestyle this morning, I think, with her wonderful young chestnut stallion who is standing his first season at stud, for those of you who are interested. Here, will she be able to make a 2 for 2? First mark, Judge at E, Claire Bales, 71,275. Judge at H, Sylvia Bruckner, 68,375. Sue Horn, sitting at C, good enough for a 64.2%. Susan Human from M, giving them 66.95. And finally, Carla Jacobs at B, awarding the pair 69.25%, putting Sonica and Umberto at a final score of 68.01%. That means that Tamara Hasselberg and Frequence stay in the lead on a score of 75.17%, followed by Beryl Johnson and the wonderful Rivervale Studs Ultimo, Caballero and Gertie Kussler following on with a 68.375%. Sonica Engelbrecht now following them, and Samantha Foley and Lucas holding up the bottom of the class at the moment with a 65.62%.
Coming into the area now, we have Zorro and Patricia Robertson.
Thanks, Harvey.
Joining me now to watch Patricia Robertson and Zorro from the Western Cape is another Western Cape rider, the wonderful Dawn Newman, owner of Kuda Insurance and one of Callaghan's biggest fans. Dawn, can you tell me something about this horse? I actually don't know him at all.
Can, Georgina. He's just the most absolutely divine little stallion. He's a Lusitano, imported from Portugal. He's 17 years old, although if you had anything to deal with him, you wouldn't think he was 17, more like 7 years old at the most. He's got a wonderful, wonderful temperament. He actually travelled up in the truck with all of our horses.
That's fantastic.
And there were, I think, 3 or 4 ladies in the truck, and he was a real gentleman. He is trained not only in dressage, but he also does liberty and working equitation too. So he's a phenomenal little horse.
Oh, that's fantastic. Nice to see versatile horses in the dressage arena.
Absolutely, and Patricia is a showman of note.
I believe she actually does some displays with him, doesn't she?
She does, and I think that we're very lucky to have her in the Western Cape, because often at our sort of Western Cape champs and things like that, she'll compete and then she'll also do some liberty demonstrations with him, and it's just absolutely phenomenal to watch. I mean, he rears, I'm sure there's probably a better technical term for that, but he does.
We'll call it a lavard.
Yeah, that, and like waves at the crowds and stuff when asked.
It's so funny, when other horses do it, it's bad, and we get bad marks.
Exactly. I think that in my resume going forward, I'm going to say that
he was classically trained.
Yeah, exactly. And Larry, when he's going a little bit faster than he should be, I'm going to say he used to race.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Just come from the Durban July. So
wonderful. It was really lovely to see classical training in a competition arena. I think often it tends to not be there. And sometimes people tend to not really see the value of it.
No, absolutely. This little horse, I think he's 15-2.
Fantastic, really.
So he really is just, he's a real bundle of dynamite in a good way.
How has travelling up from the Western Cape been?
It's been so good. We had, obviously it's a hell of a trip for us. We do 2 days worth of travel. The first day, I think it was something like 11 or 12 hours.
Oh, that's long.
And they slept over, and then I think the next day was about 10 hours.
And how have the horses travelled?
So well. So we were very fortunate that the chap that travelled our horses is just a real true horseman. He, and he's probably, so we're saying he's a great horseman, he's saying these bloody dressage riders. But
everyone says that. It's okay.
He kept us updated, and he really just sort of took great care of the horses on the journey. And
so important to getting your athletes here in
exactly
condition.
So they all arrived absolutely on the top of their game, so we were very, very lucky.
Dawn is another rider who's always exceptionally well turned out, so I'm sure she can also appreciate the little touch of red sequins then on Patricia and Zorro. It's lovely.
A little bit of, I think I'm possibly part human, part crow, because anything that's shiny catches my eye, and
Dawn and her sister are both also accomplished showing riders from their youth, I believe, Dawn.
Thanks, yeah. Well, I think I really only started competing in my 20s, overall. But yeah, showing
those
riders.
two-some changes on the loop. Wonderful.
Yeah, he is just fabulous. And he's so with her,
I think it's the Iberian temperament as well, which is
absolutely
interesting to see here. It's looking more and more popular on the international stage, but it's not yet here as much. And he makes the sitting in those canter pirouettes look so
exactly.
easy.
It's like, well, let's just go home and do that quickly, shall we? Yeah, so you asked about showing. We do showing as well. Lisa and I were both on the open dressage team on Blanchette and Pinky, I can't remember his real name ever, Callaghan Lincoln. So
that's your own horse, just to be clear.
Stinky Pinky, yeah. We head back to Cape Town. The horses leave on Monday morning. They arrive on Tuesday, and Wednesday we have the vet check for SA showing champs, because they're on that open team as well.
Wow.
So, just another relaxed week. Isn't he wonderful?
Is just fantastic. These horses really are known for their ability, obviously, for doing this high level work.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the higher you ride and the more you learn, the more you realize how flipping difficult dressage is. So one could watch this and think, oh, that looks cool, just a nice, easy, flowing test, not much effort. But it is so hard.
I think the easier it looks, the more they're working.
Yeah, first of all, to get a horse to this level, and second of all, to ride through a test like this and just genuinely look like she's cruising around and like minimal effort.
Dawn, I believe Cuda, which is your insurance company, sponsored.
So I'm not my insurance company. I wish it was, but it's not. I work for Cuda. I run the entire sales division. I started the sport horse division about 11 or 12 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And very grudgingly handed over the reins to Kerry Biley up here in KZN Gauteng, yeah, about a month or two ago. So she's taken over as the head of...
Has it just grown and grown?
It has.
That is wonderful.
No, it really has. She's taken over as the head of sport
Look at that,
horse.
one hand down the centre
No,
line.
exactly.
Supreme rideability, wonderful harmony.
I feel like I need to jump out of the window and scream.
Isn't that superb? I can see Dawn sitting up. Please don't scream. That is really, really wonderful, harmonious riding from Patricia Robertson, hailing all the way from Western Cape with her wonderful Iberian bred. Did you say he was a Lusitano? Stallion, Zorro. Really lovely to see so many Western Cape competitors coming so far.
Zorro is available for breeding if anyone is interested in having a horse with absolutely superb temperament and rideability. He's a wonderful little horse.
Dawn, you also, so your horse, Stinky Pinky, is actually Callao Lincoln.
You're not allowed to say that.
Sorry,
only I say
okay,
that.
that's fair. That's fair. I understand that. You're not allowed to be rude about other people's children.
No, not at all. Yeah, so he's Callao Lincoln. He used to be Callao Lincoln Rose.
Oh, okay.
I dropped the Rose because he looks quite girly, and
that was too much.
I thought it wouldn't do. But yeah, so Callao Lincoln, I think I've had him he's now 7, so I got him as a 4-year-old. I've had him for 3 years.
And he's cruising the advanced classes already.
Just the best horse I've ever had in my life. He's 15.3. I bought him as a dealing horse because I'm tall. And
you thought you won't be tempted to keep this one because it's small?
Not at all. And within 2 days, it was like, okay, I'm actually willing to sell my soul rather than sell this horse.
That's wonderful. So you've been involved with Callao from the very beginning, and you've seen their evolution and the training of their horses. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with the stud?
Georgina, yeah, it's just, honestly, I mean, I am a Callao fan through and through. I think between my sister and I, we've bought 10 horses. Don't laugh. Some of them, well, we have 4. And it's been a journey, you know, we've bought some that we've sold, and obviously the 4 that we have now. But just the experience, the absolute professionalism, and it's just, you know, sort of the first year we went there, we were sort of, wow, this is just so amazing, so incredible, it can't possibly get better. And then the next year it got better, and the year after it got better. And then
speaks to their commitment to breeding, I suppose.
No, exactly. And
I just want to introduce quickly, we've got next in the arena one of our sponsors' horses, iFarmer Zidane, and Trudy Cumberland in the saddle, riding for Nathleyheim. See, Trudy has signaled them to crank the music right up, so I'm sure we're going to see some fabulous dancing here. I believe, I'm sure that you originally started Callao Ronaldo.
I did.
It was wonderful to see him with Anlay in the arena.
Exactly. No, he's a wonderful horse, and watching Anlay ride him, you'd never say that he has the bounciest trot of any horse that has ever walked this green earth.
She did make it look
very
really
easy. But she's like 13 years old and with flexibility that I don't have. So
most upsetting.
Like, can you just bounce a bit so that the people realize that it wasn't my fault?
Yeah.
So he's doing a great job with Anlay. As I say, he was one of the 10, and he was a fantastic horse for me. He won SA dressage champs in elementary medium, many showing championship titles. He's a wonderful, wonderful horse.
Here we have coming in for her Big Tour Freestyle Championship, Trudy Cumberland on Nathleyheim's iFarmer Zidane.
Yeah, so to go back to the Callao story, you know, it's just, I mean, not everybody can afford to go overseas and buy a really fancy, beautifully bred horse. And what we're getting now are those horses with that breeding right here.
Absolutely.
So literally, we don't even need to make the trip up to Callao anymore. We now simply buy them online.
That is just so lovely, though.
No,
really.
it is. And, you know, it's what it's done for the sport in this country, I can't even begin to express. I certainly wouldn't be riding the horses that I'm riding without Callao. I'm a proper fan.
For those who do have the money to go overseas, here's a great example of what you would find. This is the KWN horse iFarmers Zidane. He's a Rousseau out of a Fleming mare, which is has been some very popular blood. And I do love this music, The Greatest Showman, of course. Trudy has owned this horse, as far as I know, since he was a 2-year-old, and I think he's now a 17-year-old. So she really has produced him the entire way up, and she says he's definitely the reason she is so supple in her back. He's also affectionately known as Dan the Man, and he was Trudy's obviously first horse that she produced the whole way up to Grand Prix. It really is quite a feat to get that first horse up there. I'm sure you're looking forward to that.
Can't wait. I've upgraded Pinky to small toe. He's only 7 years old, so and he's actually.
It'll be hard to wait a bit, you know, and see how it goes.
He's you know, for a horse that young, he doesn't find the work difficult at all. It's kind of easy for him.
I suppose it speaks to the value of breeding horses that are custom made for their job.
Absolutely. He's just come second in the advanced freestyle with 75%. So.
That's
I'm
wonderful.
fairly chuffed round about
That's
now.
fantastic.
Beaten by another Callao Winston on 76%. So
that horse is really Nicola Moore, also from the Western Cape.
Exactly.
And that horse I had the privilege of sitting on while he was standing up here after quarantine before going back to the Western Cape. And what an exceptional horse, really.
He really is. And Nicola also, she doesn't, you know, she often buys the horses that sort of not the mainstream horses that everybody would ride, and produces them to something fairly spectacular.
Nicola, of course, well known for producing the South African thoroughbred sports shoe.
Yeah, exactly.
To Grand Prix.
No, she's a phenomenal rider.
Really is lovely to see so many horses in this class. With the Callao auction coming up in October, do you have any of your eye on the summer specials?
You know, so
I ask you a little bit concerned.
Yeah, exactly. So if time wasn't an issue and finances weren't an issue, I would probably have my eye on about 15.
Okay.
I really love Lejeune just because he looks like Pinky and whatever. It's a sad situation. There's also a very nice Benicio on sale, which I think is a really proper dressage horse. I can't remember the name right now.
Like all the Benicios, such as Blanchette, that your sister owns, you really are getting some of the best breeding in the world there.
Really spectacular.
Trudy making the 2-time Tempies on a loop look super easy with Dan the Man here today. Dan the Man now owned by Natalie Heim of iFarmer, who very generously, Trudy says, still allows her to ride and compete in. We all have that one special horse, and for Trudy, this is hers. She says he is attached to her soul through a golden thread.
That's so special.
Well, it's soon going to be you in the arena with Pinky saying a similar thing, hopefully. I look forward to it. I always love watching the progression of horses and riders. It's so special to see over years that we see these horses come up.
Oh, go boy.
There we go. 1 times up the center line.
And expressive as anything.
Coming right up here to the judge at sea. Trudy's got a grin on her face from ear to ear, and I think that is, if you ever wonder how dressage feels, I think dressage feels how feelings feel, and that really is just a great example of pure joy.
And it is, you know, I mean, I have had 1 or 2 horses that I've sold in years gone by, and I think it's so important to just really enjoy the horse that you're riding, you know, to even, no matter how brilliant they may be, if they're not the horse for you and you're not enjoying it,
you learn something so valuable from every horse.
Exactly. And it's no, you know, pursue it for what reason? You're not going to win 10 million rand for winning whatever. Do it because you enjoy it and love it.
Isn't this wonderful? Great music.
I love this music.
Great example of a horse and rider having a great day out here.
Good boy. Come on.
I think Dan's not, there's a judge's box in front of us,
Exactly.
Trudy. Where am I meant to go? But there he pulls out the stops for his final piaffe.
Good boy.
And straightening out for a wonderful halt at G. That's Trudy Cumberland and iFarmers Zidane winding up their big tour freestyle championship. And I have some more results for you. Before we get to those results, let's talk a little bit more about the Callagher auction now that I've got Dawn stationary and sitting here with me. It's always hard.
I think I'm too tired to move, so I'm probably here until tomorrow.
So that's the summer edition online auction, which is on from the 12th to the 16th of October. Of course, anyone can go and try out any of the wonderful horses that we've shown here today before the 15th of October. You just have to book your sit with a net Rousseau. Have a look at the Callagher auction options online.
I have to say, Georgina, that it's probably not the brightest thing, but I haven't sat on any single one of the horses that I bought. I sat on Ronaldo, the rest I haven't sat on.
Does that mean you're just going to buy one without sitting on it, Dawn?
Stop it. You know I can't. But yeah, it's just, you know, in the online auction, just I think it opens up the ability to bid and to buy horses to so many more people. Because, you know, Christiana is sort of fairly far away from everywhere.
Well, I think now people have the opportunity to watch all of those videos online, even if they're not going to get an opportunity to sit.
Yeah.
You know that you're getting a horse that has been well produced, the system's working, obviously.
100%.
And you can look and buy online, safe through a pandemic, and saves you on a travel fee.
Yeah, 100%. And as I say, just in terms of the bidding, you know, previously only the people that are there could bid.
I was certainly made the exercise much easier.
And I was really nervous. I'm just basically out of COVID and the first online auction ever in South Africa. And I thought, sure, I don't even know.
Success.
Exactly. I don't even know if they're all going to sell. And flip it, I was so wrong. But, you know, quality will always find a home. So I think that they've done just such a good job. And just the, you know, sort of the whole investigation that they've done into the breeding and the breeding program, they've spent so much time and so much money. It could only be a success.
Absolutely.
I love looking online, even at the show jumping results, and kind of feel my own personal pride when I see Callagher horses in the lineup.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be part of a team, and I think they really have created that. It's
absolutely.
Everyone who buys a horse from them feels like they're a part of the team.
Absolutely. You know, Kuda's been doing the insurance for the auction horses since, I think, the second year. So that's 13, 14 years now. We've also added another sort of option that we offer finance for people buying horses on auction.
Wow.
So you can get pre-approved finance.
Oh, my word.
Then, yeah, exactly, then buy your horse.
That's a great and very dangerous option for all of those of us who have eyes as wide as...
But I always thought, you know, should it only be those people with pots of money and ready sort of cash flow that are able to buy the best horses? And
you'll end up spending more on a bad horse than you do on a good horse in the long run.
No, exactly.
Next into the arena, we have local rider Siobhan Records, the winner of our preliminary championships yesterday, riding a horse from the Rathmore stud, Rathmore Caprice. Caprice, a horse Siobhan has bought as a youngster and owned and produced single-handedly up to Big Tour, the ultimate feat for a rider. This is a 13-year-old Capriccio out of a Landau Wachmann mare. Siobhan's had him since 2010.
I think she mentioned that she actually backed him herself as well, which is
absolutely really
special.
She likes to call him Precious Pony or the Chosen One. And when I said to her, why the Precious Pony? She says, well, just look at the face.
Exactly.
How could you not? Siobhan's actually also won some showing championships on this horse. Also interesting when horses wear several hats.
You know, I always say I never buy my horses as show horses. I buy them as dressage horses, but I do quite like a nice looking horse. So they tend to be able to then do both.
Well, I think the showing horses, it should speak to the conformation of the horse as well,
Exactly.
which just indicates you a bit of longevity for their career.
No,
hopefully, that
exactly. And I think it's such a good start for young horses as well to do a bit of showing and sort of be out and in company and trotting and cantering on a sort of fairly open and free basis.
With other horses.
Exactly.
How cute is this canter music? I love the sit in that piaffe that Siobhan showed us there over the centre line. Siobhan also opting here just to present the horse in a simple snaffle bridle. As I said earlier on, a change in the tack regulations recently, which gave riders the option. Siobhan also wearer of many hats, herself a saddle fitter.
And just really a consummate professional in
horseman,
every,
runs her
in
own
every
livery yard.
aspect.
And also is the rider's representative for this show. That means that in addition to riding and showing all of her own horses and those for clients, she is the go-to person for any rider having a complaint, and there have been several because it is a dressage show. So,
did you say several or several hundred?
lovely into that zigzag, into the half pass. Lovely timing there for the canter pirouette on the music. And what other horses do you have here? You have Pinky and Larry.
Pinky and Larry the Fool. So Larry's actually Pinky's brother out of
So
the
also
same,
a Callahoo horse.
Yeah,
Yes.
and out of he's Callahoo Laroche, out of Rosengall. So it's quite a special
so
story
lovely.
actually, because
She
Yaku
was a wonderful mare.
Furi, rode her to Grand Prix.
Yes.
And he's been our coach for the last 12, 13 years.
That's
So
lovely.
Pinky and Larry are both rosy babies. So yeah, quite a special journey for us. Lisa's got her two Callahoo's here, Callahoo Luna and Callahoo Blanchette. Luna actually I purchased originally, but Mares and I don't really work out. So Lisa bought it from me, and she's done an exceptionally good job here. I think she was third in the
Fantastic.
elementary freestyle this morning.
I know that Caprice is brand new to this level. I think this is his first show in Big Tour. They're showing off his ones. Small error, totally understandable in a horse, and presenting him for his first Grand Prix at South African Championships is certainly a bold move. Not that Siobhan has ever shied away from a challenge.
Exactly.
Yeah. If there was anyone who was going to do it, it would be Miss Records. Presenting her two-time Tempies. I just love this horse. He is so expressive, and Siobhan has done an excellent job producing him.
And little ears are forward all the time.
I really think the change in dressage, where the emphasis is on this happy athlete, is really such a lovely one.
No, for sure. And I mean, look at the number of horses we've got in Grand Prix. I mean, I remember
Unbelievable.
120,000 years ago when I first started doing dressage, Prix St. George was the highest level. And, if you had a Prix St. George horse, you were like literally the dressage diva of the
Absolutely.
universe.
This lovely horse. Having fun with his chosen one in the saddle. Siobhan Records finishing what I think is her first ever Big Tour freestyle on a horse she has produced herself, Rathmore Caprice. We have some results for you. before our final rider is going to come into the arena, and that will be Andrea Harrison on Bodenhausen Zarak at 15:55, which gives me 6 minutes to give you some fantastic results. So we have results in for Arco 360's Cinderella, ridden by Leanne Cutting. The judge at E, Claire Bales, giving her a 74.05%. Judge at H, Sylvia Bruckner, giving her a 73. Judge at C, Sue Horn, awarding them 67.475. Susan Human at M, 68.075. And finally, Carla Jacobs at B, 66.875. That is good enough for Leanne Cutting and Cinderella to end on a final score of 69.895. Before I can tell you where that places them, though, I need to move on to the wonderful Iberian stallion Zorro and his rider Patricia Robertson, traveling all the way from the Western Cape. They presented a wonderful Grand Prix freestyle, and their marks from E, 71.375. Judge at H, 73.625. Judge at C, 72.750. Judge at M, 76.5. And the judge at B, 72.75%, which means that Patricia Robertson and Zorro finish off on a fantastic score of 73.4%. Dawn, I'm sure.
Isn't that flipping wonderful?
As a
I'm
Western Cape,
so
how
happy for
wonderful
her.
is that to see?
That is just incredible.
Really, really goosebumpy stuff.
Exactly.
And then I have a final score up. I have Trudy Cumberland on iFarmers Zidane. Judge at E, 66.8%. Judge at H, 67.125. Judge at C, 63.075. Judge at M, 66.7. And the judge at B, 66%. That gives us a total for Trudy Cumberland on iFarmers Zidane of 65.94%. So as of this time, we still have Tamara Hasselberg and Frequence in the lead on a mark of 75.170. Now backed up by Patricia Robertson on Zorro from the Western Cape on a wonderful score of 73.4%. Our last horse in the arena, though, the seasoned Andrea Harrison on the wonderful Bodenhausen Zarak. Could they pull a rabbit out of the hat? So here, Dawn and I are sitting in the judges' box waiting for our final horse to come in. Andrea Harrison on Bodenhausen Zarak. So, Dawn, have you been happy to see the standard of the Grand Prix that you've been watching so far?
Yeah, I think it is incredible. Honestly, we've been to a couple of international shows to watch, and I think that certainly there's some of our horses that are well on par, and a lot of horses that you see at the big Grand Prix overseas, you always expect to be better than what we have here, and there are actually a lot that are a hell of a lot worse. So it's really impressive. Good horses, good riding, and sort of kind riding in that as well. It's not, you don't see people hauling horses around.
I think we're also seeing a constant improvement, which is really exciting.
No, exactly.
This horse, of course, owned by Anna Nolte. This horse is 18 years old, going on 3, according to Andrea. Andrea, of course, one of the very well-known riders and trainers based in Glenfinesse in the Kyalami. And Andrea actually says that this little horse, before he started with her, he was a show jumper. And Anna saw him on the market and snapped him up immediately. And Andy and Anna were kind of hoping that Zari, as they call him, was going to be a nice elementary medium horse. And Andrea says instead he had his eye on the biggest prize of all. He was determined to be a Grand Prix horse. So the little show jumper who they thought was destined for elementary medium, instead competing here today. He loves his Piaffe and Passage.
And to be honest, I think that anything that Andrea touches doesn't really have a choice other than to become
exceptional,
a Grand Prix
the
or
best
close.
version of themselves.
Exactly. It would be an interesting stat to know how many horses she's ridden at SA Champs this year.
I think over the years, we should
Well,
actually try
true,
and look into that.
Exactly.
Andrea going from her pirouette into her two-time changes. Zarak's tail showing how enthusiastic he is about this movement.
A little pat on the neck just to say you've done a
Good
job.
job. Absolutely. A really sympathetic rider, Andrea. And I don't think this horse is that small, but Andrea, of course, is very, very tall, so she does make him. I think she might even make you look a bit short, Dawn.
Lovely to see her on Daktari in the elementary. I think
Absolutely.
she won the South African Elementary Championship on him yesterday.
Yes.
And he really, he's a large horse, and he just suits her down to the ground because he makes her look
Absolutely.
small.
Comfortable, yeah. Andrea into the ones, having a little bit of a problem there. Zarak is a very hot horse and is often strongly opinionated. You see Andrea doing her best there just to diffuse the tension. Of course, there's also this dramatic music adding to the theatre and the drama of the freestyle.
Once again, if anyone thought dressage was easy, just have a watch.
I think if anyone still thinks dressage is easy after this live stream, they can come and have a spin round on Larry.
Larry
Okay.
is ready. Says the more the merrier.
And what grade is your Callao, Larry?
So yeah, so Laroche is he's 6 years old and he's medium. But
Wonderful.
It's I think it's quite a big ask for him, but he seems to be coping quite well. But I think I'll leave him there for another year because
Okay.
he's not established as I'd like him to be. And he's very hot and sensitive, never bucks, never spooks. He's not naughty, he's just very extra.
As one of our riders earlier on said, it's all about doing what is best for your individual horse. And I really think that you've hit that on the head there.
And it is so much an individual journey for each horse. You know, every horse there's no set pattern that if this works for one horse, it's definitely going to work for another
Absolutely.
horse. They are all on their own journey and sort of can't be.
The sires of this horse, Bodenhausen, Zuberai, Damsire, Attaché. So you can see why he might have started his career as a show jumper. Andrea also opting for a plain snaffle on this horse today. Even though he looks hot, you can imagine the temptation to bit him up would be right there.
Exactly, and it's so great that we now have the option of riding in a snaffle until whatever grade we want to. You know, that you're not forced into something simply because you've hit a high grade.
Look at those knees. What an expressive little horse.
Aside from anything else, how does Andrea remember all these tests?
It's quite impressive. It's really another wearer of many hats, Andrea. She's a mom, runs her livery yard, trains and is competing many horses here at this show.
And I know she travels down to Cape Town to teach quite often as well,
Yes.
so it's not even that she's just busy in Joburg.
Surak opting for a dramatic finish there with his passage up the centre line. Going into a piaffe. They look like they were just saying hello to their judges at E and B there, seamlessly.
And again, for the non-sort of riding people, you know, horses through the years learn that they come down the centre line at A and they halt at X. So to actually keep a horse active, doing piaffe, passage, whatever, after X, or particularly piaffe, is quite a difficult thing.
Absolutely. And just slightly ahead of her music there. Understandable on this hot little firecracker of a horse. Doing a great job to keep it there together. Andrea also, oh, you can see he's ready to, he wants to do it again. Andrea also winding up a long day, and that was our final competitor in the arena for this individual adult Big Tour Freestyle Championship. We have one more mark for you for Siobhan Records and Rathmore Caprice. From the judge at E, a 68.45%, judge at H, 62.125, judge at C, 64.325, judge at M, 61.625, and finally, the judge at B awarding them a 66.875%, giving them a total score of 64.68. An interesting note for Patricia Robertson, currently bringing up a second place on Zorro in this class, is that he got a fantastic 84% artistic score from the judge at B. And if you were watching that test, you would 100% agree.
Yeah, isn't that absolutely amazing? It's just, she works so hard, Patricia. She does it all herself, and yeah, I'm sure the choreography. I know she works with Anna Buchanan, who is also one of the judges at the show this weekend. And together, I think they are doing an absolutely brilliant job with that horse.
That really has been wonderful to see. Dawn, thanks for sitting here with me.
Thank you so
much.
much.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah,
I think we're going to wrap up
thoroughly
our
enjoyed it.
wonderful day of watching dressage here. You'll see that they're moving the arena out. But thank you so much for coming to sit with me. It was wonderful to speak to you about
Thanks,
both.
Georgina.
Kuda, I'm interested about the new offering where people can now finance a horse on top of everything else.
Yeah, 100%.
It's good to know. And just ahead of Callahow's online auction for the summer collection at the end of October.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
So if anyone wanted finance, they would simply apply, get pre-approved finance, and they could then use that finance to buy whatever horse it was that they were bidding on the auction. So they don't even need to specify in advance. So that's really,
oh, that is
I
wonderful.
think,
Okay, great.
quite a nice addition.
Thank you. That's certainly an interesting thing. If people want to read more about that, where can they find that?
www.kuda.co.za.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And just a reminder that you can see the Callaho horses that are available for this auction on the Callaho website, also callaho.auction.co.za. Please don't go away. We'll be back shortly with the result from this class.
When it comes to treating pain and fever, what medicine do you trust to bring relief? My first choice is Dr. Dutoy's Pain Expeller tablets. They contain aspirin, which has been voted as one of the top 100 inventions of all time. For over 100 years, aspirin has effectively expelled moderate pain and treated fever. It stood the test of time, and it stood its ground against pain. Dr. Dutoy's Pain Expeller tablets, your first choice in pain relief at pharmacies countrywide.
And that is just a reminder that we've had the most fantastic sponsors imaginable for an equestrian event, but specifically for a dressage event. That is iPharma with Dr. Dutoy's Pain Expeller. Thank you to iPharma for sponsoring not only the SA Dressage Championships, being held here in Gauteng this year. Every year it moves to a different province. This year held at one of our flagship venues, the Kyalami Park Club. Wonderful to be here, made possible by iPharma, who has also sponsored the live streaming, which is a first for dressage in South Africa, with the help of Equestrian Live South Africa. We've really had a great time presenting some classes to you today, but there's going to be more to come. And how absolutely gorgeous is that Callao Lebanon? Another Lissabon offspring, available at their summer edition online auction from the 12th to the 16th of October this year. Perhaps you have your next dressage champion, but I think you'll have to race the show jumpers for a bidding on that one. But if you want to book your sit, you can try him out until the 15th of October. All you need to do is email Annette at training@callao.com. But never fear, if there are no other horses that you've seen today that strike your fancy, you can always visit www.callao.auction and have a look at the wide variety of horses and exceptional breeding that is going to be available. Really is super, and if you were tuning in early on, you would have listened to Dawn Newman, the owner of multiple Callao horses, singing the praises of both the horses and the stud. Really is a special opportunity to buy into some of the best breeding available in South Africa. If it's good enough for Isabel Vat, it's good enough for you. Get your Veridus boots, the ultimate in leg protection for your equine athlete and your best friend, from your local Western shop. Western shop, of course, offering an online portal, serving not only as a catalogue for your in-store shopping, but it's in growing use by working clientele or out-of-town visitors who simply don't get time to visit a Western shop store. Stores, of course, are absolutely fabulous, but if you can't, the online store is merchandised with a full Western shop offering, delivering anywhere in South Africa, and now it even offers a branch collection option too. That's big thank you to Western Shop, one of our sponsors today at the South African National Dressage Championships. www.westernshop.com.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African Show Jumping Fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissen will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. Come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White Nissen is located in the Fourways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitenissen.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us and we'd love to put a deal together for you.
So just as there is a horse for every rider, so is there a Nissan for every driver. Whether you're looking at a family car, a tow vehicle, between a Qashqai and X-Trail, a lacquer old South African bucky, or perhaps my personal favorite, the cute little Nissan Duke, markwhitenissen.co.za is your place to go and have a look for that. Mark White Nissen very generously sponsoring us today. But did you also know that Mark White Nissen is ever increasing its customer service? Many people have concerns around the day-to-day service and maintenance of vehicles during lockdown periods. But Mark White Nissan has a specialized vehicle that I believe can visit your premises under COVID regulations, and they will assist you with flat batteries, jump starts, and other mechanical assistance. So the benefits to investing with the Mark White Nissan family just go on and on. Thank you again to Mark White Nissan.co.za. One of our other wonderful new sponsors at this show, Horsebox Equestrian. Horsebox Equestrian are direct importers of a number of esteemed and world-renowned brands, and their range is constantly updated with the latest trends. They take pride in knowing that their in-store range is extensive and is met with nothing but elegance, supreme quality, and superior service. This group, of course, is part of the Catbox Hyper Pet Group. This family business, of course, has evolved from being one of the leading pet food and supply chain stores in South Africa to now incorporating all things equestrian, from feed to fodder, tack, rider wear, and supplements. They have everything you need to fulfill your horsey fix, except perhaps a horse, but we have other suppliers who can take care of that. So visit them. That is www.horseboxequestrian.co.za. This is also a reminder that Capital Stud is having a auction in November. This is going to be their first hybrid auction, bringing you the world's best bloodlines and warm blood champions from around the world. www.capitalstud.com, having their hybrid auction from the 18th to the 20th of November this year. We had Britt Matchett in here earlier on, also discussing how they are diversifying their breeding program to now incorporate some of the best dressage blood from around the world. And as a final thank you, we want to say thank you to Canon, sponsoring their cameras here today. You can see that good man is scaring the living daylights out of every horse coming around the corner, probably with his umbrella and his scaffolding. Does not be nearly that dramatic. Horses apparently don't look upwards. But without their assistance here, the videography, none of this live streaming would be possible. So every step that you have managed to see today, made possible with the generous sponsorship of www.canon.co.za. Thank you so much to them. And we have a result for you in the individual adult Big 12 Freestyle. That is going to be coming up shortly. Stay tuned and see who took the top honors in this hotly contested Big 12 Freestyle class. And we have an official result for you today. Winding up our last class of the day here in the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Park Club for the South African National Dressage Championships. We had the South African Big Tour Freestyle, hotly contested class. And here is our official result. In first place, Tamara Hasselberg on Rita Brink's Frequence with a wonderful score of 75.17%. Second place from the Western Cape. I'm just wild about this horse, Patricia Robertson on the Iberian stallion Zorro with a fantastic 73.4, certainly makes the travelling worth it. Third place, Beryl Johnson and the wonderful Rivervale's Ultimo really danced their way to a fantastic 71.41%. Leanne Cutting, another KZN rider on Arco 360's Cinderella with 69.89%. Fifth place, Wait a Little's trail horse turned Grand Prix dressage horse Caballero, ridden by Gertie Kussler, to a fantastic 68.37%. And finally, young rider, 21-year-old Sonica Engelbrecht on the Dutch carriage horse Umberto, cracking 68.01% in the South African Big Tour Freestyle Championship. We want to say a big thank you to all of the sponsors who made this possible, but also to all of the teams, because that's what it really takes to produce a horse. To the riders, to the owners, to the grooms, to everyone who's involved, your farriers, your vets, but also to the sponsors today, because without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do any of this. I want to remind everyone that this live streaming is going to continue tomorrow. We're going to start bright and early at 8:25 back here. Don't forget to share the link with your friends and family, as well as disinterested spouses who you think might die of boredom from watching a dressage arena. Let's change their mind. Let's show them the best of the best, as the absolute cream of the South African dressage crop are coming back here tomorrow to fight it out for the South African National Dressage Championships here at Kyalami Park Club in Gauteng. Until tomorrow, everyone have a good evening, travel safe, and we'll see you then. Goodbye. This is the 2021 South African National Dressage Championships, proudly sponsored by iFarmer, Horsebox Equestrian, Callahoo Warm Blood Stud, Western Shop, Capital Stud, and Mark White Nissan. Thank you to all of our sponsors. This is brought to you by Equestrian Live SA. Please remember to like, share, and follow to stay updated, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 8:25 a.m.